1 minute. Just trying to fix this thing. You know, 1 second. Yeah, there it is. Just give me 1 minute. On the road again.
They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of display.
Hey, everybody, what's up, man? Hold the truth hostage where if the truth was so important, we wouldn't negotiate with lies. We would hold the truth hostage. I'm on the road again, so, won't be able to fully reply to all comments, whatever. But, man, this video is very important, man. This video is very important. And, it's been a while. It's been a while since the Casper Pill was updated. It's been a while. And I think what you're gonna find out today will change your way of thinking. It's gonna affect you a lot. I would say if you're not prepared to change your life, you know what I mean? You're not prepared for certain amounts of information, you could change it. But man, this stream is gonna reveal a lot, you know. And also I wanna remind everybody that, I haven't forgotten. I hope you haven't forgotten that Black Pill Day is the 20th of this month. May 20th, Black Pill Day, man. May 20th, Black Pill Day. I started the Black Pill Day last year, as a holiday, man. May 20th, Black Pill Day, because, what I'm saying, being black pilled isn't a negative thing, man. Valuing logic and living your life based on that isn't a negative thing. So, remember May 20th, Black Pill Day. If you're a black pill content creator, man, it would be really appreciated if on May 20th you made some content, man, some positive content, just updating people on how you've been, and how you're doing, and how the black pill has helped you out, and let you maintain your life logically. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll try to keep telling us, oh man, the black pill is negative, man. There's nothing negative about it, man. Nothing negative about pursuing logic. Pursuing logic, and living a logical life, man. Nothing negative about it. So remember May 20th, Black Pill Day, man. If you're a content creator, man, just make some content celebrating Black Pill Day on May 20th. Just speak about the logic and the positive, how it's helped you out, help you out with your life, man. You know, like I keep saying, that the majority of the black pill content creators, we got a lot of great pillars out there. We got a lot of people speaking of the black pill from a perspective of depression and negativity, when it's really just mathematical, and it's just logic. You can't be depressed that 5 + 5 is 10, man. That's what it is, man. So May 20th, Black Pill Day. If you're a content creator, or if you just want to share your thoughts and what you've been through and how the Black Pill has helped you out, man, just, give it a share, man. Whatever platform you're on, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But, just remember May 20th. And I'll be trying to make some content for Black Pill Day. I think it's a very important day. and I'll try to set up something. Either it'll be something pre-recorded or something going live. Like I said, man, I look forward to the Black Pill Day on May 20th. People celebrating. And another thing is, Black Pill Day, man. If you can, just wear a black T-shirt, man. Wear a black T-shirt for Black Pill Day, all black. You know what I'm saying? An all black T-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Just wear a black T-shirt for Black Pill Day, and make yourself make yourself a little video and enjoy yourself, man. Enjoy yourself. Black Pill Day, May 20th. Wear a black shirt. You know what I'm saying? To keep the celebration going. But back at it. Let's get back, man. You know, what's good, man? Black Pill Metalhead, what's good, man? What's good, my brother? Good. But yeah, man. This is Black Pill 4. I mean, this is the Casper Pill 4.0, man. You know, and I'm gonna update you. I'm gonna give you some of my thoughts. And oh, actually, man, I messed up, man. It's actually Casper Pill 3.0, but yeah, I fucked up. But either way, it don't matter. For the time being. But yeah, this is Casper Pill. Man, I think I should change it. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second. Oh, man, give me 1 second because it wants to act up. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. Just gotta update it. There it is. Yeah, there it is. You know what I'm saying? Casper Pill 3.0, man. Casper Pill 3.0. You know, this is gonna be a very important video, man. And it might affect your life. It might change certain things for you, man. Because what you're about to see on this video, it might affect a lot of your life, man. Because uh, Wheezy, no, the passport isn't cope. It isn't cope. You know what I'm saying? I made a video on that. You could look up that, but it ain't a cope. You know. But yeah. So this is Casper Pill 3.0, man. And before I start on what Casper Pill 3.0 is, I wanna update you on what my thoughts were going into the Casper Pill. I realized something a long time ago that, yeah, man, ghosting will play a major role in people's lives, man. It will play a major role in people's lives, and that ghosting is the future. The future of the westernized man is ghosting. You know what I'm saying? Because the laws have pushed men to the point where that's the only option, man. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting is the only option. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the only option from a negative. It's the best option. It's the best option for your health and your future. You know what I'm saying? And Casper Pill 1.0, I focused on the exterior. You know what I'm saying? As in having no attachments, to your exterior life. You know what I'm saying? Your exterior lifestyle and what you face from an exterior perspective. You know what I mean? The hell, man. So it was about the exterior. Your exterior life, and Casper Pill 1.0 was about the exterior. You know, how you live your life. Like you shouldn't be attached to where you live. You You shouldn't be attached to anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's all about zero attachments and prioritizing your mobility and your freedom. You know what I'm saying? Casper Pill 1.0, the whole focus was on how the physical world can affect you. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be attached to your career and your job. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have any control over that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have control. So even if you got a great career, you shouldn't be living in a state of comfort as though, yo, it will always be this way. You know what I'm saying? It will always be this way. I have nothing to worry about. I'm making six figures a year. You should not be attached. Even during a state of success, you should not be attached, man, because you don't have control. You don't control, you don't own the company. You don't own the company, so how can you be so at ease? You know, so the Casper Pill 1.0, the prime focus was on, your exterior, having zero attachments. I'll give you an example, like where you live, your state, you know, you're not attached to your state anymore, man. You don't care about where you live. In all honesty, even if you do care, that's not your priority. Your priority is basically the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? The opportunity is your priority. You know what I'm saying? The days of I'm a hometown boy, I'm homegrown, this is my home, this is where I live, this is where I die, you know what I mean? This is where I'm from, and I want to be a hometown, homegrown, I want to live. It don't work no more, man, because where you live, they're willing. I mean, I was in Jersey. I'm in Jersey, whatever. They're willing to raise the taxes to an insane level. They're willing to starve out the middle class and all that. You know what I'm saying? You're not loyal to where you live. You're loyal to the opportunity. I mean, most guys, if you were to get a call, you were to get a call right now, man. If you were to get a call right now for a better opportunity, you would leave. You would leave, man. You know what I'm saying? You would leave if you had a better opportunity. So you're not loyal to where you live. You know, Casper Pill 1.0 was, the whole focus was on, man, not being loyal to where you are and making your decisions without attachment. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be saying, well, man, I want to live here. I want to stay here because I love it. You know what I mean? Because I'm attached. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm attached to this place. I want to stay here. You know what I'm saying? It should be about the opportunities and your freedom, you know? So the Casper Pill 1.0 was, a lot of the focus was on, figuring out the role attachments play, you know what I'm saying, on your life, you know, because you got to be able to step away from that. Now, Casper Pill 2.0, when I did that video, the Casper Pill 2.0, the whole goal and what I realized is, man, you have to be able to ghost your interior. You got to be able to ghost your mind. You know what I'm saying? That a cups and mental issues come from you not being able to ghost your mind. You know what I'm saying? And you not being aware that having attachments from a mental perspective, even your identity, is what's hurting you. You know what I'm saying? And not being aware of your choices. So the Casper Pill 2.0 was all about, what role does your mind play in who you are and your choices. And what I came to realize is that, man, if you didn't make a choice, how can you honestly say that that's your identity? For example, if you were raised Italian, you know what I'm saying? You were born into an Italian family. You know what I'm saying? You were born into an Italian family. You know what I'm saying? How can you honestly say you're Italian? You know, how can you honestly say you're Italian Yo, it wasn't something chose to. So you know what I'm saying? Everything is about choice. Of course, you were raised Italian and all that stuff. You had an Italian family, but did you choose to identify and relate to being Italian? You know what I'm saying? Did you choose that? You know, that's what the Casper Pill 2.0 was about. It's about the awareness of what did you choose in life? You know what I'm saying? Like, what did you choose, man? You know, and how your choices affect who you are. It's not what you were given, it's not what was forced upon you or how you were raised. It's your choices. You know what I'm saying? It's your choices. Like I'll give you an example, and I touched up on this on the Casper Pill 2.0. You know, you know what I'm saying? How do you know, for example, I'll give you a question, you know, is Oreo your favorite cookie? You know what I'm saying? I'll give you that question. Is Oreo your favorite cookie? And a lot of people, you know, if they're not aware of the Casper Pill 2.0 video, a lot of guys say, yeah, you know, Oreo is my favorite cookie. When I grew up, that was my favorite cookie. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, how it isn't. It isn't your favorite cookie. It was the first cookie your parents gave you. It was something you were fed a lot. You were fed that Oreo cookie your whole life, man. You know what I'm saying? Since you were little, and you think, you know what I'm saying? You think it's your favorite because, yo, that's how you were raised and that's what you were given. And here's the thing, the Oreo cookie might be your favorite cookie. You know, it might be your first cookie you've ever eaten in your life. So the first cookie you ever ate in your life might be an Oreo cookie. So your thoughts are, well, that's my favorite cookie, man. You know what I'm saying? That was the first cookie I ever ate. No, man, it ain't your favorite. Because yo, your parents, when you were little, they decided what you ate. They decided what you ate. They decided what you were introduced to. You know what I'm saying? So if your first introduction to a cookie was the Oreo cookie, and it wasn't of your choosing, it wasn't your choice. So how can you honestly say favorite cookie? Some guys say, you know, to this will say, man, this is very trivial, this is very small, this is very mundane. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, man. This is huge. This is huge. This is what's affecting your whole life. You know what I'm saying? The biggest issue you have in your life is that you can't differentiate, you can't tell what was of your choice, what was given, what you were raised with, and what was forced upon you or what was decided for you. You know what I'm saying? Until you can figure out what you chose, you know what I'm saying? Until you can figure out what you made a choice for in life, you're always gonna have issues, man. You're gonna have issues. You're right. You're gonna have identity crisis. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have identity crisis. You're gonna suffer from a lot of real, actual mental defects. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna suffer from true mental defects because, dude, you can't honestly tell who you truly are. You can't. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people think, well, who I truly am is me going on an experience, me going on a journey, you know, all that BS they sell you on movies and all that crap. No, you truly are is based on your choices. It's based on identifying what you've done as a choice. You know what I'm saying? Your choices determine who you are. I mean, think about it. You know, I mean, I grew up in a, you know, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, I will honestly say, oh, Asian food, you know what I'm saying? That's my favorite food in the world. You know what I'm saying? I will honestly say, yo, that's my favorite food in the world. You know, and that's by choice. You know what I'm saying? That's not because I was raised that way. No. You know what I'm saying? for the time being, in a Casper Pill 2.0 perspective, me saying, yo, Haitian food is my favorite food, it makes sense from the Casper Pill 2.0 perspective. You know what I'm saying? I made that choice. When I get to the Casper Pill 3.0, it's really gonna affect your mind, man, because it's gonna open your mind on an infinite plane, man. It's gonna open your mind on an infinite level, and you will truly be able to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting is freedom, man. Ghosting is the freest thing you could do. You know what I'm saying? It's the freest level of thinking you could have. And in actuality, it's the freest level of philosophy you could live by. You know what I'm saying? Once I get to the Casper Pill 3.0, you know what I'm saying? But in Casper Pill 2.0, like I said, man, you have to be aware of your choices, you know? You know what I'm saying? Once you can identify in life, yo, what did I choose, man? What was my choice? You know what I'm saying? I'll give you another example. You grew up in a very religious family. So you grew up in a very religious family. Most people will say, well, I'm religious. No, you're not. Like, how are you religious? You know what I'm saying? How are you religious if you grew up in a religious family where that was chosen and decided for you? So how are you truly religious? You know what I'm saying? How can you honestly claim you're religious when you didn't do it of your own choosing? It wasn't of your choice. You know what I'm saying? You didn't choose to grow up in a religious family. You know what I'm saying? That's what came with the people that gave you life. That came with the people that gave you life. So of course you're gonna say, well, man, I'm a very religious person. But how are you religious? How are you a religious person when that wasn't your choice? You know what I'm saying? The Casper Pill, it's a very mind, you know what I'm saying? It's a very mind fuck, man. It's a huge mind fuck, man. It can affect your mind because now you gotta go against your what's that word? You gotta go against your traditions. Everything you said that made up who you are, you gotta go against it. You know what I'm saying? So the Casper Pill is a very, very outer, inner body, mental. It can break some men, man. It can break most men. You know what I'm saying? Most men won't be able to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? I myself, I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm still working towards it every day, man. It's not an easy process, you know. But the thing is, like I was saying with Cat, when I did the video Casper 2.0, the biggest question I asked is, yo, like, how do you know who you are? Like, how do you know who you are? How can you honestly say who you are when you can't identify the choices you made in life? You know what I'm saying? The choices, you know? And the biggest thing about the Casper Pill and why it can actually help you, and I think it's probably a notion no society wants a man to arrive to. You know what I'm saying? I think the Casper Pill is really the biggest mind breaker of all. Because once a man arrives at that moment where, yo, tradition, nothing in his life mattered. Nothing mattered unless it's based on his choice. Once a man arrives to that point where all that matters is what he chose in life, then dude, society can't contain you anymore. They can't contain you with tradition. They can't contain you with nothing. Because once everything in life is based on what you chose to do, then dude, How can society make any choices for you anymore? It can't. You can't be shamed. You know what I'm saying? You can't be shamed. You can't be belittled. Nothing affects you anymore, man. And that's a very that's too liberated. That's a man who's too liberated, man. A man who could honestly say, dude, I grew up in an Irish town. I grew up in an Irish town for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you an example. He grew up in an Irish town for 30 years, bro, and he just walked away. No fuss, no anger, no issues at all. He just one day walked away. You know what I'm saying? Walked away from his Irish roots completely. You know what I'm saying? With no regret. No regret at all, man. He doesn't regret losing access to, his Irish culture or anything. You know what I'm saying? Anything at all. Because that man understands that he was born in an Irish community. He was raised in an Irish community. He didn't choose that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't choose that. He didn't choose how he was born. You know what I'm saying? The Casper Pill 2.0, man, it's a large question for you, man. Can you live your life based on choices, man? You know what I'm saying? Can you live your life based on your choices? You know what I mean? Yes, a lot of people can live their life based on actions and, tradition and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? Because that's basically you living on what was decided for you. You know what I'm saying? You saying, well, man, I'm a traditionalist. I identify as this and that. You know what I'm saying? You can live on that because you're living your life based on choices people made for you already. So that's very easy to do. You know what I mean? That's not a hard decision to make. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to live my life based on my roots, based on my tradition, based on where I was born. That's not a hard decision to make because it's already written for you. It's pre-made. Like think about it. Think about it if you're you know what I'm saying? Think about it if you're let's just say you're Japanese. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. If you're Japanese, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, Black Circle was good, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, Black Pill Metalhead. You already know, man. You know, you know what I'm saying? Black Circle was up. I'm on the road. But yeah, but think about it. It's easy. So let's say you're a Japanese man. You're Japanese, Like how hard is it for you to just go and live based on your Japanese upbringing? Like how hard is that? You know what I'm saying? How hard is that to live within that box? Like how hard is that? You grew up your whole life, you were raised Japanese. So how hard is that? You know what I'm saying? How hard is it to conform to that? It's not hard at all. You have and let's say you're a Japanese man, you're 30 years old. So you have 30 years of experience being a Japanese man. So how hard is it to live your life based on that tradition, those principles of being a Japanese man? It ain't that hard. You know what I'm saying? Even with the struggles and all that, you know it's you already know the mapping and where you're going. You're trying to be the best Japanese man you could be. You know what I'm saying? Based on your Japanese experience. So it's not that hard to lean into that. You don't got to think that much. Okay, I'm Japanese. We do this, we eat that, we sleep at this time, we celebrate these holidays, we celebrate this and that. It's not hard, you know what I'm saying, to lean on that. You know, it's not hard to lean on your culture and live a lifestyle based on that. But let me ask you something. How hard you want to know what's really hard? Live your life based on your choices. You know what I'm saying? Based on the culture you chose, based on the life you chose. You know what I'm saying? That's extremely hard. It's extremely hard to say, yo, I'm going to abandon all the things in life that were decided for me, that were chosen for me, and how I was born. You know what I'm saying? To live my own life, to define my life based on my choices. You know what I'm saying? That's extremely hard, man. That's a true challenge. You know what I'm saying? That's truly being detached and only seeking your own ideals. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie Neo Wolf. You know what I mean? The brother, shout out to him, identify Vulcan and all. A lot of people identify as different cultures. But, what I'm saying? The truth, the true decision of who you are will be, can you live outside of your own culture? Can you live outside of that? You know what I'm saying? Can you live outside of a lifestyle that you were raised in, you were born in, that was decided for you? Can you live that? Most people can't. Like, you'll have men that have relocated overseas and they're still identifying as their domestic selves, as their domestic life, their domestic culture. They can't leave it, man. You know what I'm saying? And these same men will say, well, man, I'm as an American man, as an Australian man, as a German man, this is what I like. This is my culture. So they're identifying their lives based on what was decided for them. You know what I'm saying? What was decided for them and not their own choices, you know? And the Casper Pill 2.0, and why it's so good for you on a mental scale, is that it helps you navigate your life based on your decisions. I'll give you another example of the Casper Pill 2.0. Let's say you're obese. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you're obese. You got a lot of weight on you. You know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of weight on you, and you're struggling to lose weight, and you're like, man, I'm struggling to lose weight, man. You know, and a part of you, if you're a normal person, you're gonna fall for that normal spill. Well, you gotta eat healthier. You gotta eat healthier. You know what I'm saying? You gotta eat healthier, and you gotta develop more healthy habits. You know what I'm saying? If you're not aware of the Casper Pill 2.0, you're gonna fall for that. You're gonna fall for that, and you're gonna try to make changes based on that. You got to eat healthier. You got to be in better health. You got to develop better, healthier, you know what I'm saying, healthier habits. You're gonna go that path. But if you want to know how to be truly healthy, this is where the Casper Pill 2.0 comes. This is where identifying your true problems come in. So, okay, you're overweight. Let me ask you something. You're overweight. So what are you eating that was of your choice? You know what I'm saying? If you're overweight, overweight people will claim, man, I love eating this food. I love eating that. But how can you honestly say you love eating something when, let's say, you lived in a household where all you ate was fried food, you ate unhealthy? You know what I'm saying? Everything you ate in your house was unhealthy. So was that your choice? If you've been eating unhealthy since you were like 5 years old, how is that your choice? Once you can detach from that, once you can say, yo, you know what I'm saying? I don't like eating this way. You know what I'm saying? I don't like eating fried foods and fast foods. It wasn't my choice, man. That's what my parents and my family used to feed me. You know what I'm saying? So this wasn't something I chose. You know what I mean? So it's not something I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? I did freely, you know what I'm saying? And once you identify that the main cause of you being unhealthy, you eating bad, is based on something you didn't choose, then you could start eating based on what you want to eat, your choices. You know what I'm saying? Then You will truly get healthy because now you've mastered the biggest issue in your life, and that's identifying what you chose and what was given, what was decided for you. It was decided for you that in your house, all you would eat is fast food, fried food. That's all you had access to. That's all you were fed. You know what I'm saying? So to get healthy isn't about, yo, I'm going to eat better and pretend, I'm going to eat better. And when I eat better, I'm going to say, well, I'm choosing not to eat what I loved. You know what I'm saying? The fast food and fried food. You know what I'm saying? I'm choosing to eat better things. No, man, you're not going to get healthy that way. If you look at it, oh, Koala, what's good, man? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I mean? Oh, Deacon Little, what's good? Yo, I'm gonna hit you up, man. I was supposed to hit you up, David. I'm gonna hit you up very soon. I got to text you and figure out your schedule or something. But yeah, so like if you notice a lot of people that suffer from overweight and their weight, they'll lose weight and gain it back. You know what I'm saying? They'll lose weight, they'll gain it back. You know what I'm saying? They'll get in great shape and they'll gain the weight back. Because the reason they'll gain the weight back is they don't yet understand and they have yet to identify that when they were overweight, it wasn't based on their choices. It was based on them being comfortable with the lifestyle that was decided for them. You know what I'm saying? They're comfortable eating Popeyes and eating fast food and food that made them unhealthy because they're comfortable surrendering their choices to what was given and decided for them. You know what I'm saying? Once you realize that mentally that, yo, man, all the food I like to eat, it isn't what I truly like to eat. It wasn't something I chose. You know what I'm saying? How can you honestly say, yo, man, fried chicken, I love fried chicken? So your first piece of fried chicken, that was something you chose to eat? Like it was you bought it? You introduced yourself to fried chicken? Or was it your parents? Was it your uncle? Was it at that barbecue? You know what I'm saying? Once you identify, you know what I'm saying, who chose it? Was it you or an exterior force? Once you can identify where your choices came into play, then you can actually start making choices to live a healthier life. Because now you're basing how you eat, you're basing everything on your choices. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be real with you, man. I said this on the last stream, man. I come to find out, yo, man, my favorite cookie isn't the chocolate chip cookie. You know what I'm saying? My favorite cookie ain't the Oreo. My favorite cookie is this. I really love these cookies. It's by this some Mexican bakery. When it's done well, I love it. You know what I'm saying? That's the cookie I chose. That was my choice. That wasn't something my parents introduced me. That wasn't something a friend or a family member. You know what I'm saying? That was of my own choice, man. You know what I mean? Once you can love and accept what you chose first, then you'll get healthy. Then you're gonna be able to control your own health. That's the power of the Casper Pill, man. Once you can ghost your exterior and your interior, the way you live your life, and you can identify, you know what I'm saying, if you're attached to something based on your choices or if it's based on someone else's decisions, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be able to master and control yourself. Self-control doesn't start with identifying problems. You know what I'm saying? Self-control starts with identifying your choices, your decisions in life. You know what I'm saying? Once you identify that, then you gotta master yourself, man. You will truly master yourself because you can identify the choices you've made in life. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these you'll see a lot of health gurus and guys telling you, well, to get healthier, you gotta You got to be more confident. No, man, that ain't gonna help. You know what I'm saying? Confidence and all that, that's not gonna help you because confidence, it needs to be reassured. You know what I'm saying? Confidence needs to be reassured. It needs to be repackaged. You know what I'm saying? Your confidence might have been high. Like when you started working out at the gym, you're like, oh shit, man, I'm getting this confident boost. I'm feeling amazing. I love it. Then out of nowhere, you're no longer, it's no longer enough. You know what I'm saying? That confidence boost you got starting the gym, it's no longer enough and it's decreasing. It's depleting because that confidence is nothing more than a delusion. It's an illusion, man. It's an illusion because you've yet to figure out, you know what I'm saying? You've yet to figure out the decisions you made in life. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, man, even shout out to the homie Deacon Little. You know what I mean? I'm getting back to the gym, whatever. I'm getting back. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get back very soon. But the first thing to identify if you want to get healthier is to identify things in your life that were of your choosing, your choices. You know what I'm saying? Once you can identify what your behavior pattern based on your choices in life, then you could go to the gym. Then you go to the gym and you're like, yo, man, I don't miss I don't miss eating fried ribs. I don't miss eating all these cookies because those cookies and all that food wasn't something I chose to be introduced to. You know what I'm saying? It isn't something I did based on my own choices. You know what I'm saying? Based on my own choices and my identity. You know what I'm saying? So once you understand that, man, you will master your health. You know what I mean? There's a lot of food and behavior patterns and habits you have in your life that are based on what people taught you, based on what people introduced you to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give you an example, man. You might be an alcoholic. Let's say you're an alcoholic, man. You know what I'm saying? The AA meetings, they'll say, you know what, man, you gotta learn to not drink alcohol, man. You gotta learn to drink less. You know what I'm saying? You gotta learn to stop drinking alcohol. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep telling you to avoid something. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you to avoid alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Instead of telling you the truth because they don't know themselves. You know what I'm saying? Instead of asking you, okay, man, what was your first sip of alcohol? You know what I'm saying? What was your first sip of alcohol? Was it something you did because you chose to do it? You know what I'm saying? Was it under the influence of another person? You know what I'm saying? Was it under the influence of people in your life? You know what I'm saying? What was it that? You know, they'll ask you that. They'll say, well, okay, if you were influenced by others, okay, all right. That's why you started drinking, all right. But here's where they won't tell you. Here's where the Casper Pill 2.0 comes in. They won't be able to identify this by saying, you were drinking based on the influence of others. You know, that wasn't your choice. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't your choice. So you gonna keep living based on the choice of other people? Or are you gonna start living your life based on your choices? You're saying the alcohol ain't the problem. The problem is you can't identify where you made a choice versus where someone else made a decision for you versus where you you basically acted to, I forget the word. What is, yeah, you acted to receive the validation of other people. You know what I'm saying? That's where you need to identify and then look at your whole life. Because you know, the AA meetings, they'll basically tell you just alcohol. No, you gotta look at your whole life, man. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't know that their whole life is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Your whole life is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're living your life and it's not based on your choices, your decisions. I mean, everything you do is based on your choices, man. It's not based on tradition. It's not based on, yo, my mom's used to make me pancakes in the morning. So every day I wake up, I eat pancakes. You know what I'm saying? That ain't your choice. You're just doing what your mom used to do for you. You're doing what she decided for you to eat every morning, pancakes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So how do you know what your choice is? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people struggle in their life. You know what I'm saying? You know, I myself, you know, I'm with it too, man. We struggle in our lives by figuring out that, yo, man, we need to identify what we did of our choice. We need to identify that our choice is freedom. You know what I'm saying? Our true expression is what we chose to do in life. You know what I'm saying? Our true expression isn't based on tradition. It isn't based on how you were raised. It isn't based on that. You know what I'm saying? Your true form of expression is based on your choices in life. You know what I mean? Everything in life begins and ends with your choices. You know what I mean? And once you look at life that way, now you can truly get healthier on a mental level, on a physical level. Because, yo, you're not going to the gym saying, man, I'm trying to work out and get in better shape, you know, because I don't want to eat cookies anymore. You know what I'm saying? I want to eat what I loved. You know what I'm saying? Now you're basing your life on your choices, you know? So now you can actually get healthier mentally, physically, because you're looking at your whole life from a scope and a spectrum of your choices. You know what I'm saying? So even if you were raised in an Italian family, I got some homies that is Italian. You know what I mean? They eat a lot of pasta. You know, they got their traditions. You know what I mean? So they live their life similar to that way. But when you look at it and say, well, man, I didn't choose to be Italian, man. I was born into an Italian family. You know what I'm saying? I was born into an Italian family, and the way I was raised, this the choices they made for me. They decided what I ate. They decided the music I listened to. Cause I mean, think about it, man. This can hurt you, man, because if you start asking yourself, what do you like based on your own decisions in life? You know what I'm saying? Not on the influence, not what people decided and chose for you. What do you honestly in your life enjoy? Like, what do you honestly enjoy in your life, man? And you know, and that will actually allow you, if you basically start thinking, yeah, man, everything I enjoy has to be based on my choices in life, not based on what others decided for me. You're gonna have a factory reset. You know what I'm saying? Your whole mind, your whole body's gonna have to reset, man. Because now you're gonna have to question everything in your life, man. Everything in life becomes a question of what was my decision and what did others try to decide for me. Because once you decide that any decision that was made that wasn't yours, isn't of your choosing, doesn't count. You know what I mean? It doesn't count. It isn't you. You know what I mean? Then you can start changing your life. Oh, no fap. Oh, the no fap thing, we know the scam about that, man. You know, the scam about that is a lot of guys act like, yo, your body will naturally choose whether you know fap or not. You know what I'm saying? Now, is there addiction to porn? Yeah, some people get addiction, but addiction again goes to what was your choice in life. You know what I mean? Even addiction becomes a matter of your choices. Like, did you choose? Like, for example, I grew up in the '90s. You know what I'm saying? Did I choose to be exposed to a hypersexualized society? Like, did I choose to, when I was growing up, you know what I'm saying? I listened to a lot of rap growing up. So did I choose to be visually stimulated by a lot of rap music where all the music came with was with some, video vixens, sexually hypersexualized, music. So did I choose that? You know what I'm saying? So even porn addiction, you know what I'm saying, it becomes a matter of what did you choose in life? You know what I mean? Identifying that. When you identify, yo, man, you know what? I didn't choose when I was growing up. Like, think about it. Think about it before you became mature, before your balls dropped. Before your balls dropped, every television show you turned on, the women were hypersexualized. Every song you listened to, the rappers were rapping about a hypersexualized woman. You know what I'm saying? So your whole image and perception becomes about, I got to access this sexual woman. I have to get validation. I have to get pleasure based on access to a hypersexualized woman. Even though in real life, even though in a true scenario, if you were truly with a woman, you wouldn't want her to be hypersexualized every fucking moment. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't want that. You know what I mean? Naturally, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want your girl to come out, you know what I'm saying, come out the house wearing nothing but a thong. You know what I'm saying? A thong and a bra on, barely a bra on. You wouldn't want that. But because of the decisions that were made for you culturally, what you were exposed to, now you think your whole life is based on that. You know what I'm saying? You're basing your whole life on, yo, man, I got to get access to this hypersexualized woman. You know what I'm saying? Your whole life, you're basing it on decisions that were made for you, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a big mind hack. It's a mind hack, man, and it can truly affect your mind because now you got to go. One thing I tell guys with the Casper Pill, you know what I mean? One thing I tell guys with Casper Pill 2.0 is I would say something for your health is pull out a notebook, man. Pull out a notebook. Oh, Ty Richardson, what's good, man? Pull out a notebook. Or if you don't got a notebook, go on your phone to your notes. On your notes, on your phone, start asking yourself, man, start making a list. Start making a list of everything that is your favorite thing in the world. Start making a list of what's your favorite things to do, your favorite thing to eat. You know what I'm saying? Start making a list, even what you favor in a woman's body. You know what I'm saying? Are you a breast man? Are you an ass man? Are you a face man? Start making a list of everything you enjoy. You know what I'm saying? Make a list, man. Make that list. And then what you do, and this is where it could psychologically help you hack your mind and actually free yourself, is now when you have that list of everything that's your favorite thing, now start asking yourself everything that's your favorite. Start asking yourself, was that something I chose? You know what I'm saying? Did I introduce myself to that? You know what I'm saying? Once you start asking yourself that, you're going to be like, holy shit, man. All this stuff I made a list of that's my favorite things in the world, they're not. They're not, man. You're going to be like, yo, man, I like big bootied women because my whole life, you know what I'm saying? My introduction to women when I was listening to music was big bootied women. Every video I saw was a big bootied woman. Every video. Every video I saw, every video I watched, they had a big ass. You know what I'm saying? So I interpret that. I interpreted what they showed me as that's my favorite part of a woman's body is her ass. Because every fucking video I ever watched was a big assed woman. You know what I'm saying? So once you make that list, make a list of your favorite things in this world. You know, everything you enjoy. And I'm telling you, it's gonna help you get healthier. Because once you start asking yourself, did I introduce myself to that? You know what I'm saying? Did I choose that? Was I the first person to introduce myself to these things. Then you're going to start crossing off that list. You're going to start crossing off that list, and very soon you're going to realize that your whole identity and everything you enjoy is based on what other people chose. You know what I'm saying? What other people chose for you. You know what I mean? What other people chose for you. And then you're going to have to change your list because you're going to have to make a decision. Do I continue living my life for other people? And those other people, that means your family, your friends. Because guess what? Some of the stuff that's your favorite, you know what I mean? Yeah, like the homie said, Ty Richardson, the programming. Yeah, it's called programming. Yeah. So you're gonna have to ask yourself, man, what on that list isn't something you were programmed or was chosen for you? Like, I mean, how do you know, for example, you know what I'm saying? My favorite form of music, you know what I'm saying, tends to be a combination. It tends to be rap. It tends to be rap. But, you know, as I ask myself more questions, you know what I mean? It's no longer rap, man. Rap isn't my favorite form of music. You know what I'm saying? It tends to somewhat be a mixture of rock. It might be rock or like some Japanese music or something. It ain't rap. You know what I'm saying? I love rap. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I love rap, and you know what I mean? I take my joy in rap music. I'm very familiar with it. I myself am a rapper, a poet. I do a lot of stuff, but if I was to say what type of music could I listen to all day, you know what I'm saying? No changes. It would probably be a mixture of rock, jazz, a little house. You know what I mean? It might even be shout out to the homie. One of the homies showed me trance music, and I didn't remember what that was. It might be a mixture of trance music. It might be some house music. It might even be, you know what I'm saying, a mixture of house music. You know what I'm saying? That might be truly what I could listen to all fucking day. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Pars, what's good, man? What's up? You know, gotta create, yeah, man. Gotta create your own soundtrack. Cause I mean, ask yourself, man. Ask yourself honestly. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, ask yourself, man, what is your favorite music? You know what I'm saying? Honestly, ask yourself, what is your favorite music? And here's the rules. Here's the rules to this. It can only be a form of music you introduced yourself to. You know what I'm saying? It can only be a form of music you introduced yourself to. So anybody now listening to this stream saying, well, yo, my favorite form of music is rap. My favorite form of music is rock. My favorite form of music is jazz or whatever. Yeah, but did you introduce yourself to that music? You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't introduce yourself to that music, you can't count it. You can't count it. You can't honestly say, yo, rap is your favorite form of music if you didn't introduce yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you can hear the influences in my music. Yeah. Yeah, of course, David. Ah, man, I heard your stuff, man. It's the fire. You know what I mean? But the thing is, you got to ask yourself, man, what is your favorite form of music? You know what I'm saying? What is your favorite form of music? You know what I'm saying? I got to watch the frequency of music. Yeah. Well, I mean, some of that. To me, I don't buy into a lot of the we've been trained, man. We've been trained, we've been programmed to, you know what I'm saying? I remember what they said. They said Michael Jackson's album, The Thriller was actually recorded from what I heard with I think it was 47 I forget kilobytes. I think it was 47 decibels or kilobytes because I heard 48 actually interferes with you. You know what I mean? I don't get into that whole, you know, narrative and stuff like that. But, you know, the Casper Pill 2.0, man, is built on asking yourself. It's a mental journey, man. It's a mental journey of asking yourself, man, you know, the way you're living your life, how much of that life you're living is based on what you've introduced yourself. One thing David said right here is influences. You know what I'm saying? Influences. That's a big word because you got to ask yourself in life, man, how much of your life you're living right now isn't based on influences, and it isn't based on the choice and validation of others. You know what I'm saying? Over 99% of people do not live their lives based on their choices. You know what I mean? So once you figure that out, it's gonna free you. Like even music you're making, even your creative side, you gotta ask yourself, like, even on a creative level, what are you creating that is based on your interest? You know what I'm saying? Based on what you've introduced yourself to and your interest. You know what I'm saying? They train us, we've been trained that everything we do has to include our influences, people around us and all that. And, we've been trained that that's a level of true expression. No, man, that's a saying to teach you to never look at yourself, to never look at what you introduce. You're supposed to be the biggest influence in your life. You're supposed to be your biggest influence. But we've been trained, my biggest influence in my life is my father. My biggest influencer in my life is my mom, this and that. It's basically, we've been trained to say that we openly just give the wheels and control to everyone else in our life. You know what I'm saying? So how can you honestly say on your dying day, how can you honestly say, yeah, man, I lived my life based on my choices? When you spent the most majority of your life living based on the influence of others. You know what I'm saying? Living your life on the influence of others. So how can you honestly say, you know what I mean, I'm living my life based on my choices? You're supposed to be the biggest influence on your life, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be you. You know what I mean? We've been trained, we've been programmed that we got to live our life based on the influence of others because we've been trained to ignore our own choices and what we've introduced ourselves to. Like, dude, man, I actually, you know what I mean? I actually, what was it? You know what I mean? I went to a Filipino spot, man. I took myself there. I walked of my own accord, and I liked the food they gave me, man. I liked it. You know what I'm saying? I introduced myself to Filipino food. You know what I mean? And I like it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't my family. It wasn't a friend. I introduced myself to Filipino cuisine, and I like it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't bad. I enjoyed it. You know what I mean? I walked, and I remember what happened. I remember, man. Yeah, yeah. Oh, my brother was good coasting through life, man. Yeah, be your own hero. Yeah. You know what I mean? I remember I was walking by a Filipino spot, and I never ate Filipino food. And I was walking by it, and I was like, you know what? You know what I mean? Let me check this out, man. Because I've never eaten Filipino food, and I did it. I made that of my own choice. No influences in my life. Nobody, no friends, no family that were Filipino that ever introduced me to that food. I just went of my own accord, and I wasn't scared. Notice a lot of times when you do something, you say, I'm scared. Why do you say you're scared? You're scared because no one around you influenced you to do it. Oh man, I tried Thai food for the first time. I was so worried it would be bad. It would taste horrible. It would be a bad experience because, no one around you influenced you to try it. So you're basing your whole life on how others influence you. You know what I'm saying? Even when you want to try something new, think about it. Think about it, man. You know what I'm saying? One of the beautiful things about living in America Certain states, it's the melting pot. Like where I'm at in Jersey, I could literally, man, I'm telling you, dude, I could experience cultures around the world. If I want to go to Colombia, I could literally go to a Colombian restaurant. If I want to go to Mexico, I could go to a Mexican restaurant. You know what I'm saying? If I want to go to India, I could go to an Indian restaurant, experience their food and their cuisine. You know what I mean? If I wanted to, I don't need anybody to tell me, you know, or inspire me to do it. You know what I'm saying? We've been trained to be terrified of making choices of our own accord. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I thought this would be. Oh man, I didn't think your music would be good. You know, it's my first time listening to this type of music, and I thought it would be bad. Think about it. You thought it would be bad because no one around you influenced you to try it. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people are developing you know what I'm saying? Because I had that issue. I forget what it's called. You know, yeah, claustrophobia. You know what I mean? Claustrophobia. You know what I'm saying? Where you feel like you're trapped. You're trapped in a small space. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think, well, claustrophobia is when you're trapped in a small room. No, man. You could have social claustrophobia. You know what I'm saying? Where you live in a certain community where all they do is the same fucking thing every day. Every day they do the same thing. They're not willing to experience anything outside of that community. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people growing up in a black community, a lot of people will know that. Yo, man, what you mean you listen to Indian music, man? Something wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Certain cultures, they'll shame you for trying anything outside of what that community identifies with. You know what I'm saying? Anything else that community identifies with, you live outside of it. Let me see what, yeah, the homie coasting through life. Good to see you live and proud. Yeah. I mean, yeah, well, yeah, independent, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the homie coasting through life brought up some independent thinkers. A lot of people, we've been trained that to be individuals and to unify, we got to agree. We got to think the same. No, man. It's called individuality and independent thinking. The homie coasting through life might say, yo, man, I like going fishing in the fall. You know, I think the best fish come out in the fall. And I might say, nah, man, you know, I like fishing in the spring, man. I think the spring fishing's the best time to fish. You know what I mean? We've been trained that to be united individuals, we have to sacrifice our individuality and become a group think to say we're individuals rather than, yo, man, the homie, he thinks differently, I think differently, we respect it and we keep it moving, you know? But you know, that's what's going on. So a lot of people, man, don't even understand that they get culturally claustrophobic. And I think that's why a lot of people get culture shock. Like when you move outside of your culture and you just in shock, like, you know, you just feel threatened, you know, experiencing any aspect of life that isn't familiar to your culture. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know that's the role the Casper Pill 2.0 plays, man. Is that you have to learn in life, what did you do that was your choice? You know what I mean? You got to learn, what did you do in life that is your choice. You know, but that's the Casper Pill 2.0, man. 2.0 was all about mental awareness, being aware of your choices and decisions determines who you are. That's where everything starts. Everything doesn't start with your family, man. It doesn't start where you were born. It doesn't start with your traditions and how you were raised. No, it starts on when you made your decisions. You know what I'm saying? Without any influence from others at all. You know what I'm saying? Because we live in a society, especially in the West. A lot of people in the West say, yo, man, how come everybody's getting triggered and everybody's so against and so communistic? How come everybody's so socialist and communistic? Because in the West, they eliminated a lot of aspects that created individuals. Like I'll give you an example that they removed in the schools. They removed a lot of arts programs. You know what I'm saying? They removed a lot of art programs in schools. And a lot of people say, well, art programs is for, you know what I'm saying? It was for creativity. No, man. Art programs were for individual, you know what I'm saying, experience. Like, individual expression without the influence of others. Because a lot of people don't get that your creativity is a threat. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the major art studios, a lot of the major clothing lines and clothing boutiques, they wanted art and they wanted a lot of creative expression eliminated. Because I'm gonna give you, what's the biggest threat? What's the biggest threat to a high school, a popular young person clothing brand? The biggest threat to a youth clothing brand is the youth. It's the youth, man. That's the biggest threat. So they had to move, you know what I'm saying? They had to take arts and crafts. They had to take, I forget the name of that class where they teach you how to make clothes. And I think it was called home ed or something. I forget the word. They removed that because, a multi-billion-dollar clothing line doesn't want to lose to a kid in high school. They don't want to lose to an eighth grader. There's this eighth grader designing these super dope, never before seen shirts. The way he cuts the shirts, like the way he designs it, it's brand new. And he's young. He's literally of the demographic of these young people. You know what I'm saying? And you got to understand that, you know what I mean? When you're of a demographic, that means there's no point of reference. There's no past. Like, if you were like 13 years old and you're designing for people that are 13 years old of your age and your generation, you're writing the rules as you go. As you go, you're writing the rules. You know what I'm saying? So a multi-billion-dollar company, they don't want that. They don't want you threatening them, man. They don't want you to have access to creativity to be able to write the rules. You know what I mean? Think about it. Think about the fact that I remember the 90s, man. The 90s, they were cutting the art programs, but in the 90s, you had an explosion of creative people just coming out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of nowhere. In the 80s, coming out of nowhere. Like if you're into comic books, some of the biggest, most creative comic book creators were, you know what I mean, raised in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Raised in the late 70s. You know what I mean? Where they could just be creative. Then as you go towards the 90s and 2000s, you get less creative people because they've removed the resources that would allow you to be creative. You know what I'm saying? It would allow you to be a threat. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what I'm telling you. You know what I mean? What I'm telling you about, man, you got to make your own choices without the influence of others, without referencing the decision. Like, think about it. You can't say, my father was into jazz, so I became a jazz musician. That means you became a jazz musician, you know what I'm saying, based on your father's choice of introducing you to jazz music. Meaning your choice of music you're performing wasn't of your own accord. You based your whole life on the music your father introduced you to, not the music you introduced yourself to. You ever notice a lot of your favorite musicians out of nowhere, they just get burnt out. They just stop making music. You know what I'm saying? They were great. You're like, that's my favorite musician, man. He was awesome. Like, why did he stop? Why did out of nowhere he just stopped? Because, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that what he did, it wasn't something he wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't something he wanted to do, and he got burnt out because he rode his whole life on the influence in the introduction what someone else introduced them into. And at some point, he ran out of reference points. He ran out of, saying, well, let me remember what my dad used to listen to. He ran out. He ran out of it, man. And now he can't make any more music. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the programming, yeah. So a lot of people don't realize this is why you fall out of love with something. You fall out of, you know what I'm saying? You are a writer and you just stop writing. And then you get depressed. You go into a, let's bring up some of the musicians we know that took themselves out, man. Chester from Linkin Park, you know what I'm saying? He took himself out. You know what I'm saying? I think his name was Chris. I forget. He's from Radiohead. I think it was Radiohead. He did the song Black Hole Sun. Chris Brew. I forget his last name, but it was Chris something. We see a lot of musicians just take their own lives, man. And a lot of us are like, okay, now let's remove the whole marriage thing. Let's remove the drugs and ask ourselves why? Why would a musician who was so talented, it came so easy to them, why would they take themselves out? You know what I'm saying? Why? Millions of dollars, fans all over the world. Why would they take themselves out? Because at some point in life, they arrive to that moment where they realize, yo, this isn't what I wanted to do. And they don't know why. They don't, or they just arrive at that moment where they're stuck and they don't, yeah, there's, yeah, Chris Cornell, man. Chris Cornell, man, of Soundgarden, man. Had a great voice, you know what I'm saying? He created, to me, Chris Cornell created the greatest James Bond song ever fucking made, man. He made the greatest Bond song ever made, you know what I'm saying? Of Soundgarden. Yeah, but, he took himself out, man. Because he took himself out because a lot of rappers and musicians, you see, like, yo, I gotta make it. This is my only way out. You know what I'm saying? Look at 50 Cent, man. I'll use 50 Cent as a reference. 50 Cent was rapping, man. He was rapping, making music, and at some point, he just stopped. At some point, he started to, in all honesty, lose his confidence. You could tell 50 Cent lost his confidence by looking at his album covers. Look at 50 Cent's album covers, and you'll see how 50 started losing his identity. I think, you know what I'm saying? You look at Get Rich or Die Trying. You know what I'm saying? You saw the bullet shots, you see the cover, you see his face. Then you see the second album. You know what I'm saying? The second album, to me, The Massacre, that's when 50 started losing his identity. You see the cover, he just looks like he's a stripper or something on the Massacre cover. You know what I'm saying? Then after The Massacre, you got the Curtis album where it's just a zoom in of his face. And, I think he was holding his chin or something. And it gets less creative. It gets less creative. And then the album after that was, I think, Before I Self-Destruct. And the cover of the album is his face looking damaged. And it's looking like, you know what I'm saying, looking like it's hurt. You know what I'm saying? Then the album after that, King Immortal, 50 Cent's own face isn't even on his album. So you see the progression towards a lack of self-confidence and self-worth. Because, I mean, this is 50 Cent, man. 50 Cent is, in all honesty, the biggest rapper ever, man. Bigger than Eminem, bigger than Tupac, Biggie. He's the biggest rapper ever. You know what I'm saying? 50 had video games, shoes, you name it, water. 50 Cent decided what you drunk, man. I remember when 50 had vitamin water, and I love the taste of vitamin water. That joint, it tasted better than Gatorade, but man, we were drinking vitamin water religious. It was like, 50 making vitamin water. Oh, word? All right, man, I'm drinking vitamin water. You know what I'm saying? 50 made a video game. Oh, word? I want to play that game. 50 selling G-Unit shoes. Oh, word, I want them shoes. You know what I'm saying? The man literally decided what you wore and how you dress. But at some point, 50 Cent, to me, he lost confidence and he lost awareness of who he was, man. And you could see that towards his later albums. And even with the battle with Kanye West, I think 50 to me, he gave them a way to destroy him by saying, yo, man, if I lose, I'll retire. He created a situation where failure was guaranteed. You know, his record label leaked it and all that. But, you know, we'll get away from 50 Cent from now. But I'd say 50, man, biggest rapper ever, man. The most influential rapper ever on a global scale. You know what I mean? And he lost confidence. He lost his own identity. And the reason I bring up 50 Cent is 50 started making TV shows. He started making film, he started producing, and he found out that's what he truly wanted to do. He did the rap thing because, yo, man, that was all that was around him, and that was his only way out. That's all he saw as his only way out. 50 still drops songs from time to time. He'll drop a hit, he'll drop a banger. You know what I'm saying? But you could tell this isn't truly what he wanted to do. It was all that was available and it was his influence. And I think that's what happens. Unlike 50, you got Chris Cornell, you got Chester, you got Whitney Houston, you got a lot of them that destroyed themselves because what happens when you reach that moment where you're doing something and you know you can't explain it, but you physically don't want to do it anymore. You know what I'm saying? You physically don't want to do it anymore, and you don't know why. You know what I'm saying? You don't know why, and this is you built your whole identity on it. And you know, a part of you knows, a part of you can't explain what this is, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what the knowledge you get from the Casper Pill 2.0, because you realize, yeah, man, I wanted to be a musician. I was singing in the church and all that, but it's it's how people introduced me into music and it's what they decided for me. Yeah, I'm great at singing, but it ain't actually what I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with me. I didn't introduce myself to music. My family did. My family put me in the church to sing. You know what I'm saying? It's not something I chose. It was of the influence and decision of others, or an influence of my current living situation. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see musicians just destroy themselves. Like people they just can't. This is why I'm saying it's Casper Pill 2.0. When I asked you what's your favorite cookie at the beginning, and you said, yo, man, that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? That's trivial. But a lot of people destroy themselves when they can't figure out, you know what I'm saying, something they identified with in life so long. So long you identified as the jock. You know what I'm saying? You identified as the jock in high school, man. So long you identified as the jock in high school. And now football's over and all that. You don't know what to do in life, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You're stuck. You're in the middle of the road, man, and you don't see anything else. Because guess what? You don't know that your whole life, you know what I'm saying? You were living a lifestyle based on the influence and the choice of others. Your whole life, your whole being. You know what I'm saying? And that can make somebody crack, can make somebody snap where they're like, you know what? I don't, then what do I do next? You know what I'm saying? Do I just exist? Like, what am I? Who am I? And they don't know how to identify this, man. This is why I tell people, you know, the Casper Pill 2.0 video I did, man, you might as download that. You might as download that, replay it, you know what I mean? Make that something you listen to on the daily. You know what I'm saying? Because at some point in life, you're gonna arrive to that. You're gonna arrive to that moment where you're like, yo, man, yeah, I played guitar, but man, I'm at that point where that's not enough. It's not enough to play guitar anymore. It's not enough to sing. It's not enough to be known as the jock. It's not enough, man. What am I missing in life, man? What's going on? What's going on with me, man? And I'm starting to feel sick. I'm starting to feel ill. What the fuck's going on with me, man? Why am I this way? You know what I'm saying? The doctors won't help you. The doctors won't help you, man. They're gonna say, well, you're low on confidence and all this. In fact, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Gotta go pick up something. Oh man. Well, I'm back. Let me uh let me take this brand thing off. Give me 1 minute. Apologies. Yeah, so oh dang, the homie Connor. What's good, man? What's good, Connor? What's up, man? Yeah, so to me, man, you know, the thing is this, man, and you know, this is now I'm about to hit you with the shock, man. Now this is where the Black Pill 3.0 comes in, man. This is where, I hope you're prepared, man, cuz Black Pill 3 I mean, my bad. Yeah, the Casper Pill 3.0. This is where it changes your whole life, man. This is where everything changes. So I'm warning people now, if you don't want to change your life, if you don't want to change the way you mentally are wired, you could leave right now, man. I'm gonna give some people, I'm gonna give people a good, I'm gonna give y'all a good 30 seconds, man. Because after what you hear now, unlike, the Black Pill 2.0, you could ignore that. You could listen to what I've said about the Black Pill 2.0 and still return to living your normal life. Just avoiding it. And you might have listened to the Black Pill 1.0, and you could still go back and say, you know what, whatever old the truth hostage said, that's on him. That's his life, man. He could live his life, whatever. But after you hear Black Pill 3.0, man, it will change your whole life. You know what I'm saying? There will be no going back. You know what I'm saying? And in all honesty, it's gonna make you regret a lot of your life. It's gonna make you regret a lot of your life, man. It's gonna make you regret a lot of your life, and it's gonna make you either regret a lot of your life or move on. Try to make up for lost time. So I'm gonna give people, I'm gonna give y'all a good. I'm gonna do the Jeopardy count. I'm gonna give you a good 30 seconds. See, I'm looking at the watch. Thump, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bam, 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 bump, boom, boom, boom. All right, well, that's enough time. All right. Now, Casper Pill 3.0, man. 3.0, this will hit you hard, man. It's going to affect your whole life. And here it is. The reason you, right now, everyone watching this, you're living a lie. Everyone, including myself, everyone is living a lie. The reason you're living a lie is that you can't compare your choices to all the cultures in the world. You can't. You can't compare your choices to what the world has to offer. You know what I'm saying? So the Casper Pill 3.0, it makes the Casper Pill 2.0 to a certain extent obsolete. Because here's the thing, everything you say is a lie. Because, for example, let's say, you say, my favorite cookie is the chocolate chip cookie. No, let's make it a little harder. Let's say you say your favorite cookie is the Chinese cookie. How can you be certain of that? How can you be certain of that when you've never tried every cookie in the world? You know what I'm saying? So how can you be certain of that? How can you be certain that the reason you're saying this is because you can access it? You know what I'm saying? The biggest thing about the Casper Pill 3.0 and why it literally frees you and you'll be able to ghost on a global scale, because you'll accept every choice you make in life when it comes to, for example, something you've chosen as what you identify as in a culture. Oh, Jay Donovan, what's good, man? You know what I mean? What you've chosen is a lie. So, for example, I'm saying, I was raised Haitian, whatever. How can I honestly say, man, for example, that being Haitian is what I chose to be, and you know what I love the most when I haven't when I can't experience all the cultures in the world. So if I can't compare all the cultures in the world and everything available in the world, how can I be honest with you and tell you something I favor or identify with? I've made it, and it's absolute based on the me testing everything and me actually being confident with it completely. I can't. The biggest thing about the Casper Pill 3.0 is to admit you can't compare your life on a global scale. So if you can't compare your life on a global scale, then that means you should be able to maneuver all over the world. You should not be able to attach to anything on a global scale because now you've openly admitted that, for example, let's say you live a westernized lifestyle, right? You're living a westernized lifestyle. You're living an American westernized lifestyle, right? I mean, everyone here is living that lifestyle if you're in America. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in America, you're living a westernized version of America. So how can you honestly say that the lifestyle you're living is the best lifestyle or culture you identify with when you haven't and you can't experience all cultures of the world? You know what I'm saying? So when you can't experience the culture of the entire world, then everything you're choosing, your whole behavior becomes that of a limited man. You know, your options are limited. So that means me identifying, I'm an Americanized man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna deny that at all. I'm Americanized. You know what I'm saying? I'm Americanized. Just like some of the homies that are in Europe, you might be in Britain. You're a British, you're Britanized, whatever. I don't know, you're Germanized or you're Irishanized, I guess. So you can't honestly say that who you are and your identity is solely based on your choice. You know what I'm saying? Because how can you honestly say who you are is 100% your identity when you can't test it against the world? You know what I'm saying? You can't test it against the world. And I might be phrasing it a little wrong because this information is new to me. Well, what you're hearing to me, like I tell people, man, I'm an ancient philosopher. Everything I'm telling you, I don't have a book. I didn't read nothing to get to this idea. I just thought about it and I'm saying it. The thing I'm telling you is, how can you honestly say who you are when it can't be tested against the world? You know what I'm saying? So your whole identity, everything you like, like the homie Koala said, you're a product of your environment. Yeah, that's a better word. So you're a product of your environment. Now, I said with Casper Pill 2.0, you know what I'm saying? Eventually you will realize that you're a person of the world. You know what I'm saying? You're a man of the world. And you know what I'm saying? We can't limit ourselves to our birthplace. For example, one thing I said on the Casper Pill 2.0 is that, let's say you're born in America. You know what I'm saying? You were born in America, but America is nothing but it's a piece of land on the earth as a whole. So you being American doesn't change that you're an earthling. It's just a way to identify where you were born on the earth. And here's the funny thing about you're born in America is that America isn't even the first name of this nation. So when you say you're an American, you're literally just the modern and current name, current incarnation of what they call this continent, America. You know what I'm saying? Before it was called America, it was called something else. You know what I'm saying? So the thing with the Casper Pill 3.0 and why it will free you completely is that now you're comparing yourself to having access to the world. And what this does is you'll never be able to live and experience the entire world, right? You'll never be able to do that. There ain't no man, it don't matter if you're a billionaire, it don't matter if you're a trillionaire. No one can honestly say, even people in America, like I'm in America, I can't honestly tell you that I've been in every state, every corner of America. I can't. No one can. You know what I'm saying? Even people that say, "Oh, I traveled every state." Yeah, you went to a state here, you went to that state, you went to this state. You didn't go around the entire country. You know what I'm saying? So what the Casper Pill 3.0, it asks you a simple question. You know what I'm saying? How can you honestly be comfortable or claim anything when you can't even claim the world? If you can't claim you've experienced the world, that means everything you're doing is from a perspective of limitation. You know what I'm saying? It's from a perspective of limitation. So once you accept that everything I'm doing is from a perspective of limitation, then why am I trying to avoid living my life based on what I want to do and what I want to experience? You know what I'm saying? For example, you're in Ireland. You're in Ireland. You know what I'm saying? You're in Ireland, and we all know the passport, the European passport goes a certain way. So why are you limiting yourself when you and I all know we can't experience the world? You know what I'm saying? Once you're aware that you can't experience the world, what happens in accepting this notion, now you got to say, you know what, man, and you can make a choice. Now you have to accept that everything you say is from a limited perspective, which means you can experience as much as you want in life. You know what I'm saying? You should. You should seek out the world, because only then, only the man that has lived that can honestly say, I've experienced everything in this world. I've been to this part of the country. I've been to every place in the world. Only that man can honestly tell you what he has chosen and how he has chosen to live his life, because he's experienced life from a perspective of not, experiencing any limitations. Let me see, Connor, your statement is very basic, but it is open in my mind. Yeah, no, it ain't basic. Connor, the thing is, you see, the programming has told you it's basic. It's not basic at all. What time? I mean, we've all went to school. We've all went to school. What if the reason this isn't basic is that, and this happened before, I think it was you, Connor, me and you talked that time. I think it was the original Casper Pill. I don't remember. But me and you had a convo way back, respect. But what time, there's not a man here that can tell me they've ever heard someone tell them that you can't honestly tell who you are because you haven't experienced the world. You can't compare who you are now to yourself that has experienced the world in its entirety. You know what I'm saying? That means your mind has to be absolutely aware that everything you do is in a limited state. And the more you limit yourself, it's actually you further increasing the limitation. So now you have to live your life with the understanding that, I'm gonna die. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna live and die in a state of limitation. So why would I choose to be attached to anything, domestic, foreign? Why would I choose to be attached to anything beyond experiencing the world? You know what I'm saying? Beyond experiencing the world and what it has to offer to me, everything else is from a limited perspective. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give you an example. Let's say, okay, you're in the United States, you know what I'm saying? Or you're in Ireland, you're in Europe, or wherever the hell you are. So, and I'm going to break it down. I'm going to use what they use in the manosphere a lot, women. So I'm gonna use a woman as an example. Okay, you fell in love with a woman in your native language, your native country, your native land, and you're claiming you love this woman. This is the one for you. This is the woman you love. You love her more than every woman in the world. How? How can that be taken as a fact? How can that be taken as anything factual when you've not been with any women all over the world? You haven't been with all the women in the world or been exposed to every woman in the world. So, how can you honestly say, I love this woman? You know what I'm saying? I love this woman more than every woman in the world when you've never experienced or been beside any the women of the world. You know what I'm saying? So basically, what I'm telling you is that your whole life, your whole way of thinking is actually a lot of things you say comes with limitations because you can't compare the world. So now you got to remove anything you say where you're comparing it to the world. And you got to even remove a lot of things you say about, yo, I'm free thinking and all that. How are you free thinking? How are you free thinking when you haven't experienced or exposed your mind to the whole world? So how are you 100% a free thinker? You know what I'm saying? That's a lie. You know what I'm saying? And what happens with you accepting this, you start understanding that, well, if I'm living a lie and if I'm living a limited existence, then I can't choose. I can't honestly or say I'm trying to pursue a higher level of existence by attaching myself or claiming anything when I didn't compare it to the world. You know what I'm saying? That means my favorite food, my favorite music, everything that is something I enjoy is a lie because I can't honestly compare it to the world. You know what I'm saying? And once you understand that, now your mind is going to be on the pursuit of experiencing the world. And once a man is all about experiencing the world, like I made a video way back where I said, you know what I'm saying? You want to be an earthling. You know what I'm saying? You want to be an earthling. Now, this is before the Casper Pill 3.0, so I didn't know what I was saying 100%. I didn't know what to arrive to that point. But here's the thing, man. Once you accept that you're an earthling above all, you know what I'm saying? Then everything has to be weighed against your experience of the earth. Everything. You know what I'm saying? So even let's say, even that even means your love life. You know what I'm saying? That means if I'll give you an example, the passport bros things. Yeah. These guys are flying to Thailand or wherever they're flying to. You know what I'm saying? They found a woman there. Yeah, they found a woman they enjoy there, but it isn't, they can't say this is the best woman in the world. They can't. They didn't experience the women of the world. You know what I'm saying? So everything you do, every choice you make is from a choice of limitation. It's from a perspective of limitation. You know what I'm saying? Let me see you know what I'm saying? What the homie Connor said, dying in a stage of limitation. That was deep. Yeah, homie, let me see what homie Connor said. What you are saying right now about awareness of a wider experience and amplifying perception through it, it's on the path for enlightenment pill. Yeah, well, this guy Connor, enlightenment pill 1 point, what is that? Enlightenment pill point one. Well, I mean, I made a video way back, man. One of the biggest videos I've ever made. It was 8 hours straight. 8 hours straight. Oh, JT was good, man. It was 8 hours straight. Was the too many pills, and I told guys that there are men, and there are men that are evolved beyond, man. There are men that will become of the earth. I call it the. You know what I mean? There will be men that the earth no longer satisfies them. No experience on this earth can be good enough. You know what I'm saying? It's not new enough. You know what I mean? Because at some point, even if you experience, let's say, all women all over the world, it's still based on what you would experience in this earth. So, you know what I mean? A lot of thoughts and awareness of that will mean it's really technically nothing new. For example, if I ate food, if I break things down to its most micro level, so if I ate food in China and I ate food in Japan, I'm still just, if I break it down to its lowest scale, you know, to its most microscopic level, I just ate food on the earth. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter where I'm at. It's just I'm still eating on the earth. I'm just in a different location on the earth. But to get back to it, you know, with the Casper Pill 3.0, it means everything you do, you have to weigh the earth. You have to weigh your experience. So, for example, I'll give you an example of this type of mind state, this type of thinking. Let's say you left the West. You left the West, you go meet a woman. Let's say you met a woman in let's say we'll just say Taiwan for now. We'll just say Taiwan. You met a woman in Taiwan, you fell in, you know, you deeply care for her, y'all had children, whatever. And you know, she betrays you. You know what I'm saying? She betrays you, but but you know, you're thinking from a Casper Pill 3.0 perspective. You're like, all right, yeah, that's just a woman in this country. She's not, you know what I'm saying? She's not the last woman and she's not the woman of experiencing the world. So whatever she did, I can always go experience another woman somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? You no longer become attached to any domestic or any perspective, even on a global scale. Because once you start comparing your life to what the world has to offer, you know what I'm saying? Then everything becomes clear. You know what I'm saying? Once you start looking at your life and your choices and comparing everything on a global scale, you know what I'm saying? Then you actually become free. You know what I'm saying? Become absolutely free because you now have admitted that anytime you say something, if it's not based on global experience, it's a lie. You know what I'm saying? It's a lie. For example, you, Connor, let's say, Connor, you say, yo, my favorite TV show is this cartoon, this westernized cartoon. You say this is your favorite cartoon show ever. How? How is it your favorite cartoon ever when you haven't seen the cartoons of the world? You know what I'm saying? Your scope of comparison is too small. It's too small to justify it as a fact. You know what I'm saying? So now everything in your life, when you start looking at things in life, you start saying, yeah, man, if it can't be weighed compared to the whole world, the global experience, then what I'm saying is from a point of limitation. And once you accept that, now you could just move and live your life completely without limitations now. Because you understand the biggest limit is not experiencing the world. You know what I'm saying? Not experiencing the world. We know the West, you know, with the laws, with the legal issues and all that. So, you know, we can say, I can scratch out certain countries and say, yeah, man, you know, I wouldn't live here in London. I wouldn't live here in Canada. I wouldn't live here in Australia. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? So when you start comparing your life experience to the world, you now truly understand that you can't limit yourself. You can't have liabilities. You have to be absolutely flexible. You know what I'm saying? You have to ghost. You have to ghost completely, man. You got to ghost and exist is that because the only way you can experience and get close to it, to experience the world, is to not be attached to any location at all or any experience at all because that whatever you attach yourself to is you saying, I'm going to deny myself a global experience. You know what I'm saying? This is where you arrive to at the full level of ghosting. You start comparing your attachments as limitations. So, if I'm attached to just living in a westernized country, that means I'm limiting myself from experiencing life in an Eastern, what I'm saying, a Easternized country, a Middle Eastern country. I'm limiting myself. And once you put your mind on that attachment equals limitation. You know what I'm saying? Now you can maneuver the world. And you've accepted that until you've experienced the world, you can't claim anything as your so-called favorite. You can't say that's my favorite food. You can't say anything because you can't compare it to the world. So now you will live a lifestyle where your whole goal is to be unattached and most importantly, you will become immune to culture shock. Culture shock won't affect you anymore because you now understand that. I'll give you an example. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example, and a lot of people don't notice. There's a lot of people genetically that have cannibalism in their DNA. Like in your DNA, in your bloodline, you have cannibalism in that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you had to do to survive, or your people, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's a whole different perspective of life. You know what I'm saying? So, and let's say you went to a tribe. I think in the world I saw there's a tribe where they're cannibals, or when someone dies, they eat the people rather than bury them. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you have a limited experience of life, you're gonna say, oh, what they're doing is wrong and this and that. But dude, that's their lifestyle. That's the experience they're experiencing that life. That's their culture. You know what I'm saying? What if when they look at your culture and say the way you live is limited? You know what I mean? The way you live is wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's how they're living in their society. You know what I mean? So it becomes a point of absolute freedom. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they fear the most. A man who can say, well, man, I can't claim a nationality, I can't claim a culture, I can't claim anything because I can't be absolutely certain because I haven't experienced and compared it to the world. You know what I'm saying? A man like that is literally a man that can't be held back at all because now this man is literally comparing everything in his life to experiencing the world. You know what I mean? Once you start doing that, you're absolutely free, man. You know what I'm saying? Nothing can hold you back anymore. You're of absolute freedom. You know what I'm saying? Because who can say, like, I can't honestly say, if I tell you my favorite music, it's a lie. If I tell you my favorite movie, it's a lie. Anything I tell you based on my experience, it is a lie because I can't weigh it against the world. How can I honestly say this is my favorite movie when I haven't experienced movies from the perspective of the world? So this comparison is a limited comparison. Once you look at your life like that and say, yo, my life is coming from a perspective of limitation, and like the homie Connor saved that, you're dying in a stage of limitation. You know what I'm saying? That means you were born in limitation and you will die in limitation. The only man who can actually say honestly what they like, what they enjoy, and be honest is probably a man with immortality who can actually live long enough to experience the whole world. But even that is a lie because cultures change. You know what I'm saying? Cultures change, approaches to how people live. cuisines, music, everything changes, which means you can never experience the world. You know what I'm saying? Because even your experience is based on your time alive. You know what I'm saying? So everything, once you accept that life, to be alive is to live in limitation, then you will be free. Because then you can accept the limitations and move accordingly. You know what I'm saying? So now you know your limitation, your greatest limitation in life is that you can't experience the world. Now you can say, yo, man, it doesn't matter if I grew up here. It doesn't matter. Everything becomes limited. Once you identify everything in life from a perspective of limitations, now you can actually pursue what lies outside of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna open up the panel for for a little while. If anybody wants to hop on, as long as you're not somebody from the closet sphere, man, the closet space, we all good, man. So, I'm opening up. If anybody wants to talk about these revelations, man, you know what I mean? Let's talk, because to me, this is the ultimate point of freedom. The ultimate point of freedom is to be honest with your limitations. Once you're honest with your limitations in life, then, once you're honest with your limitations based on not being able to experience the world, then you can live a life of honesty. You know what I'm saying? You could say, well, you know what? I love that woman. You know what I'm saying? I love this woman, or I love this land. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to stop here. And this is where I enjoy this land. I enjoy this life, this culture. Let me see. Who is that? Black Pill, the homie.
Yo, what's good, man?
Oh, Neo Wolf. What's
What's
good,
good,
man?
bro?
What's good, brother?
Uh,
What's your thoughts, man?
I'm glad I'm banned from TikTok. I
Uh,
just feel uplifted.
uh, uh,
I don't have to deal with libtards anymore, and because I already got what I wanted. I already won. You
mm,
know, thanks to the help of the passport bros. A lot of good guys, but there are a lot of idiots that like Pookie and Ray Rays, and then you got Austin Holman and the
oh,
closets.
it's the Harlem, the closet, the global, the passport closet. You know what I'm saying? But to me, man, like I said, man, you found your peace a while ago. To me, once you accepted that, yo, man, you gotta only be attached to your priorities and your goals in life, man. You were already set. You were already on the right path anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for me, TikTok, I was using it, but I started realizing that, man, it's a job, man. It becomes a job when you're on a platform where they're purposely censoring you, and you're like, dude, man, I already have a job, bro. I get paid for the job I work at. I'm not gonna work and especially through all those fucking limitations just to say something on a fucking video. Fuck it. You know
Yeah,
what I
like
mean?
there's certain things you can't say, and like a lot of my videos, like they get now I got strikes, but they're reported as harassment. But I'm the one that's getting harassed here. Fuck's sake, man. I got a lot of feminist bashers, a lot of all kinds. I mean, I have not been able to identify them, but who cares?
Well, I
But I mean,
mean,
I guess it was fun while it lasted. I didn't.
well, they deleted the whole thing.
Yeah,
I remember they
permanently
deleted one
banned
of your
me.
channels, man.
Oh, I've been permanently banned twice. They don't like me at
Uh,
all.
well, I mean, man, it's a lot of people need to understand, man. All the social media sites are built by the left. it's all progressive, man. I've spoken to some engineers that have proven their Pop Tarts. How can you in one breath say, the line is, the end, how can you in one breath compare technology, then at the same time say I'm misogynist? You know what I'm saying? I'm sexist. Like, how can you say that? How can you be so smart about technology? Then when you're talking about people, now all of a sudden it's your fucking feelings. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, it's inevitable. But I've come to learn I'm not bothered. I've come to learn if it's out of my control, I'm just aware of it. TikTok, I had my little fun, I did some things and then I bounced. It is what it is. But but what's your thoughts, man, on ghosting and taking
Oh
that
man.
Casper pill and how has it helped you or your mentality, man?
Funny enough, I was already ghosting like even before I discovered the whole red pill thing, and I did what I wanted to do for myself. I went out hiking almost every weekend, and especially in the mountain region, in the waterfall region, dude. It's freaking awesome, man. Just going by yourself, enjoying nature, and just letting God or nature, whatever deity you want to like put in your head, like just be grateful for for that detox, even if it's for like 30 minutes. But yeah, that was like the first stage of ghosting, and then of course I found myself in a mess, and it took me years to identify these problems and find a one final solution that could get me focused, which it's where I am right now. Um, but I actually had a Casper pill simulation, and I used certain places like the mall where I focus my attention on my thinking, and I pretty much ignore everything, even the women, and and then I took it everywhere else. I took it to the gym where I'm so focused on my workouts, and I don't even look at the gym ratties and the gym thoughts, and I I look at them as ghosts, or whatever. Just separate from me, because I am a ghost. I'm like, I'm going and wait, coming and going. Yeah. Um,
Uh, I
and
mean, not to interrupt you. To me, one thing you said that was dope, man. You said you would go out to nature. You were on your own and you were comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Because they've trained people that, dude, if you do anything by yourself, you're either don't belong, you're an outcast, or you're alone. And they've trained so many people to identify their freedom is to be attached to other people. That like when you said, yo, I just went up on the mountains or walked and by myself and I was good. You were enjoying, you were good, you were calm, you were, what I mean. How much, with what you know now, how much do you take solace and your solitude? Like, how has solitude with what you know now, ghost and taking a Casper pill,
oh man,
how
it
has
has
it
made me
affected you now?
a lot healthier, like mentally. Um, I don't want to say spiritually, because spirituality is a freaking hoax.
Oh, that, nah,
uh,
do. Hit me up, man. You're free to be spiritual, man. You're free to do because we're human beings. We're multi-layered, man. I could believe that a greater being is coming. It's part of being humans, man. We got imagination. We're multi-layered thinkers.
mhm.
And give me a minute.
Yeah, I was just kind of mentioning about this whole spiritual and religious racket. Yeah, it's actually called the religious racket. And I found out, obviously, most of the religions are corrupt. Obviously, even Islam, and it has a lot to do with Um, the whole new world satanic agenda thing. Of course, you got the Vatican's, which they've been around for a very, very long time, obviously. So of course, every single pope is a corrupted tyrant. It's nothing new about there. Um, yeah, and even the whole New Age thing is a freaking scam, dude. I mean, it's like Buddhism and Hinduism, and then the whole chakra shit. That's also a freaking scam. But I mean, some of the philosophies I do agree with. Like I used to read a lot of Osho. Osho was a great. Um, he was a wise Indian mystic back in the day. It was like in the late. It was in the 70s where he did talks and interviews and stuff like that. And then there's another guy I've been watching, Krishnamurti, which, yeah, that's where I got my inspiration for the Casper Pill, as they're thinking, that when it comes to detachment and how they how they're able to connect to the psychological aspects.
Uh, well, I mean, one thing you mentioned, man, a lot of guys don't get it, man. A lot of men don't see what's happening, man. Mental health is the new scam. It's bigger than child support, man. The declaration now is they can say you're mentally ill. And if they get enough people to act like a lynch mob and say, "Oh, Neil Wolf, yeah, he's mentally ill, he's mentally troubled," then out of nowhere they can eventually try to, I don't know, you're more aware of the medical stuff than me. Can somebody call, not a psych, can they call a psych ward on you? Like, can they call that? I've been
Mm,
I've been thinking about, can they like forcefully try to get you in the psych ward?
that's something I have to do research on. That's a very good question. Uh,
'Go
yeah,
on, man.
I know the whole thing is it's, let's call it the allopathic mob. 'Cause that's what they are. And what's pretty interesting was, actually, this is what Wisdom Radio was talking about, was they use the pharmaceutical industry. They give these people, or they diagnose these people with with false mental disorders. They give them the pills, and then the government starts introducing Playboy. So you got a bunch of guys stroking on Playboy, and all of a sudden they need more meds. So that's what's it called? It's called the pharmacy. It's like a name for it. You take meds, you masturbate, and then you repeat all that stuff. Yeah, that's a big.
Well,
it,
JT said you gotta be a threat, but dude, we're in the age of social media, man.
oh,
We're in the age where athletes, bro, we got athletes underperforming millionaires eating fucking lobster, claiming they got mental health. And think about it. I've seen all the the better, what they call that crap, that psychologist thing you get on the internet or something. I think it's called Better Me or something. You see those ads all over YouTube where they keep telling you you're afraid to talk to a psychologist. Go to Better Me.
nah.
Forget the name of that psychological. But I think, man, a lot of men don't get it, and this is why I say you got to take that Casper pill, man. You got to watch these videos, because if you don't detach and learn to, what I've been telling guys, the flat line. If you don't learn to just say, "Yo, that's out of my control."
Yeah.
If you're out there online, or even you make a scene, like, let's say, I'll give you an example, Neil Wolf. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. You're at the mall, right? You're at the mall, and this guy's wife is yelling at him. She's kicking him or punching him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And she just about to divorce him, or he's crying, whatever. if you make a scene, man, if you don't realize that man made his choice,
Yep.
that woman exists in a point, because a lot of guys in the West don't get it. The women are existing on a foundation they can't handle. That's a male's foundation. All the rights that are man-made that reflect us men that have been put on women, they can't coexist.
Yep.
They can't coexist, bro. This is why, dude, a perfectly, what is his name now? Steven Crowder is getting a divorce. You know what I'm saying? Married a high school sweetheart, Chad, whatever, 6'2", all that stuff. Guess what? His wife throwing that away. Tom Brady throwing that away. Like, the women psychologically are damaged existing at the point me and Neo will exist at, the foundation of manhood. You know what I'm saying?
And
They
there's
can't
Jason
exist.
David Frank who did Harakiri. You know, that was the most traumatic thing, man. I was like, that was I got depressed to, like, not a mate. No, actually, I wouldn't call it depression, but more like I was more like a moaning, or griefing. There you go. Yeah, I spent the whole day griefing for my favorite Power Ranger. Since I was a kid, dude. Like,
Oh,
I was freaking 4. I'm 4 or 5. Yeah, at least 4 years old, dude. Back when I used to live in Germany. Yeah.
I know, man. Tommy's death to me still hurts, man. It was like the Kobe's death. When I mentioned it hurts, but Tommy died, man, and his death got less. I still feel the pain. You know what I mean? That was one of my icons, idols. You know what I mean? Even though Jason's my favorite, but I respect and love Tommy. But to me, to know he died for a single mom, he was loved around the world. This is
I
why I tell
know.
this is why I tell guys you have to, with the Casper Pill 3.0,
Oh,
say, you got to
dude.
compare your life to the world, man. When you compare, think about it. Tommy was loved globally, could have got any woman, any experience around the world. What did he
Yeah.
choose? He chose a limited choice by going back to United States. And it was so bad, he was fighting at 45. He was in MMA. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
amount of damage, and you see all the tats on Tommy, like, Tommy to me became unrecognizable. You could tell he was a troubled man. And I think he was probably doing drugs with that single mom wife and all
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
for sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But to get back to what I was saying is, man, I think with the push for mental health, because mental health, it's the biggest grift, man.
Yeah.
Think about it, bro.
Facts.
Mental health, bro. You don't need to be injured. You don't need to be divorced. You could be perfectly right. They just need you to say something's wrong with you and you got mental health issues,
Yeah.
and they could start eating off you. I think what's coming up next, this is why I've been telling guys you got to get with this Casper pill. You even got to understand the limitations of the black pill. Why I made that black pill 4.0, so you can understand that, yo, man, the black pill is an American pill. If you go overseas, the homie Neo Wolf done travel, you can't take this shit with you, man. You can't take speaking black pilled. You're gonna end up in jail or dead. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I say the focus on ghosting in the Casper pill will help you, because, dude, you could ghost anywhere. And
Yeah.
to me, with the mental health grift, it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous because what's stopping a neighbor from calling the psych ward on you? Because I never thought about that. Like, what's stopping them from saying, "Look at this guy; he's living alone," or they even find your Instagram or whatever, and they
Yeah.
say, "Look, he's misogynist. He's against love and all this crap. Something's wrong with him. He doesn't conform to the system." I think the next step is the mental health grift, man. You know what I'm saying? I think they're gonna lock dudes up and they're gonna say it's mental health. You a misogynist, they're gonna drug you, man. I think the cops, think about it. We've already had it where cops, think about this, Neil Wolf. A cop comes into your home and they're part of the psych ward initiative or the mental health, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? The mental health ops. And what they do is they restrain you and they put a small micro sized needle in you with some type of drug that fucks up your brain. And next thing you know, yup, he's having an episode. He was mentally ill, and they
Mhm.
put you in that cage, man. So I think, man, a lot of people don't get the danger. That's why I'm telling guys, yo, we got to be honest, man. There's no such thing as a blue pilled man. There's no way. Most men, I've known men in the 90s that knew the ramifications of divorce.
Mhm.
Most men are red pilled aware, man. They're red pill aware. It's just, it takes them divorce to fully accept it now or whatever the hell it is. But there's no such thing as, yo, he got married and he didn't know what the fuck was on the line. As soon as a man says, yo, Neil Wolf, I can't go outside, my girl gonna be mad at me. He already knows. He already knows, man. This scam of man, the blue pill man doesn't exist, man. Come on. Nah, you know what I mean?
Well, they died. They died a long time ago. Let's
Yeah.
just
What was that, bro?
yeah.
Before our time, that blue pill man probably died in the 50s or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't know,
Huh.
but dude, that doesn't exist. All our life, man, I've interacted with men that got divorced. I'm single now. Oh man, I ain't gonna be tied down. Oh, what was that thing? I ain't gonna be pussy whipped, man. You know, my wife ain't gonna do this. Yo, men know, man. That's why I me this narrative of we need to feel bad. It's to create male delusion that you can't blame another man. One of the unwritten codes of the red pill and the manosphere is you can't blame the man for his choices. You have to say the woman was a puppeteer and she literally controlled him and Pinocchioed him in this like on a string, and that's why he married her. He just woke up one day and he had a ring on. Like you know what I'm saying? This scam, dude. It's the blue pilled man doesn't exist, man. I think the blue pill is when you're a child or like a super before you're a preteen. Even in high school, I knew the hierarchy, man. I knew the hierarchy of popularity and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't dumb enough to, yeah, man, in sixth grade, yeah, it don't matter if she's the most popular chick. She's gonna just love me and all. I still have a no, dude. You know the hierarchies of things, man. But my thing is, I think, man, a lot of guys need to learn. We gotta stop caring about things out of our control, man. You know what I mean? A man chose to be. It's like I said, bro. I said this on a video years ago. Men will move from their mother's supervision to their wife's supervision. That's really what marriage becomes. It's that your mother used to tell you what to do when you were too young. Now you get old enough and become an adult, and now your wife tells you what to do like she's your mother. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I look at it, bro. I'm not. I don't. I've moved up, man. I've evolved, and with this evolution comes, man. I'm not attaching myself to the scam of every man is innocent. No, bro. You have to understand. In the United States, we're not dealing with women in a organic state. They're in.
Oh, dude, it's so much bigger than what most people think, dude. It's like the symbological aspect of it and the numerological. It's everywhere. It's in coffee shops. It's in corporations. It is freaking evil is like everywhere, dude. I'm not
Uh,
gonna go too big deal with it, but yeah, man, it's most people don't. They don't have that crystal clear, rational vision to actually look at what it actually is, because their belief system, their emotions, and their conditioned thoughts has caused them to just to stay in that naivete stage of mind, or they get stuck in the camel period. This is what Osho talked about. He talked about the three stages of freedom. You got the camel, you got the lion, and you got the child, or child as in the Casper friendly ghost, type of archetype. So obviously, most people are camels, especially the simps and the um, you know the modern women. While the lion is actually people like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Fresh and Fit. They are actually stuck in the lion stage, and they keep Yeah.
uh.
Yeah, they
Oh
keep
man,
yelling, they keep
they're stuck in
bitching,
a
and
they're stuck in a predator state, and then, like you're saying, they keep roaring and being loud. As I
yeah,
saw
dude.
Andrew Tate, bro. Andrew Tate is free, and he's making a video. And this is how you know he's a scam artist: is that he's making a video talking about what they call that guy, Sam, whatever that singer, that's a gay dude or something. Forget his name, Sam, whatever the fuck his name is. Dude, he's gay. Like we know. Like, what do you expect him? He's gonna wear some naughty, whatever gay shit he's gonna wear. What does that have to do with us straight men, Andrew Tate? You know what I'm saying? Are you upset that Sam, I forget his name, is Andrew Tate upset that Sam didn't wear something to his liking? You know what I mean? It's the thing is this, man. Guys need to understand, man. The big you're not dealing like I made a video way back and I said something very simple, man. We're in the devil is obsolete, man. The devil has been surpassed by man. You know, our fellow man, every man in him has the ability to surpass the devil. Like think about the devil, you know what I mean? Let's play the game of, the devil and God. Okay, God, the whole premise of God is okay, you follow me, you do good, blah blah blah, I'm gonna take you into heaven. The devil's like, well, if you want to sell me your soul or do a bad deed for me, I'll do something for you and you'll end up in hell. The politician will literally kiss a baby and say, I love all life. I'm saying, then drop a drone on an innocent church.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? The same day. Oh, Sam Smith, yeah, Sam Smith. But the thing I'm saying, dude, we have surpassed the devil. Mankind has surpassed the narrative of the devil. Like when you think of the devil, you know what the devil wants. You know the devil's MO. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna come to offer me some shit for doing bad deeds, selling my soul. But you look at a politician in the eye, this same politician that's saying, I love God, I love people. He just dropped a goddamn drone on a church. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Hey,
So
Donald Trump's no different, man. He's just
no, well, we don't
I
got.
mean,
Go on. My bad.
I was just gonna say, the Zionist Donald Trump's no
Oh,
different,
hey, yo, you don't want to.
or
To me,
the what do
that
you call
don't
it?
that I wouldn't bring that, man. My thing with that, that's a scam, man. They want you to. They want. I'm gonna drop it simple, man. You know what I'm saying? The people in power are all corrupt because not one politician. I did a live stream way back. You can't name one politician that said we need to fix the marriage laws. We need to fix the family court system so families can be together. Not one. So they're all corrupt, man. There's no, it don't matter religion, race. The government we live in, we don't live in a government. We live in, like I've been telling people, it's a God ferment. Every politician, you need to look at politicians like you look at a shaman, a witch doctor.
Yeah.
They're all worshiping the almighty government, and the government demands sacrifices, which means deleting babies, deleting young boys at school. You know what I'm saying? Look at what happened with Disney. You know what Disney said? What Disney said was literally the act of pedophilia. They said we're coming after your children. This is a corporation by adults. If that was an individual person, that person would be in jail or charges will be brought up or but a whole corporation can say we're coming after young children.
They're gonna lose money too, for
Uh,
sure. Just
No,
like
no, no.
Bud Light. Huh.
Hey, oh, Blue H, was good, man? My brother, what's up, man? Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is this with the money thing is, dude, I'm gonna put you on a seat, Neo Wolf. Okay, you're a CEO of Disney. You're making 5 million a year, and you just announced, yep, we're coming after your kids. How does this affect you? You got 5 million. You got more than enough money to retire. So how are you losing money? You know what I mean? You get your agenda through. You just got paid 5 million. The chick who did the Bud Light commercial is getting a break. a leave of absence to, I don't know, she probably drinking some fucking, Mai Tais or wine or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The top already got their money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Bud Light goes broke. All the CEOs already made their money. They just want to go out with they just want to say, well, I got the money. I don't want to die before without promoting my propaganda, my agenda. They got their money. It's like me and you, like, dude, if I had like 5 million on me, man, we'd be screaming and we wouldn't be worried about, what we're saying. Like right now, me and you were censored. Like if I had the bread, I'd be going, yo, it don't matter to me. I'm good. Yeah, my money's good. So it don't matter what job's gonna find out and say, well, he's a misogynist, blah, blah, blah. No, man, it don't matter to me. I got the money. These people got too much money at the top to care, man. You know what I'm
For
saying?
real, yeah.
Because, bro, I'm gonna ask you something. It's just demonic, man. It is. I've worked at bars. You're telling me you're gonna put a tranny on a beer bottle when straight men, and let me ask you a question. Straight men, we lie, right? We lie, right? You lie and I lie, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So they're telling me that every tranny that goes in a bar lets every straight guy that's drunk know that, hey, I'm a tranny. No, you're advertising putting a tranny that's pretending to be a woman during a time. What does alcohol does? It blurs your vision. It makes you do choices you might not want to do.
Yeah.
It makes it easier to fool you and take advantage of you if you're drunk enough. You're literally advertising. What Bud Light is advertising is that it's perfectly fine that men go into a bar pretending to be women and try to fuck over straight men. I've been saying this for over 2 years. Me and you had streams together, dude. You're the biggest problem why Neo Wolf was banned on TikTok, why I was banned on TikTok. I'm a straight, non-feminized man. That's the problem. It ain't what we say. You know what I'm saying? It ain't what you said, Neo Wolf. It's got nothing to do with that. You're a straight, assertive man. You know what I'm saying? You're not putting fingernails. You're not wearing a dress. You're too normal. Normal is the new wrong. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys don't want to get that, dude. We're in a comfortable and chaos society. Chaos is I'm man. Let me see who that all the that the homie Blue H.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's good, man?
Man, I just saw you stream. Like I think it's been a while since I've received your notification. So it's like, let's hop on, talk about stuff, man. It's
Man, well,
yo, that Bud Light thing. Like I didn't catch. Like I've been away from the news for a couple of weeks, but
mm,
it's an example of saying that we don't care about your money because we print the money that we need. It's simply to get people angry and angry. But the thing is, you're gonna get angry about Bud Light, but in the end, we know that you're not gonna do anything about it. You're just gonna go to your job, you're just gonna be at work, you're gonna be angry, you're gonna come back home, get the groceries for your wife, that's gonna nag on you. You ain't gonna do shit, Normie. We put a tranny on the beer that you drink. Guess what? You're
mm.
still gonna buy. You're still gonna buy a
Oh,
beer.
no, no, Blue H, nah, bro. Yo, the sales have dropped by over 25%. It's bad, dude.
Okay, but
It
let me rephrase that.
go out
You're
of
gonna
business, bro.
buy. You're gonna buy another beer,
Uh,
and the CEO of that company he's a homie. Like we still share the profit. Like
uh, oh,
so, it's
oh,
like it's.
man.
But
Yeah,
I
go
get
on.
what you're saying. The sales are impacted,
Mm,
but they don't really care about the money. They just want to make you. First of all, the law of karma that Jake the Snake speaks about on MD's channel is they must let you know what the agenda is. So they're dropping what they really want to do in your face. Number
uh,
one. Number two, they're going to lose a little bit of money, but it doesn't really matter to them because they're backed by venture capitalists. They can always print more money, but ultimately is the system will stay the way it is since I was not even aware that you were banned on TikTok since I'm not on TikTok, but
Uh, uh,
it
oh,
was it was
Neo Wolf got banned twice, man.
it was easily predictable because everyone that could have an impact, they're gonna censor you right away. Like your YouTube, like right now, there's 7 people. It's like, come on, if you were not censored, like the thing is, I'm starting to realize because me in the beginning, I thought it was all kind of the black pill sphere, but it's still divided because Undead Incels and Hammer Queen, these guys turn even though they were banned, they were allowed to come on because at the end of the day, they still promote that extreme anger towards women.
Yeah.
So
Oh, honestly, I think I think they are, dude. Now, I think some of them are not like just pedos, but I think they might also be porn addicts and have this negative impulsive tendencies towards women is because they could be porn addicts. Especially what porn what porn actually does to guys is that it makes them gay, right? So porn is technically gay because you're seeing the other figure in the video, not just a woman, but the other male figure, and so when a man masturbates to that, technically he's gay.
you know what? I understand your point of view, but me, what I'm gonna respond to Hammerhand first. The point I know I'm rambling on and on, but
Yeah.
their anger towards women, like I believe it allows them to kind of stay on the platform because on that Ansel, he still pulls 800 people per live. Hammerhand does the same, so they're censored in a way, but there's because at the end of the day, they're still talking about women. They're still putting women in your mind. They're still giving you that anger angle that you need to kind of be angry about the system. But you're giving options as I listen, go overseas,
Yep.
like become a man with a business, blah blah blah. So you don't drive that anger angle, you drive the solution angle. So they
Yep.
must shut you down. Number
Dude,
one.
I I
And number
caught a
Remember,
two,
really nice. I caught a
regarding
really
the
nice
porn,
fish, man. I
I
mean,
kind of agree with you.
yep,
The only thing is, for most of us, like it's kind of like it's cold. Like I admit that porn is cold. So like I'm still who I am,
yeah,
but it's like, listen, is that okay? And me, I'm Mr. Stalking, like Scribe says, but it's pointless to do now. Is that listen? If I do it, I go be a clown on the street. What's next afterwards? Is that Chad Rohn is still gonna be better than me? So it's like, what's the point?
not the thing is this, dude. The reason a red pill and these guys are getting views is that, dude, they maintain this illusion that the domestics is the only option, and they create an opportunity for men to be simp. Like if all your content is telling men this is the only country you're in, this is all you got is suffering, the red pill promotes there's still an opportunity to resimplify this man. Guys like us say, yo, man, what you bitching about, man? These are the rules. Like I did a whole stream in the morning. I tell guys, if me, you, and Neo Wolf, we're the away team, and the home team starts off with 25 points, and the game is to 75. We're the away team. Is it wrong? No, these are the rules, man. The black pill guys, we're telling you, these are the rules, bro. It is what it is here. These are the rules. It ain't right. It ain't wrong. These are the rules of the game called life here in America. That's it. These are the rules. You got to keep playing this game. And to me, think about it. For you to find your so-called significant other, you have to play a video game. The
yeah,
most important decision in your life, you got to play a game.
And it's funny that you're saying that because the link that I dropped in the chat, basically, I don't know if you're aware, but the NCAA recently they had no choice but to override the rules saying athletes couldn't be paid. So now there
Yeah.
is the name, image, and likeness that they have to write to cash on to. So there's a gymnast. Apparently, she's worth 2.7 million. You know,
Mm,
because she's the quote unquote American girl. She's young, she's hot,
mm.
and it's an NCAA meeting. And in the link that I dropped, it's approximately 200 simps that are literally yelling her name and say, "Oh my God, please, can you marry me? Can you marry me? Oh my God!"
Wow.
Uh,
And she's a gymnast.
uh,
Like
well,
it's getting me. I admit that I'm a simp, but even me when I see it, I'm like, "Yo, listen, I'm a simp, but not at that level." Is that me? I admit it. You know, I give a couple of coins to
well,
to to cam models, but I'm not gonna be outside like screaming their name. It's like, damn.
yeah, but dude, you gotta understand the way simps. I told my boy this. Simps are like weeds, man. One goes down, another one grows to replace them. So it's inevitable. But
Facts.
the thing is this, man. This is the West, man. They realize that they got to put some money in the colleges because I told somebody in the last stream that no one's talking about the fact that men not going to college is removing the money. This is why they had to pay the athletes.
Mm,
They had to pay the
ooh,
It's a
athletes to
silent
say,
protest.
ooh, my
It's
God! I
not going to
never.
college and
You
not
see,
giving
this is
no, no,
this
no,
is what.
hold on, hold on,
athletes a
hold on, no,
silent
no, no,
protest.
no, hold on, Neil. The thing is, dude, they had to pay the male athletes so you go to college and be like, oh, I could get paid for playing hockey and all that. So there's money here. I'm not going here for an education because I don't believe in it. So they know the shortage of guys not going to college. You have to pay them in because you have to create. As much as the manosphere says, "Oh, man, it's doom and gloom." No, dude, men bring the money, man. YouTube, the most successful people on YouTube are men. You know what I mean? Well, let's not pretend it. It's the majority, the biggest YouTubers. This whole platform, it lives and dies based on the men staying here. The women eventually get old enough, they roll out, their views start dying. A dude used to beat off to her when she was 21 to like 26. The older she got, the more he started using his hands for other activities.
You know what? Hold. There's one thing that I realize is that I'm starting to get it why people steal your content because even me that I'm compared to a normie, I could talk around a normie for days. But even me when I'm listening to you is that I'm learning bits and nuggets. And me, I don't even create content. I just bullshit once in a while on stream. So imagine if my livelihood was on content, dude. Now I get it more and more why they, Tony Bruno, Mr. Soap was constantly stealing your points, man.
Nah, we the dude, we get robbed the most, man. I've heard them mention my content. They steal because I said, man, years ago the gray pill is coming. They're gonna take our content, but always say stay here, man. You go to you if they're gonna say like to Neo Wolf, like, yeah, go to get a passport, bro. Fly overseas so you can learn to be better game for women here. They're always loop you back to the West. Wherever you go,
But
oh man, bring you back. They're gonna copy the content, but
but imagine if 200 people were if there were no censoring and 200 people were listening to this tomorrow morning, someone would be stealing your point about why NIL became legal because I never heard, like, I didn't think about it, but I never heard it anywhere why they made it legal now.
oh yeah, oh dude, it's the thing is they made college. There was a LeVar Ball. He pressured them by taking his sons overseas. But the biggest reason is, there's a low turn down. I used to think about, I'm like, if so many men aren't going to college, how many athletes? There has to be an athlete shortage. I don't think the news reporting that there's a male athlete shortage. Because a scam they did in the colleges is that male grants go to the female athletes. You know what I'm saying? That's why not all men will get the grants. Because the thing is, the grant program, if it was 100% honest, it'd all be going to men. Like, we
Yeah,
make
the
our
best of the
money.
best. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we make our money from like a guy like Neo Wolf playing football, a guy like Blue H being what I'm saying, the marathon runner and all that. A guy like me being a swimmer. You know what I'm saying? All the money will come from the men, but they flip it, and now they realize we need these men to come back. So we have to pay them. And how do we bypass the leftist agenda? Like, let's say Neo Wolf is being, so-called a sexist on campus. They're like, well, and the ladies are complaining, and those pink-pilled simps out there. He's a misogynist and all that. They're like, we can't, man. He's a paid athlete. He brings money. He brings money to this
Mm.
college. We can't do nothing to him. He's
And
staying.
it's funny that you're saying that the quarterback Watson in Washington,
Mm.
like he's the only player in NFL history is contract fully guaranteed 230 million.
Oh
And
yeah.
he's the one like I believe it's Deshaun Watson, the one that
Oh yeah, Deshaun Watson. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, the
yeah.
one that was sued by 25 women
Yeah, yeah.
and
Oh yeah.
all of them settle. All of them settle. So they
Yeah.
all got a check and
Mm.
he can still play in the NFL. They're getting a check, but he doesn't care because all of his money was guaranteed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they set him up. I mean, they said as soon as he
Yeah,
was
of
getting
course.
traded, all of a sudden all these Me Too's popped up. The thing is this, man. You're a straight man in the West, man. Like I said, a lot of guys. No one believed me. It takes over 4 or 5 years. Like I tell people, when you're ahead of your time, people got to catch up. Is that dude? You were born a man. You're a target, especially if you're a straight man. In the West now, masculinity is only about if Blue H, let's say the homie Neo Wolf. My God, Neo Wolf is climbing that burning building to save a child. He's so masculine. Masculinity is only celebrated when your life is on the line. That's it. That's masculinity in the West,
And
man.
you know what? It's funny that you're saying that because one of the researchers that I respect a lot, his name is um, let me Warren Farrell. Not Warren Farrell. I forgot his name. Give me a second. Basically he said basically the stat is TV like made for movie TVs.
Mm,
The plot in 92% of them, it's a man saving a woman
mm,
or a female child. 92% of the plot for movies made for TV,
mm,
that's the plot. Basically, like Taken, right? His
mm,
daughter was kidnapped, and he kills a bunch of like he deletes a bunch of people to
mm,
save that one female.
mm.
That's basically the plot for 90% of the movies out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's because, like, all of us here, like, if you was a father to a son, your goal was your son would be trained. Like, it looks like failure if we're men and we had a son and he got kidnapped. You look at it as failure that, damn, we didn't train him enough. So we didn't make him smart enough to realize to not be in that situation. Now, your daughter, you like, yeah, man, she's in danger. It's from birth, your instinct is to protect her anyway. You don't expect her to face men. That's why most of these movies is you got to save your daughter, because what man would want his daughter to fight men? That's why all these feminist movies where they got a woman with no super strength, no powers, just beating up grown men, and you're like, well, what the fuck is this?
And the name indeed, it was Warren Farrell. Like he wrote a book called The Myth of Male Power. Like he wrote it in the 90s. And it's funny. This guy used to be like a male feminist. Like he used to be getting about $3 to $5 million a year to speak on the feminist circuit, right?
Well,
And then afterwards, all the women, like educated women, teachers, directors, they started getting divorced. And then he wanted to find out why are these women getting divorced when they technically have the perfect life, high paying career, husband. Then he went over the male side, like he started investigating is like all of his engagement. deleted at the same time. So that's $5 million a year kaput when he started going over the men's side to start wondering what exactly is going on. So that tells you that it's a powerful cartel. Like when you've got five, imagine losing 5 million overnight.
Well, I mean, well, the thing is, I talked to Neil Wolf and all this, dude, man. You're in America, man. You're not dealing with women in America. You're dealing with a situation where they're being processed through male means. They're not comfortable because the thing you just said, you know what you said. Somebody listening to this will say, "Oh, Blue H just said something right." No, you said is wrong. When you said these women were married with husbands, no, women in the West do not experience husbands. That's men in Middle East or these countries where a man is allowed to be a man. Women here experience a man that is begging her and asking her, "Can he go outside?" You know what I'm saying? How is that a man?
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. You got it.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, like what's that saying? The estrogen needs what they call it, testosterone. That's what a
Testosterone.
man brings to the table. In the West, they don't bring that, man. We got men here. Look at Steven Crowder, a guy who a few years ago said y'all need to man up and get married. Look at him now, man. He's about to be done. And to me, with the mental health push, I think he needs to be on deletion watch. Because if you look at it, Chester from Lincoln Park deleted himself. Chris
That's
Cornell
true.
deleted himself. Tommy deleted himself. And then all this promotion of mental health, I don't know, man. I think they're normalizing male deletion, man. You know what
Like
I'm saying?
I don't know if you spoke about it, like because recently I had my previous phone with Discord. I had a new phone and I completely forgot to reinstall my Discord. So I don't know if you already touched about it, but
Oh,
the clip of Crowder on the patio, that was absolutely nothing. And I was reading the comment, like I was watching my man Abba with his with his big wife, and all of the comments were against Crowder. So I'm like, even on Abba and Preach, quote unquote, like not not quote unquote PUA channel, but mostly like if we could call them that, the most base people in the manosphere. Like, and I'm using that in quoting marks, other than the black pill, of course. Like I'm excluding the black pill. And even them in the comments, they were saying how Crowder was an abuser,
uh,
how he
uh,
was mean. And I'm like, I watched the video, and I watched the video after going off streams from MD streams, and then I came back on and I said, "What the hell is like exactly like you predicted? What the hell is going on?" That video is absolutely nothing, yet people completely flipped on him.
well, I mean, dude, he's a straight man. And dude, like me and Neil Wolf spoke about years ago, is dude, look at Brady. Brady literally, they made it that him playing football was disrespectful to his wife. Him continuing his career. And she just kidnapped his kids and it's perfectly fine. Dude, we're in America. We're in the West, Canada, America. If you were born a man and you're straight, that's a problem. If you're not a Sam Smith, you're not a Little Nas X, you're not a Catelyn Jenner, you're a problem. You know what I'm saying? This is why the narrative is, notice only the young men are in the news for being forced to transition. You know what I'm saying? They're sending a message to straight men, yo, man, if y'all want to be respected, y'all want this so-called equality, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to learn to piss sitting down. You need to only have an option to piss sitting down. Y'all need to mutilate yourselves, man. We're in a straight man is always wrong society in the
And you know
West.
what? And me, I'm gonna call myself out because me, like I'm on stream. Like I didn't realize it was that serious, to be honest with you, because I knew what you were talking about was true, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, stalking, having fun, Carolinas, blah blah blah. But at the same time, while it's okay once in a while to goof off, have fun,
uh,
talk about stuff. But at the same time, I didn't realize how serious
uh,
everything else is going on. So I got to
right.
call myself out because I'm on stream, just chilling, having fun, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't realize that serious stuff is going on at the same time. And me, I've never been at risk of self deletion over these women because at the end of the day, for me, like I never had that connection, that quote unquote love connection with kids and blah blah blah. I never had it, but
Uh,
I fully realize that a lot of people do, and if you take that away from them, just
uh,
like Crowder potentially could self delete himself. But me, if I was Crowder and it was me in that clip, and I'm looking at my bank account, there's 8 digits in it.
uh,
Like I'm like, I don't care, like
well,
it's
yeah,
not
but
gonna change. But I
oh no.
realize that
Uh,
um I'm not the norm. I'm the exception of the exception. I
mm,
realize.
well, I mean, we're ready. Well, you gotta look at Crowder as that dude. Why was that camera being filmed? Why was she that comfortable? And the thing is, dude, he about to lose a lot of that money. And to me, a guy like him, it's like I tell guys, the pink pill is taking over, man. The future of man. Al Bundy was the last decade of the purple pilled man, the man who wants his son to play football. He brags about how much of a man he was. He played football. He was awesome. Today's man is on his knees, ready to die, man. And one thing I've seen Tommy, Tommy R.I.P., but Tommy killed himself, and guess what? When he died, he still was a husband. He died still a father, a husband. You know what I'm saying? And now I look at Crowder. It wasn't normal that you would think anything that happens to a man, he's gonna delete himself. During the purple pill days, it was all right. She divorced him, he gonna get another one. Nowadays, you're like, yeah, man, y'all better keep an eye on Crowder, man. Keep
You
a
know
close
what?
eye on.
When you said that about Tommy the first time, like it stopped me dead in my tracks. Is that he departed still a husband, so he still had the title. Like the title for him
Mm,
was important. And actually, just now I remember here in the worst city for men, Toronto, is that like there was a doctor, like his wife was about to leave him,
mm,
like he put his wife in a suitcase and tossed her out. And I'm like, why would you do that? You're a doctor, you're making 500,000 a year, but he he right now he's doing life, but he's doing life. He still has the title. The title meant that much to him.
Still a
So
married man. He's still a
so
married man.
I'm realizing that for me the title is worthless. Like I'm gonna I want the money, but I'm realizing that the way these people have been raised is that the title means that much to him, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, to me, man, that's why I do these streams. Once a month I'll do the don't delete because, bro, it's getting worse. Men are looking at deleting themselves like putting peanut butter on bread. It's an epidemic, man. I was at the bar and somebody brought up, yo, my boy deleted himself. And I'm like, yo, I never, in my 7 years, I worked at the bar for years. I've never heard deletion being mentioned. And it was one after another. One said it, another one said, yeah, that happened to me too. Yo, it's
Yeah.
becoming, they're not bringing up the numbers that it's probably 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10 men are deleting themselves, man. You know what I'm saying? And I've experienced it. I've seen it. You know what I mean? I know some people, and some of my homies even hit me up. They were on the cusp of it. It's bad, man. It's getting out there because the society has told men one choice. You either transition or be masculine, risking your life. That's it. That's the only way we'll celebrate your masculinity. Every other aspect of it is toxic. Or you want to tell your children, like Tom Brady wanted to tell his son what college to go to. He wants his son to play football like him, like his dad. Nope, that's toxic masculinity. You know, you know.
So you know what I mean? So to me, a lot of men here in the West, man, and then you gotta understand they've been ultra feminized. So man, their feelings, they need validation. A lot of men in the West, man, they're walking on the edge of deletion, man. Like no generation before. Deletion used to be rare. You know what I'm saying? It used to be rare. Like, yo, that dude out of nowhere was walking and he was looking for someone to just say hello and no one did, so he jumped. That was rare. That was like once every, 2, 3 years or something, you hear somebody deleting themselves. Now it's become normal, man. Oh, that rapper deleted himself. And then they advertise it like R.I.P. He was so loved. Yo, I don't. I'm gonna be real with you. If you deleted yourself, I don't feel anything. You know what I mean? That literally deletes the sympathy. It's okay. He took himself out. He made his choice. To a certain extent, I'm like, yeah, he did what he did, man. You know. Now,
No, man, it's
yeah,
me.
go
I didn't realize because me, like, let's say I'm feeling down and I'm like, blah, 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 is that, yo, I close my eyes, I'm thinking of a few Carolinas and the smile is back on my face. But me,
on.
I realize I can't, most people can't be helped that way. That's what I'm realizing on stream is that some of the views that I have, like, I fully understand, like, I realize the black pill, but at the end of the day, there's still a little bit of the PUA, quote unquote, having fun, talking to women, like, still in my blood. But I realize now that you can't, like, first of all, it's really rare to be able to help people. But now I realize that with my experiences and the little skill set that I've got communicating, I'm realizing, damn, like I can't help these people with the way that I am. So I'm like, damn, is so like it's a little bit of a shock for me because me, I'd like to, not necessarily promote cold approaching, but just quote unquote having fun conversations with women, but
Mm,
is there's nothing fun about it. It's not fun. It's
what?
there's more drawbacks than anything else. So it's like, and I don't have the skills communicating like you. So I'm like, listen, that's when I realize is I'm more of a comic relief than a helper for
Well, you're
black
more
pill
of a
man.
man of action, man. I mean, what you
Yeah,
just said about yo, man. If I feel down, the thoughts of me gonna get some. I'm good. Yeah, that's too masculine, man. You're too much on the masculine spectrum where you're like, yo, man. As long as I could get the head below good, I'm all right. That option's there, I'm good. But that's too masculine. The man today, man, it's about feelings. That's why I told guys the pink pill. I needed to combine the videos, but most men here are dying because they can't get enough emotional, synchronization. Not enough people telling them they love them, care for them, and you're like, what the fuck's going on, dude? You're killing yourself because I mean, deleting yourself because someone ain't tell you I appreciate you. Yo, they're deleting themselves for nothing. And to
I
me,
think you're right. The the link that they made with mental health
yeah.
is so much on the forefront.
Oh, there it is, dude. You remind me. It's called Better Help. Better Help, man. That ad is all over, man. It's advertising that normal people have mental health. And as soon as I heard one of the guys said, well, my psychologist was talking to me about gender, and I was like, what? How are you helping somebody talking about something fictional? Gender. Oh, come on, man.
And
Go.
also you said the most dangerous people out there, the
Oh,
psychiatrists, man.
yo, psychologist, bro.
Yo, psychologists,
Uh,
like I believe the only difference between them, like the psychologists technically can't prescribe pills,
uh,
but come on, like they can send you down to the office next door. You
they
get
can
the
make,
so it's like these people I want nothing to do. Yo, I'm
dude.
not scared of the government. Like the government,
Uh,
truly, I'm never gonna go to war with them. Like I'm not that stupid, but I'm not scared of them.
uh,
psychiatrist, dude,
Woo.
that that is Casper to me.
That is man, to me, a real horror movie is, man, just show me a movie of a normal guy, just a psychiatrist coming to his home uninvited and just tells him he can't leave. Cops is behind that door and he has to talk. That's the scariest thing, man. The scariest thing is a psychiatrist, man. They are,
Man,
and now they advertising better help, like you're talking to a hotline. Yeah, you could call them at any time. You could find one that's your favorite. These are people that can literally recommend you to an asylum. You know what I'm saying? Dude,
yeah, yeah.
boy, it is horrifying, man. That's the only person I'd never, because the way I look at a psychologist, I look at a psychologist, their job is to mold you to fit into the system.
Exactly.
Because if they knew what they were doing, how come a psychiatrist are getting divorces? How come they getting divorced? You know what I mean? That means they buy into the system. A psychiatrist is just a politician that deals with people on a mental scale. That's all it is, man. They're fucked up too, man. I'm not saying you don't get it. You don't get help.
So read a book if you need help, man. At least that's safe. Even then, like I don't trust the author of the book, but worst case scenario, read a book, man.
Well, I mean, if you really, my thing is, if you truly need help, even then, I think I would recommend a psychiatrist overseas. Preferably not the West, like someplace like I don't know, Eastern, maybe Middle East, China, maybe not China, but Taiwan, whatever the country isn't Americanized, go there.
Yeah,
Because the westernized psychiatrists, their job is to get you on drugs and make some money. You know what I'm saying? And they're here to make you fit into the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to hear, like, if I go to a psychiatrist and say, you know what, I can't be with no woman here because of the law, and I keep running these simulations where I get close to a woman, I want to love her and all that. And then I realize the closer I get, the closer she could use the law on me. And guess what that psychiatrist gonna say? Well, you have trust issues, you have abandonment
PTSD,
issues. What the fuck you
PTSD.
mean I got trust? I just referenced the law. What does the law have to do with my emotional state? I just referenced the law. That's this is what a psychiatrist will say. Well, Blue H, you got trust issues. You fear letting yourself go and with someone else. Nah, dude. There's a chick I'm talking to right now. I tell guys this, dude. It's healthy. You want to talk to women, talk to them, man. Just don't buy. I look at everything like a fiction. You know what I'm saying? I look at the West as this is a fictional society, man. Everything, love and all that, if you fall for the scam of what is it called? Love, loyalty, and lust. You fall for those three L's, you're done. This is the modern westernized man. It's gonna be one of those L's. She's loyal to me, man. Boom, married. Yo, I love her, married. Yo, lust. You see the ass on that? I'm wifing that. Dude, it's one of those three L's they gonna choose. And you know what I mean? So to me, man, I run this simulation. There's a chick I'm talking to on Facebook. I'm about to just delete our conversation. I'm gonna ghost it because when I run this simulation, I'm like, in the long term, what can I do with that? There's no long term value. And besides, I'm hustling. I got some other things I'm doing. So I'm gonna be deleting it. And we having a good talk. She like another state away. Like, not by train I could get there, but it's like when I run the simulation, she might back talk to me. I'm a zero nonsense guy, man. Any sign of disrespect, I'm leaving. There is no I'm sorry and all. No, I'm gone because I learned the westernized woman is about opportunity to escalate. Like like Crowder, when she filmed him, this ain't the first time this happened, man. Come on, man.
Absolutely not,
Come
man.
on, bro. Come
I
on, man.
love you, but listen, you're abusive. And of course, she had her full belly out. That's like there's a
Mm,
couple of guys that said, "Oh my God, can you see? Can't you see the belly? Is that, come on? Is that's
Huh?
manipulation 101? Her belly's out, crop top.
Mm.
And the fact that she didn't want to stay in the house,
Uh.
yet she's okay to go driving while pregnant. Come
Yeah. That's why I
on.
spoke to my boy. I was like, why didn't she just call an Uber? Because, man, the check is in the mail. It don't matter if she was driving and that kid gets a mental issue. Dude, we're in the West. In America, dude, a child is a check. Mental issue, pop tarted, it don't matter. That's a check. That once the child's life has been removed to be no more than a check, it don't matter if that kid's functional. Like, what if she gets in a car, boom, gets in an accident, her stomach gets rammed, and that kid is born with disabilities? It don't matter. She's still getting her check. Now she gets her check plus disability. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because and the thing is, if you really read the comments and you dig into the explanation, is that she didn't want to stay home because Crowder wanted her to feed the dogs, but since she was pregnant, she was scared that the dog medication would be dangerous for pregnancy. So it's like, what? That's what he said. Put the gloves on. Put the gloves on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if the video was not cropped up,
Uh,
he would have given her the option. Listen, just stay here and do nothing. I'm gonna go get the groceries.
uh,
I'll come back and I'll feed the dog. You
yeah.
just stay here and do nothing. I'm sure
Uh,
that would have been one of the options given before it was cut. But the fact is, she didn't want to, like, she already had the ring. The baby was out.
mm.
She didn't want to follow his
And yo,
direction,
Blue
his
Age, not to
leadership.
interrupt you, the second baby's in the oven. Not the
It was not the
second.
first one, the second.
Not the
Oh my
second. Hey, yo, not to interrupt you again, is that dude. Notice he works, he's worth 20 mil. This is the West, man. I keep telling a lot of guys, if I had they keep saying if I had the looks, the money, yo, Crowder's got the looks, the money, the status, all that crap. It means nothing. He's not above the government. The only man who can satisfy a woman is the government, and that
God.
government is not a man. As no entity is, that's the only stake. When you raise a woman's foundation to that of a man and give her an advantage, it's over, man. Crowder, to me, he set himself up. He knew you in the West. He said, "I'm a traditional, a tradition." You want to hear something? A conservative man would not volunteer to be in a situation when he has no authority. That's a true traditional man. The modern traditional man, well, she gonna let me lead. She gonna allow me. I get allowance. She gonna allow me to lead her until she does it. The old school traditional man will be, I'm home. You ain't cooking. You either cook or you get the hell out the house. You know what I'm saying? It's really that simple. The man worked and just told her to feed the dogs. It's just like Tom Brady comes from playing football and his wife got him taking out the garbage after being tackled, risking your life every day, bro. Yo, I swear to God, Blue H, yo, if I would have came as a football player, I come home and she, what I mean, we don't got, she ain't taking out the garbage or she ain't doing nothing or she ain't paying somebody to do it and tells me, I be get out. We selling the house, everything in that one section is gone.
Right then and there, it's
Right
over.
there
Huh?
is done, man. I'm risking my life playing football. You know how dangerous football is. Well, Canada, I mean, y'all more into, and I think technically hockey might be more dangerous than football
Yo,
because
ice hockey is, it is
they let
brutal,
people
man.
punch without the helmet, right? They just let them hold each other and just,
Yeah, fight is legal.
yeah,
It's
just
like,
give each other CTE, man. That's why I say, yo, if hockey was in the hood, man, I think basketball would take a number two, man. If you put hockey in the black neighborhood, in the urban area and say, yo, y'all get to fight each other, man, on
you
ice.
know,
Oh,
you know what? Like that, I know it's not the subject of stream, but here, like in the West, like hockey and I hate to call it that soccer, but in reality, it's football.
uh,
Is that because they're not including these sports in the school system?
uh,
It allows for a whole bunch of people to make a lot of money. Like, for instance, in soccer, private training in soccer, like elite private training, it's $5,000 a month.
Damn.
And right now, the best hockey player in the world, his name is Connor McDavid.
Mm.
And he went to a, like, by the time he was 14, because he was so good, they knew that he was gonna make like the NHL. Like, he went to a prep school. The prep school, like, in the morning, it's like basically high school, like learning the subject, and then in the afternoon, it's practice, drills, and blah blah blah. $50,000 a year that prep school costs. So all
Wow.
the people, just like in the West, just like the marriage scam,
Uh,
the wedding scams, is that a whole bunch of people are making all that money, the prep school fees, training fees, like a good hockey stick, that like the hockey sticks that you see the guy use on TV.
uh.
It's minimum 4.99. It costs one,
Ooh.
just
Damn.
one. The skates that the guy use,
Mm.
it's minimum 1,500 plus tax.
God damn. Yeah, yeah.
Everybody is making that money, but it's not growing the game. Like
Oh, yeah.
in
Mm.
America, most like Americans laugh at soccer because they're saying it sucks. But
Well, 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 I'm gonna
soccer is the number one sport in the world.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I worked at a soccer stadium. Soccer needs to change for America. It could be number one. The problem with soccer is you got ties outside of playoffs. You get ties. I used to work and people would be like, "Oh, we tied." The Americans want a victory. And the other thing is, since you just shown you a football fan, you showing your nationality. I think soccer needs a backcourt violation, man. I'll be watching a soccer game where dude get all the way to the goalie and kicks the ball all the way back. Soccer needs a backcourt violation, man. You know what I'm saying? If they had a backcourt violation like basketball, it'd be number one in America. You know what I'm saying? Because the passion and the the drama of soccer, it'd be number one. It's just they need a backcourt violation, man. You
That
can't be
I
you
agree
can't
with
be
you.
going all the way to the damn goalie and kicking the ball. Yeah, I would see it, Blue H. I'm watching him. Oh, he going, man, he's going. And then he kicked the ball all the way back. You know what I'm saying? That messes with your brain. Like, what are you doing? You right near the goalie. Go for the goal, man. You're gonna kick it all the way back to your court? Oh man, come on.
That
Yeah.
I agree with you. Certain tweaks.
Mm,
The thing is, even the MLS has quite a few teams, but imagine if, like, for instance, football, it's in the school system,
mm,
NCAA, blah blah blah. You can
mm,
get a scout. Like, some people make the NFL.
mm,
They've never paid a fee to. They've never paid a cent to play football
mm.
in their life, and they get to the NFL. They make all these millions. While someone born in the United States who plays soccer, he must pay 5,000 just for coaching per month.
Mm. Oh
So
yeah.
that's what I meant. If they included it in the school system,
Well,
for,
the thing is, not to interrupt you, is soccer costs too much money. I mean, I think the most expensive sports, soccer, football, and hockey. You gotta keep the ice
no,
ring. It
hockey by far, it's not
costs a
even
lot of
competitive.
money. Yeah, the ice ring, how much money it would cost to maintain the ice on that field?
But
Oh,
I get what you're saying. But if it was within the school system,
uh,
um, partially subsidized, the cost would go
mhm.
down.
Well,
The number of participants would go up.
you know what you're saying, Blue H. I think you're lobbying for rollerblade hockey, because the only way I could see hockey expanding is if you remove the ice. You remove the ice and just say, "Yo, we got some rollerblades," and you know what I'm saying, we got them hockey sticks. I don't know if you ever remember that movie, The Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah, yeah.
They had that scene where they were playing street hockey, where you got a rollerblade, you know what I mean? You got the stick. Because to me, if you remove the ice and turn it to rollerblade hockey, I think you could bring it back up, because you can't. The poorer locations, they can't afford ice, man. You can't
That's true.
afford that.
That I admit, there's a few roadblocks, but just the principle I meant, the gist of it is
Mm,
a whole bunch of people is making a
mm,
couple of thousands a year
mm,
against growing the game. While in football,
mm,
Very few people outside the NFL make the money. It's the owners that make billions and billions.
mm,
But the game is bigger, so it's give and take. If people at the lower level make millions and millions,
mm.
like hockey, basically outside of the hockey belt they call it, it's a dead sport. Is that like even Stephen A dissed hockey on ESPN? Like he said, hockey
Uh,
don't count. He said nobody cares.
wow.
Oh,
Well, I mean, the other thing is to get back to you, what you said is I think soccer and hockey, they don't have, and we had a stream on this. That's why I be telling people, man, you feel free if you want to clip certain things, whatever, because we talk about so many things, we can't remember them. Is that dude? Me and you spoke, I think it was me and you, we spoke about, I told people ageism. Ageism is the biggest form of limitation where, oh man, Blue H, you 15 years old, you can't go pro. Why? But soccer, they don't care. They have a private age group where you could play pro at 15. If you better than all your groups, you could go pro at 15. Like I remember that soccer kid, I think his name was Amun Diablo in Jersey. He went pro at 13. At 13 years old,
damn.
he went pro, man, and he was kicking goals amongst Americans. Even what's Messi went pro mad young. I
He went
think
pro at 60, 15. He went
yeah,
pro.
15 Messi was pro. You know what I'm saying? But in America, if you a basketball player, yo, man, Blue H is 15, man, and yo, he beating up grown men at 15. Nah, he gotta wait. You know what I'm saying? Ageism is a big limiter in America. The only place I've seen it, because I worked at soccer stadium, I was working for Red Bull, where I saw the private games amongst the age groups, where you saw 15, a game between 13 to 15 playing each other, whatever. But other sports, you don't get that option. You don't get the option. So I think with soccer and hockey, you get an option to go pro sooner, and you got to pay for that versus football where they got to age, they got a fixed age, they got a fixed program how they gonna let people go pro. So but but to get back, I'll just say this with the Crowder thing and everything going on. I tell people in the manosphere, man, we're in the pink pilled age, man. Men are dying for the title. Men are dying for the title. Men don't care about their children. They don't care about their kids, man. This is something we need to talk about is how many men don't care about their children. It's about, yo, man, how come, I don't know if you heard this, Blue H. I've heard it where a man said, yo, she love our kids more than she loved me. And I looked at this dude like, well, what the fuck? What's wrong with that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yes, I did heard it before. I heard it before. As soon as
Blue,
the kids are born, it's all
uh,
about them, not me anymore.
mm,
I can't get laid anymore.
yeah, well, that was already happening, man. That she was already telling him, not tonight. I don't feel like that. Why don't you say I don't feel like paying rent? I don't feel, what I mean? I'm perfectly capable. I don't feel it. But we in America, man. What I was trying to tell dudes is, yo, you're in a situation where in the West the women are corrupted because they exist in a situation where they're looking down at men. They're looking down. There ain't no woman looking eye to eye to a man. They're looking down at him. Look what he'll do just to wife her up, what he'll go through, nagging, disrespect. And he thinks this is masculinity that he's allowing her to disrespect him.
And
The
that's
West.
why that's why that Crowder clip made me a
Mm,
little bit angry because before that clip went on, I
mm,
already knew there was a whole bunch of nagging, a whole
mm,
bunch of buy me this, that. And the thing, one of the mistake, I don't know if it's a mistake, but what I think the people are upset at Crowder is that in the beginning, of course, like just like everyone else, he was getting walked on. But then I'm sure he knows a few red pill dudes or he
mm,
watched some content. So the way he was talking to her, you need to be ladylike. That's
uh, uh,
red pill
uh, uh,
content. But
uh,
just the saying is she already emasculated you. So you can't put the
mm,
tube you can't put the tube back you can't put the paste back in the tube
Mm,
Once it's out, you're done. So he was
dang.
talking about, you have to be ladylike. Is that, dude? She already, like, you're telling me that's the second kid that was there. She's got the ring, dude. You're done already.
It's over. It's over, hey, man. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Yo, man, the one thing you said 100%, the disrespect was already there.
Yeah,
It just escalates. Like, I did a video. I remember when I first started management, I did something called Live by the One Strike, man. With so much at risk as a man, you can't afford a second opportunity. Okay, the first time she yelled at you in the house, can you afford her yelling at you outside? Can you gotta break it up right then and there. It's done. She like, well, but nah, I'm out. You risking my life here. Some
and
white knight could have seen us. Like, what if you outside, your girl yell at you? A white knight could have ran to save her, the cops, your reputation. You could go viral with her yelling and it destroys your character. There's so much at risk as a man. You know what I'm saying? The reward ain't worth the risk. The way I make my money, the way I hustle, I gotta leave, man. The westernized, like I tell dudes now, man. You gotta upgrade. The upgrade, like I told you, the black pillars. Don't look for flags. Look for traffic lights. You see any reason to take it becomes red. You gotta get the fuck out. Because you gotta be. When you in the west, you're in what I call you're in caution. You're in the yellow light. A westernized man, you always gotta be in the yellow. You can't drive too fast. You're always in caution mode. You know what I mean? The only guys that drive in the green light is guys in the Middle East. I think Taiwan or Thailand, Vietnam, countries where the men are men. They're legally allowed to be men. They don't got to worry about a chick yelling at them and cursing because she knows. She already knows what's at stake. The embarrassing her family, being literally left outside, like, yo, get the fuck out of here.
but you
you
know
know,
what? Like a year and a half ago, I would have said, but listen, what you said is true. But what about not caring at all, not even desiring it?
mm,
And now looking back, being older, being around the streams, your stream and the stream, I realize that my perspective is so far from the outside that it's it can't help much people. So it's way better that what you just said is that, listen, most guys still want the relationship. Just like Jake said, I believe Jake a couple of streams ago said, you should just focus on trying to make money with a porn studio. I'm like, listen, that's that your perspective works for you, but you
uh,
must realize that you're on the outside of the outside looking in.
uh,
So what you said, most guys listen. Don't even look for red flags, look for traffic light.
yeah, look for the lights, bro.
Mhm.
Because Blue H, you in Canada, I'm in the US, man. And to compare to you, Canada, I gotta go to I think California. California might be neck and neck with Cali, man. California might even be worse than Canada because California's got the 10-year thing. Y'all married for 10 years. I don't know if you remember what Jamie Foxx did. Yo, Jamie Foxx literally divorced his wife I think it was the week or 2 weeks before the 10th year. He was,
Is it alimony for life after 10
yeah, he
years?
divorced 2 weeks before the 10th year. He was gone, man. 2 weeks, bro. It was 2 weeks or a month. Jamie Foxx must have been counting that shit down for over 9 years. Like, oh shit. She's like our anniversary, and she doesn't know that she's warning him. Oh, baby, it's our seventh anniversary. And Jamie Foxx like, okay, 2 more years.
Yeah, I completely forgot. After 10 years of it, it's alimony for life,
For
man.
life, bro. For life, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that happening in Canada? Or is
Not for, I don't believe for life. The only thing is, I know the most messed up thing that I heard is that, like, in some places, it's common law after 6 months. Six
mm,
month relationship, it's common law already.
ooh, dear Lord, man. Yeah, God. This is why I tell guys, man, be aware of the rules, man. The rules of engagement. I think that was the name of a movie. The rules of engagement. Yo, understand the rules. There's no such thing as if it's right or wrong, man. A lot of these men live in this fantasy world. That's why I say men, we're the most delusional. We're designed to be delusional. You know what I'm saying? We don't got to worry about carrying children or having kids. So our whole life is based on us chasing a goal. That's why men would die for Alexander the Great. But when you like, yo, what is Alexander doing for you? Like, why you want to risk your life for the dude so bad? Man, I believe in what he's talking about. That's it. I'm willing to die because I just believe in that other man. That's yo, and they're saying women are delusional. Dude, women in the West know what's going on. And
Yeah.
the biggest thing the women here know is they know it's out of their control. The perfect example is Roe v. Wade. You know what I'm saying? The government gave you the right to delete and they took it away.
Take
You
it
know what I'm
away.
saying?
It's like that.
What can the women do? What they gonna march? What can they do?
They
No,
always adapt. They always adapt, women. That's what I notice is
man.
they plot and adapt.
Yeah, well, I mean, women to me, they understand their position. Women are. I keep telling dudes for streams, and I had streams I've been on where guys just as soon as I start talking logistics and logically, because they want to say women are demons and all that, because that's their brand. Their brand is, yo, man, the women are bad. I'm by your side. Just give me now. Can you give me some money? Now, can you support me monetarily? Because men have never done nothing wrong. You know what I mean? See. And once I got on a stream once, I was telling him, yo, man, the guy knew what he was doing when he got married. I can't blame the woman for taking everything. He knew the game. These are the rules of the game, man. I can't be upset that your wife literally took everything after the divorce. You were stupid enough. There are men right now that still believe it's 50-50. You lose 50%. How you losing 50% if you're going to pay alimony, you're going to lose your
I agree.
house, you're going to lose your vehicles. It's over. You're losing about 80%. You know what I'm saying? It's more than 50%. And you got dumb men coming on YouTube. Yeah, you gonna lose half of your stuff. No, you dumb fuck. It's over 80. You might go to jail too. You going to jail isn't losing more than 50%?
And it's funny thing is like YouTube deleted that comment that I left from the on the crowded situation is that
Mm,
I said that even though like women because me that relationship desire I don't have it at all. So for me, I that advice is fantastic advice, but I know me, I can skip past it. But I said in the comment, I don't blame Crowder's wife because
mm,
she was that way from day one.
mm.
So
Damn.
there's no blame because most guys that were quote unquote on my side, they were like, "Oh my God, she's evil, she's conniving." Nah, she's been that way from day one, and the way that she's been raised, that's her nature. So it's like
Well,
there's nothing to be angry about. It is what it is.
yeah. Well, bro, I mean, one thing I'll give you, Blue H, I've been chopping it up with you, and it's been an honor for years, is that, yo, you are rare. You more of a you don't get that. You're an old school type of guy where yo, you get what you want. You don't have emotions in it. You getting what you want, and that's it. That's all it has to do with.
Me, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, I didn't know the ability to say next, like
Uh,
next, next, next.
uh,
I thought guys would have it. I think more. I would have thought more. I would have thought 80% of guys would be like me, have
mm,
the ability to be like, you know what, next, next. But I'm realizing that nah, man, it's the opposite. It's less than 20% that
uh,
have the ability to be next or like attach,
mm.
think about it. When they're sad, there's like sad love music playing in their heads. Oh my God, I miss it so much. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh.
man. Well, I keep telling you, dude. Will Smith. People don't get it. Guys like Will Smith. You know, yes, he slapped Chris Rock, but the average man looked at it and didn't get the point. He slapped Chris Rock, but his wife is still his wife. She is the finish line in his life. So it don't matter, man. And he's over emotional. Yes, she slept with another man, but he still gets a chance when she comes back to tell her I love her. I'm gonna show my love as long as the opportunity. The pink pilled man is the future. When you demasculate and emasculate the majority of your men, They become sobbing, over emotional. And the thing is this, for men, emotional, if a man becomes over emotional, it becomes dangerous. The most dangerous thing for a man is something he can't see, he can't touch, and he can't fix. And that's feelings and emotion, emotional scars. You know what I mean? And you gotta look at the scam society keeps putting, well, Blue H, she broke your heart. Man, that wound's always gonna be there. No, it's done, dog. It happened. Move the fuck on. You know
That,
what I mean?
that's
But
the thing, that's my even me like that's the thing. Like no matter how hard you are, like you've got to quote unquote cope for society. So when it's like, oh my god, I remember, oh my god, how come you don't have a girlfriend? You're not engaged. You know what? In 2013, that's my story. That my
uh,
coping stories. In 2013, like I had a small relationship and she left. I never recovered. And when I say that, like I laugh on the inside, like I never recovered. I laugh, but it works. And like I get a little bit of sympathy. You should try again. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna try one of few Carolinas.
I
And then
gotta
I'm like, you
find
know
the
what?
right one. Yeah, well, I mean that shows that you're emotionally available. Dude, a lot of guys don't get it, man. The hustle, the way it works is this, and I saw it, yo. I'm gonna tell you something, and this was downright pure evil, but it was justified evil. This dude, right? It was his birthday. His previous wife died, and he was with this woman. She broke up with him the day before his birthday, and he's talking to the banker, and I was in the back. I'm doing security, whatever. And you hear the banker like, "Well, she got to live her life. Who cares? Who cares if his last wife died?" And you like, wow. You know what I mean? We talk about
Yeah,
this stuff online, but when you see it in real life, you're like, damn. All this shit I was saying is correct, but to see it and see the happiness, she was like, "Who cares? It's his birth. Who cares if it's his birthday? She got to live her life." And you're like, the man's last wife died. You can't. You know what I'm saying? This can't be justified. That before his birthday, you gonna break up with him, and he must have taken care of her, treated her well, and all. But this is how the system works, man. When you know the rules of the game, like I've been telling guys, when you start simulating society, you know what I'm saying? When you start looking at society like The Sims, I don't know, you remember that game, The Sims? You start looking at
I
it
heard
like,
of it. Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah.
no, dog. You start simulating society like that. Okay, she could do this, she could do that. It is what it is, man. You're a man. A man is a tool of sacrifice. Crowder's learning the hard way. Crowder wanted to demonize men. And Crowder, the funny thing now is he's the meme. You know that dude who sat on his chair that said, "Change my mind"? That's him. So now the meme now is like, oh yeah, change, yo, Crowder, you getting divorced, right? Change my mind.
And the funny thing is that meme made him millions, man. That
Huh?
meme made that's how I got to know him, like with that meme. And now the meme is against him, man. It's yeah. Oh, I
Ay,
think.
Kabanua.
Oh, can you hear me? Hold.
I can hear you, man.
Okay,
Give
okay,
me
yeah,
1 minute. Yeah,
yeah.
give me
It's
1 minute.
funny. It's okay, okay, man.
In fact, yeah, go on, man.
Yeah, but it's funny now that meme made him millions, but now it's like it's gonna be used against. And the funny thing is with that video coming out, is that
Oh,
I think it might have been like a mini conspiracy because I don't know if you're aware. Like me, I'm not fully aware of that situation, but a couple of weeks ago, he put out a video against the Daily Wire because they wanted to purchase his company, and he felt that he
oh,
felt he felt that they gave him a shitty offer. It was a lot of money, yeah, but in that offer there were a lot of conditions that were where his time would have been like he would have had to invest about 40 to 50 hours a week to make that money. And he was like, listen, that's a shitty offer. And I don't care if you're conservative. I got to call you out on bad business. So he said that. it might have been something that he should have kept behind closed door, because now that video's coming out, and now he's got Candace Owens dissing him.
Yep.
Of
And,
course, Ben
wait, ain't
Shapiro.
that Candace Owens that's supposed to be I stand for men and all that stuff?
Yeah, conservative too. Yeah. So now these two are beefing, and of course, he's beefing with the entire Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, blah blah
Oh,
blah. So it's like,
Shapiro. Wow. You see,
so
these are the so-called, you know what I mean? I got Shapiro right here. Give me a minute. I got the thing where Ben Shapiro admits, man.
the voting right, huh?
Yeah, the voting, yeah.
Request to respect her privacy. Female. It's so important, guys. So important. By the way, women are the majority of voters in the United States. Like
I'm saying this is what they do, man. They play face, man. We're in the age of, to me, Crowder proved he's a slave, man. You worth $20 million. One thing I hate is when celebrities play that scam that I gotta feed my family. Like you heard Shaq when he was attacking Kyrie Irving, you're worth over $400 million. What you mean you gotta feed your family? It's called you don't have a spine and you want to sell out. Crowder to me set himself up, man. What you're saying, I agree with it 100%. And I don't even blame the company for doing it, because why would you bring a private contract deal? And even if it ain't private, it's supposed to be business out of respect. That, yo, because if you Blue H gave me a bad deal, I'd just be, me and Blue H tried to work something out. That's it. I wouldn't bring it out in the public. That sets you up to be disrespectful to all companies. Like, yo,
Yeah.
we don't know whatever number you want. And to me, Crowder, if you worth 20 million and you still trying to sell your business, you just trying to sell out. A lot of these guys, man, they want the validation. That's why I say money in the West isn't the most important thing. The most important thing in the West is validation, man. You could be worth $200 million and you haven't gotten validated yet. You know what I'm saying? You still
That
feel
is
like
so
you're
true.
neglected. You know what I mean? Yo, I don't know if you heard a dude. Listen to this. Listen to how important validation is. A kid did this challenge where he put fire in flammable paint and burned 75% of his body. That's the price of validation. You know what I'm saying? You can't even get certain people to work overtime. But for validation, somebody will risk their life.
I'm not even. Yo, ever since I've been consuming like watching content, I'm like, there's a few things that surprises me, but not when it comes to man women dynamic anymore, man. It's me. It's like, ever since what you said, is that's when it hit me. You know, when you know something but you don't realize that you know it yet, is
Mm-mm.
when you talked about Tommy. And I didn't know Tommy, because after you talked about Tommy, like you made like you made the YouTube short video. I'm like, I know this guy was on Power Ranger, but I don't really know him. So let's do a little bit of research. And then I knew about the show, but I didn't realize the show was like, it was translated in 50 something
Mm.
languages.
Dude,
It's
Tommy,
like,
my brother, not to interrupt. Tommy was, man, he was like Superman. The whole world. This is why I did this stream where I said the Black Pill 3.0 is you got to start comparing your life experience to the world. You can't say, like before you came on, I told guys this. Everyone's living a life of limitations and lies, and you got to take that to the grave. Because, for example, Blue H, if you were like, yo, I found a woman I love the most in the world, but how? How can you say you love her more than any woman in the world when you haven't experienced all women in the world? You know, you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
So this is a lie. But Tommy, dude, and I'm gonna let you go back, is dog, he was like a Superman. He was a superhero to most kids. He was in Power Rangers the longest. Damn, nah, man. If I watch the '90s film, oh my soul, man, it hurts, man. He chose to die for a single mom, and this is why I say the pink pill, the men in America are so feminized that even with global opportunity, he'll still choose to die. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Yeah,
You
go
know,
ahead.
because when you said it, and I'm like, I did my research, and I'm like, listen, wait a minute. And me, I always use like east west, like west, the rest of the world analogy. I'm like, listen, okay, so that dude was like, and I'm gonna call it football. That dude was like real football, but in the United States, he was like soccer, and he still choose to depart. Like
Wow.
everywhere else in the world, he's like he's Messi status. Like people know him. Like he could go to a village in Vietnam. Like he could get free meals. Like of course, a few women would already be married, but I'm sure there's one that wouldn't be married.
Oh,
And of course, he was good looking, so he'd
oh,
be able to shack up, be
oh,
treated like a king, and he
oh,
still chose to depart. And I'm like,
yeah.
what?
Yeah. Dude, that analogy you made, hell, that was godlike. You said, man, he was a football star all over the world, and he chose to be a soccer player, an MLS star. Damn, that is
Exactly.
yo, god damn, Blue Edge. That is just yo, that's savage. Yeah, man. And the thing is, he was good here too. Yo, Tommy could have showed up in my house like sweating, like, yo, and I'm like, who that? Yo, oh, that's Tommy? Yo, man,
Yo,
sleep on my bed. I'ma clean the room. That's fucking Tommy the White Ranger, man. You know what I'm saying? The whole every people in neighborhoods know him. Yo, come on, Tommy, you good, man? You hungry? Yo, you good, man? The whole world loved him. But this is why I keep saying, and people keep, people are stealing. People gonna steal this content. It is what it is. But this is why I keep telling people the woman in the West is seen as a godlike figure. Her virtue is worth more than the return of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Men are willing to sacrifice themselves at the altar. You know what I'm saying? Just for her, just for her, dog. And you see it, Tommy. You see Brady. Like, you know what I mean? And Tommy just deleted himself just because and she's a single mom, dog. And he raised the kids and all that along with his own, and he deleted himself, and he's proof he had a kid. He deleted himself because he couldn't get her to care for him the way he wanted, and he said fuck the kids, man. This is why when I talk this way, people be like, yo, man, hold the truth hostage. You going too far. Then a couple months later, motherfuckers gonna repeat exactly what I said. More men, the pink pilled man has arrived. He loves his wife more than his children. When he takes his life, he doesn't care. Chester killed himself from Lincoln Park. You got kids, killed himself. I don't know. Maybe it had to do with the wife, man. Maybe she ain't love him or the way he wanted to be loved. How many we could name that killed themselves and had kids? Robin Williams. You know what I'm saying?
that was tragic, Robert.
Uh,
It's
crazy
yeah,
alimony. His alimony
yeah,
killed him. But he had a daughter. He had a daughter and some kids. You think he would be like, yo, I got my kids, man. As for the alimony, man, I might default on. I might do something. We worked himself to death. I think he had to pay 100,000 or so a month
yeah,
for her
crazy amount.
life.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? This is what simping, like I tell people, man. I might make a shirt. You could make a shirt. You know what I'm saying? As long as I breathe, I can simp. That's, that's the slogan, man. That's the
and
slogan
and
for the
recently I
mob.
heard about him, like Brendan Fraser. Like I heard
Mm.
about him because of his recent role. Like I don't know the name of the movie, but he was
Oh, the
fat in
well.
it. Yeah.
Think the well.
Oh yeah, yeah. But for a couple of years, he looked atrocious. Like the alimony was crushing him, and he was sad. Like he looked like a shell of himself. So it's. But I'm surprised. Like even Robin Williams, I'm sure in Hollywood, like he could have been paid, like a little bonus under the table here and there. And
Well, I
but the
mean,
thing is, like
right, go on.
I believe, I'm not sure if he cheated, but he married. I believe he cheated on the first wife with the nanny,
Mm.
but then he married the nanny. So so it's like,
And yo, Blue Edge, and notice they be saying women be monkey branch. I mean, what was the nearest branch to him? A maid, man. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I'm saying? God bless. I'm happy for his son. His son got life, man. I didn't ask for life. No one here asked for life. His son was born. Happy his son's born. He's healthy. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, known all over the world. He just got a maid pregnant. This is how loyal to the simping they are, man. Even Arnold, towering guy from whatever Romania, whatever the country is from. He from a country where motherfuckers don't play. You drinking an ounce, your first shot of vodka is out the womb. That's where he's from. You know what I'm saying? As soon as the baby's born, give that boy a sip.
Austria.
Yeah, he's from Austria, man.
Yeah.
They don't play in Austria.
Yeah,
And
like
Arnold,
one of the few country that's still conservative, and they're like, I believe a couple of years ago they had a huge demonstration. Like they don't play around. Like,
oh, they don't play. And Arnold's in Austria is probably like a god. But the simping, the validation of the westernized woman is so high that this is why I say they don't want you to travel, man. Because one stream I was trying to do was I was gonna ask guys, I might do it another time, was that like what is so valuable about the pussy being made in America? Like, why is it worth your life? And like, you know what I mean? Why is that brand, that stamp on her a birth certificate, pussy made in America? Why is this the highest brand and you willing to die for?
but you know what? Like a couple of streams ago with Jake, is that I was saying it might not be the full explanation, but when it comes to immigration, right? Is when it comes to immigration and the men that are in the red pill sphere, is that you get introduced to gaming, blah blah blah. Automatically, the standard when it comes to gaming, it's elevated to the women who are the most common, aka the white women. So I believe that's it might not be the full explanation, but it might be an introduction as to why guys are so focused on the West. Because number one, when you get introduced to red pill content, the most available women, the women that you quote unquote want to game, it's them. When you go, when you're part of the school system, the school teachers, like in your formative years, like you learn how to become an adult, you learn about emotion. It's literally them teaching, giving you your education. I believe like 80, 75 to 80% of teachers are women. And going on a side note, I don't know, like I know on MD stream, I'm always getting roasted because I read the Rouge Forum, the blog. Like it used to be a PUA blog, but now like he's no longer a PUA, it's a religious blog, but his everything else section is still a gold mine for content. And on that forum, swear to God, there's a 90-page thread about teachers like having like intercourse with underage students.
Oh, yeah,
90
well,
pages. 90.
yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'll say this with Roosh, man. The Cope, he had to go religious. Was he the one that married a messed up looking chick?
No, not him. But the thing is,
Oh no, he the one that married a chick overseas, ain't it?
no, he was not married, but he was doing the whole, basically, he was doing Passport Bros before Passport Bros.
Oh,
Like he was going overseas, getting into mini situationships and writing about it.
he was getting with women overseas
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
to brag about it here. You know what I'm
Pretty
saying?
much, yeah. Like his
Yeah.
books that he wrote, like basically the books that he wrote, bang Colombia, bang Lithuania. Don't
Man. Hey,
don't bang the funniest one. Don't bang Denmark.
wow. Yeah, he was Andrew Tate before Andrew Tate.
Pretty
I
much,
mean,
pretty much.
the thing is this, man. A guy like that goes religious because, man, they need to cope for the simping. If a guy was, we all know these dating coaches. They use the money to eventually simp themselves. They don't want to. They don't have a skill to outright simp. Like they work a military contract and they simp. No, they need a way to fund it through other men. So if you're funding my simping, technically by virtue you giving me the money, that means you support it. So you can't. So what I'm doing isn't wrong. That's why you see all these dating coaches. Most of these PUAs end up simped up, Rolo with a groupie and all that, all of them. And what's his name, bulldog mindset, you know what I mean? All of them end up losing their minds because they need a way to cope with simping. So to justify it, they need other men to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? They can't live like I told you on a stream. I was gonna do a stream again. I'll probably do it a few weeks or a week from now. Is that most men are terrified. The westernized man has been so feminized, hyper feminized. He fears being a man. Everything I say is like, just man, a man's holding a cross listening to this stream. Like, man, this guy hold the truth hostage and Blue H, man. These are what is up with them? Like, what time period are these guys from? Are they Vikings or something? Yeah,
I hope my
they
wife.
can't handle being a man. Like I tell people, the scariest thing to the American man is being a man. You know what I'm saying?
I hope my
Realizing
wife
that,
doesn't hear it. I hope my wife doesn't hear it. Oh my god.
yeah, because you know what you said. Another thing we could break up is this narrative that there's more teachers. It don't pay that much. Men usually follow the money. They're like, there ain't that much money in teaching. I'm out. I'm gonna be a janitor. I'm gonna be like you could even look at the school jobs the men have. They're janitors. The janitor makes more than the teacher off overtime. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Men. This narrative in the manosphere where man, they hired only women, so men don't work and all that. No, dude, the men saw it ain't that much money, and
but
I'm
the
out.
thing is, the game is the way, the legal way to drive men out is that it pays only after you get tenured, like they call it tenured, like basically having experience.
Uh,
Like that's the quote unquote scam that they use, is that you're a tenured teacher, so
uh,
you're getting extra benefit, and with these extra benefits, it's hard for you to get fired, and along with that, you get a bump in pay. So that's kind of
but
the legal scam they're using it because as a man, imagine a man who wants to have a family, blah blah blah. You need the money now. Like you cannot afford to like teach for 15 years and then you get the bump. Now you want the bump now. So that's the way to, yeah. Oh, you're coming in robotic, Kai. Oh, oh, I can't hear you. Your sound like you're coming in robotic. Like I can't hear you at all right now. No.
bad. I had to refresh it.
Okay, now you're good. Now you're good. Yeah.
I had to refresh it. But yeah. I mean, the thing is, they don't pay that much, man. It's a
No,
public
no, no.
job based on how many the population. Like one thing I realized, and this is how I know, man, it's happening. Less people are being born. Like in the United States, it's below replacement rate. Is that, dude? When I went to high school or middle school, when we left school, it looked like an army. It looked like ants. That's how many kids were coming out to school with. You know what I'm saying? Now, dude, you hear it's 3 p.m. and you don't hear nobody. You might see 3, 5 kids coming out of school. It's a sign that the population is just on a major decline.
dude,
Men,
dude, that it's one of the things that even though you're already censored, we can't really talk about it. If not, they'll outright delete your channel. But
Mm,
with what's been going on in 2019, 2020,
mm,
like there's a mathematician. Again, I'm getting all most of my information it's on, even though you don't like Rouge, is everything else forum. Great source of information is that the current event that's going on, it's called a Sigma 30 event. Basically, there's a mathematician that came up with like outcomes is that if like you're in the States, if tomorrow you go play the Powerball and you win,
mm.
let's say everybody in the United States played the Powerball tomorrow and you win. That's called a Sigma 24 event. So that's if every resident in the States, you guys are 390 millions, I believe. So basically, what's going on with Conan and the people that unfortunately are no longer with us, it's a Sigma 30 event. So it's 6 points higher than if you won the Powerball against everybody else in the US.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's not only that. The thing is this, man. It's that dude. You gotta. This is why I tell guys. I've come to learn a new saying I go by is don't look at the root, look at the soil. The narrative that women are having children older, that's a lie. What's happening is men aren't having children. Men are
Mm.
choosing not to have children. They say, oh, women are having children less. No, the men are choosing to not have children. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you see them prop up the women, like they'll prop up I think they prop up the women when it comes to marriage and all that. Men are choosing to get married less. Dude, there's so many men I've been hearing like when you hear marriage, it just triggers them. Like they cringe. Like I've seen it,
Dude, sorry
seen
to interrupt, but
cringe.
recently there's a bridal company that declared bankruptcy.
Uh,
Like the biggest in the US, they
uh,
declared bankruptcy.
Wow. Yeah. You know what I mean? That
So it's
they were so supportive of it. Dude, men aren't getting married. The whole narrative that women aren't having children, they're not choosing, even CNN and all of them, because they're trying to downplay. They're basically telling the women, we're in charge. We're the ones choosing. No, the men aren't getting married. The men are walking away from a lot, man. Children, college, like men, like we substitute. I seen men like with service dogs. Like a lot of men are substituting. Like even the advertisement in the manosphere, they say, "Yo, a lot of women are becoming cat women." That's a lie, man. The men are becoming. Everybody knows a man will take more investment in his pet than a woman. So more men are getting dogs, substituting dogs for their children. Men are knitting, like, dude, men are spending time with their dog like that's their son. Like they get matching jackets, you know what I'm saying, t-shirts. Some dudes just getting their dogs pants, you know what I mean? Because they know I can actually have authority over my dog. You know what I'm saying? Then men
mm,
are transferring that need for a child on stock market. Men are hustling, man. They're pushing. Men always push away from an issue, with a new addiction.
yeah.
Eminem, one of the greatest things Eminem said, I remember what he said. He said, you know what? I stopped being addicted to drugs and I became addicted to the gym. So you trade one addiction for another. So you want to have kids, you need to substitute that. A lot of men are substituting the need to have kids with dogs, uh, you know, banking and even entrepreneurship where men are talking about their startup company like that's a child. That's my baby, man. I love my company. I wake up, want to make sure my company's healthy and growing. Dude, men, that whole narrative where they keep putting it on the women, that's a delusion. That's an illusion to hide the fact that men are the ones that are walking away in mass. Like men aren't getting married. Men are ghosting. Like I've been telling guys, the Casper Pill, men are subconsciously ghosting. Like some men just don't know the reason why they just aren't spending that much time in public places. They can't explain it because subconsciously they're ghosting. They're at the point where men are disappearing. Like Chad is disappearing, and Chad was literally the main archetype to simping. Brady was the goal of every man. I'm gonna be a football player and I'm be a jockey, get married. No, the new Chad is, yo, I got a girl for per hour. Guys don't get it, man. The new Chad is evolving at a per hour. I got a chick I'm gonna see in the movies. She might give me a hand job after I leave her and never call her again. I got another one waiting for me tonight. You know what I'm saying? And that one that's waiting for me tonight, she don't know that I got one that's gonna replace her in the morning. I'm a ghost, ghost, ghost. Guys are literally ghosting women like it's fucking ping pong. You know what I'm saying? Chad is no longer stand behind. Then you got these dudes being trained game. They think they're ghosting from a perspective of you seen that ad by that female dating coach. You need to stop being a nice guy. Dude, the dude that's Chad, he's not being mean to her. She knows the game. She knows he got other options. So he's not being mean. You're being mean. You, the guy with less options. They act like you don't, when men say, yo, be like you got abundance. So she knows, man, look at you, bro. Look at you and look at how you behave and talk to her. She knows you got no other options. You know what I'm saying? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So guys are, yo, the ghosting, I tell people, many streams ago that, yeah, man, we're running into a ghost town society. The men come home, play their games, and Conan 19 did the most dangerous thing ever to physical interaction. It normalized relationship with cam girls. It's normal now. There are dudes that it's normal. I pay my cam girl, and some guys will say, "Oh, that's too much money.
Dude,
He's paying."
I'm not like I'm getting roasted for that, but dude
Mm,
is I used to be like adult movie guy, and I was like, Cam, I don't get it.
mm,
During the pandemic,
mm,
like my life didn't change at all, first of all, because I never believed in it. And
mm,
I was already like you call it I used to call it Jason Bourne-esque. You call it Casper Pill. I was
mm.
already in that frame of mind, like, listen, I'm going to work, I'm doing my stuff in and out, in and out, in and out. But during the pandemic, the cam girl, like when I got it, when I got it, like I'm not addicted to it, but I understand why I understand why someone would go towards that instead of going to the hub. Like it's that the replacement of a relationship, just like you said, man having dog. And I'm sorry I'm going around, but I wanted to say
Go
that is DMX, may rest in peace.
on.
Like he was miserable in his marriage, but when he was the happiest, when
Mm,
he was barking, "Arr," when he
with
had
his
his
dog.
dogs with him,
Yeah, yeah.
that's when he was not miserable. When he was a dog, and when he was rapping. But his wife always miserable.
Well, DMX to me, man, drug addict, it killed him. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
all he's another Tommy. All that money, man. The world loved DMX. He could have, because to me, this is the scam in Black America. The Black American will tell you, oh man, the government, they after us, and he's worth millions of dollars. Guess where he gets treatment? In America. you know, you know what I'm saying? If
That's
I had
true.
$1 million, you think I'd be a psychiatrist in the US when I'm mentally aware that, yeah, man, they want me dealt with. You know what I'm saying? They want me dealt with, feminized. No, I'd be getting my psychiatrist in the Middle East where they would slap me for saying something stupid and saying something soft. You know what I mean? I'd be getting my treatment in a different country. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I mean?
DMX
Not
had
here in the
major
West.
money then.
Yeah,
He had major money,
killed
man.
himself, man. The thing is to go with what you were saying is, dog, man. The thing is the men, they're walking away at a record time, and they know they're trying. A lot of people don't get that. I've seen some men in the manosphere celebrate. Well, Roe v. Wade, dude, that's a scam. They didn't change the marriage law. They know we can bait them in. We'll just take Roe v. Wade out. We'll do all these scams to make it look like we're bringing tradition back when legally the laws in marriage, you still got no fault. You still got a over 99.9% clip child support. She getting a kid. Even if there's a lot of women, the biggest thing that ain't been reported is that there's a lot of women where the man is just put on child support by the system. She didn't even say nothing. And then she can't take him off. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
dude, it's funny because there were some instances where is the women were still getting along with their exes, so they wanted to take it off. Is that
Oh,
it's something that cannot be taken off because again, like me, a certain aspect that Amaran regarding his anger that I'm not okay with, but
what?
in the beginning when he was banned is
Uh,
because he exposed that whole charade is that when you're going to family court, you're not really going to court. You're going to an agency of the the social department, basically. So your lawyer, the judge, and the other lawyer, they're all part of the same clique in reality.
oh,
And
yeah.
that's what they call Title 4D. But
Uh,
you see why the society, like when Hammerhand was talking about this, they ran him out of town.
uh,
Now he's back into town, but
well,
no longer
well,
talks about it now.
yeah, well, it ain't only that, dude. What happened is when the manosphere started earlier on, because I've noticed you got better batch. There's a lot of channels that I watch. What is Destro? Sometimes they got high views because they've realized these men are just complaining and promoting staying here. They're not a threat. When Elon Musk, and you remember this, you remember when this stream might have been over 2 years ago, and I said Elon Musk said take the red pill.
Yes.
That was the sign that if that doesn't tell you that pill is worthless when a multi-billionaire is not threatened at all, it's beneficial. And what happens once Elon did that? A lot of red pill channels, they're blowing up because women are in there. It's making money because it's just men sitting here complaining, crying. And here's the thing, they're one support word away. I've seen men, you know, preach red pill, and one girl on their comment section said, "Hey, oh, oh man, you with the cause? You want to get married?"
Dude,
No, that's all it takes.
dude,
The red pill is most of those men. It's an illusion. It's literally all a woman has to do is say, "Hello, I support you." Notice the laws ain't changed. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. You got women literally not in a relationship saying, I value traditional situations. If that's so, then why are you single online giving dating advice? I understand us men, legally it makes sense why Blue H and me, we single telling you, yo, don't do it. We working within the law. But a woman, most of these women in the manosphere ain't cooking. Like, you know what I mean? You're advertising traditionalism and you can't see a video where they're like, yeah, guys, you know, women need to be better to their man and she cooking. You know what I'm saying? She's cooking, cleaning or something feminine and traditional, nothing. They know the majority of men in the manosphere, the majority of men are so emasculated, they just need emotional support. That's it. Emotional support, and they will wife her up in 5 seconds.
and
And the
it's
women,
funny. It's funny that you're saying that because our favorite troll, Lasagna, like recently he came back on
that
MD
classic.
stream, and it was like he was like the same point. What's the solution? What's the solution? And I'm like, listen, about 16 months ago, like Hold the Truth broke down the solution to you. And me, I've been saying is no matter what you select, be aware of what the drawback is. Like if you choose to stay here and be in a relationship, do realize that she might take more than half, like you said, but most importantly, emotionally realize that you could be crushed. But understand that what Jake says, just be the player, bang, is
Mm,
that that might not be for you. So
mm,
emotionally speaking, it might rot you on the inside. So no matter what you choose,
mm,
be aware of the situation. But
mm.
oh my God, I don't want to go outside. I don't want to deal
Well,
with these. So it's like, listen,
yeah,
is
yeah,
that
but yo, Blue Edge, not to interrupt, yo, man, Lasagna made it clear that he's willing to go to the tranny side, man. So to me, a guy like that, he's been compromised in the closet. He's looking at trannies and all that. that's a guy out of advice from him is worthless, man. You know what I mean? A guy, any man that suggests that there's an option to go with the trannies, you know, he's done. You know what I mean? That guy don't got nothing to say. He's there for attention, man. You know, the American man is desperate for attention. And one thing I'll say, you know, you go back, the women are entitled, man. When men in the manosphere say, "Yo, why are women so entitled?" Because legally they're entitled. It's legal. You know what I'm saying? Like it hurts my brain that, yo, man, she walking around, she 300 pounds and wants a man to marry her. No, yeah, legally, it's it's her entitlement, man. The lottery for all. You know what I'm saying? We're in the West. It's so corrupted. Like I seen chicks. I was on the dating section of Facebook, you know, chopping up, looking at some chicks. Yo, Blue H, the majority is overweight, man. It's bad, man. It's bad out. It's bad in that Facebook pond. That fishing in Facebook is bad. You just see a buffalo. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna bring a new built, a new Cooper built. You know the capybara. You know what I mean? Yo, it's bad because women here have been so corrupt by the system that yo they'd rather be obese as long as they can buy products and all that. I keep telling guys, you're in the West, man. This ain't the women here are processed through contamination of the law. Like, you know, the fact that women want to look you in the eye and think this is right, yo, we not equal, man. We never will be. You know what I'm saying? We're not equal we're not equal sexual, we're not equal at all. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not comfortable with that, that's a sign that, you know, the law, you're more loyal to the law. That's why, in all honesty, I remember when you said Blue H, I tell guys, one of the biggest thing Boondock said is a known unknown. You know it's true, but you can't prove it. You know what I'm saying? Any man to me, if you're in a domestic relationship, even what, you know, shout out to the homie Jake, but a lot of the women are getting up to that trick, man. You know, if they know you a player, man, they can literally the amount of weapons they're armed with to say, "Yup, he's a player. He seduced me." I don't know if you remember, there was a dude in high school. He was a player, man. He was a Mac. He was banging them all in high school, and they all got together and said, "Yep, he took it from me." You know what I'm saying? He took it. And yo, then they came out and said it was a lie. Even the player thing. A lot of the women have caught up to this whole manosphere playbook. They know pump and dump. They know this shit, man. You
Dude,
know what I mean?
I remember saying it is the manosphere was an education ground for women to
Mm,
get their game up. Is that now there's a lot of young, it's like skinny young women.
uh,
Like I've noticed that the number of tattoos, they're
uh,
still there, but now it's the small tattoos with the writing. Is that they've caught on with guys that were looking for huge tats as a
ooh,
quote
wow.
unquote red quote unquote
Right.
warning sign.
Uh,
So now they've caught on. So now it's the small writing, the
uh,
writing on the torso, like the
mm.
prayers, blah blah blah. The only thing, the, the only way you can see it is if you're quote unquote Chadron and you can get them naked. But while you're doing the courting, you can't see the tat on the wrist.
Mm.
So now I've been saying it for years is that like red pill content, it's for that, like they've used it more than the men to get their game up.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I remember me. Like I told people, Kevin Samuels to me was teaching the women. He wasn't helping them, man. His idea was telling her, "Why are you wasting your body on these dudes when you could get money with a dude?" You know what I'm saying? It was training the women, and the thing is, women adapt, man. Women know. Like once the women, like I tell guys, once the women arrive to the male space, that's when it's dead. You know, that's when it's done. When they can, like right now, dude, there's a big overweight chick with mad tattoos saying, "I support men." Yo, yo, I'm gonna tell you something, man. To shut them down, it's really simple. All you gotta do is ask a woman legally. Can you tell me legally that there's a benefit to any relationship between a man and a woman legally. I would shut them all down because they prey on your emotion. Right now, the biggest offenders of men is a chubby, overweight chick with tattoos. You think if she really loved and was down with men, she'd go to the fucking gym and say, you know what? I'm gonna go work out. A man deserves to be able to lift me up instead of me complaining that he weak because he can't lift me because I'm overweight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Then you got another chick with a neck tattoo. I think her name is Rebel Army. She stands up for men, single mom, tatted up, look drugged up. Then there's a then there's another woman that stands up for men that's literally a lesbian, a dyke with a soldier cut. Yo, man, it's the worst of the worst. Because they know all you gotta do, because since most of these guys is mama's boys and been feminized, all you gotta do, what did mama do to her son? She would talk soft and kind and supportive. You the best son. I believe in you. I love you. And that's it. And the men in the so-called red pill bought in, snapped.
Mhm.
And the women are here to fish. They're looking for who has the most money. They're like, yo, Blue H donated $20 to the Smash TV stream? You're
Mhm.
telling me these men have money? If they can donate that, then what else they got? Like you see a man donate $200 on a Manosphere stream, and the women are like, they're looking at that, and naturally, as they should, because women, it should be natural that the men establish the territory. Once it's safe enough, then they come in. It's really that, it's basics. So they saw all the money, and now they know. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the passport bros thing is destroying it. You know what I mean? The men flying overseas, man, the damage that's doing to even the simp hunters can't even hustle no more. It's I saw a woman cry live on stream. She said, I tried to help the men and now one of them just left. He just flew off. And I was like, wow. It's over, man. But well, you know, my brother, man, as always, man, you got my contact on Discord, but you know,
Yeah, I'm gonna reinstall. Like it's been a while, so I'm just gonna slowly get back into it. Like I saw your stream. Is that slowly get back into it? It's
Hey, is
uh,
that thing you said? I agree. I mean, I was talking to somebody way back, you know what I mean? I told them this on the last stream that how do we know that number? Like right now, this stream is telling me I got 8 people watching, you know, between all 3 channels, but how do I know that's 8 people? This is their website. It could be over 40, 50 people watching, but they could shadow those numbers. You know what I'm saying? They could shadow that number. It's their website. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
then they could shadow the views. A lot of guys just, you know, they like I keep telling people, don't look at the roots, look at the soil. You do. Google runs this whole website. Google has access to my Gmail. So I've been shadow banned on YouTube, which is connected to my Gmail, and my Gmail's connected to my phone. Like, you know what I mean? The
Mhm.
whole webbing, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been getting a lot of, like, I remember me and you spoke last time where I'm typing on my phone and I spell it right and it still changes it. Like the technology, they're trying to break me mentally. You know what I'm saying? Trying to,
Me, like ever since the last time I was on my period on Discord and about
mm,
what I wrote, I don't even talk about it anymore. Like I don't
mm,
talk about it anymore.
uh,
But I'm telling you is, and the thing is, I like me when it comes to mental ideas, like where things are going. I come to you to get a gauge on how things are going and to refresh my thought pattern, imagine. But even me, they think that I'm on this level because what's going on, and like I don't even talk about it anymore. But it's, if I would break it down, like just like I made the mistake of breaking it down on MD stream, and people were saying, "Oh my God, you're imagining things, you're crazy." But I'm telling you, everywhere that I go,
uh,
there's always passerby just standing there, just blah blah blah, and it's fun. I'm telling you, like me, I don't like. I believe in the creator, so I believe that there's certain skill set that you're being given, you are being prepared. Like the way you are, the reason why you have the ability to break down concept to predict the future, I believe that skill set is there for a reason that was already useful to you or will be useful to you in the future. Me, for some reason, I used to watch wrestling when I was a kid, wrestling
Oh,
sport.
oh, yeah, yeah, brother, yeah,
But for
go on.
some reason, when I was 14, 15, the first Jason Bourne movie, I saw the ad. I'm like, yo, like I'm
Mm,
not even a Hollywood guy, but I gotta watch this. Blah 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 blah.
mm,
The way it breaks down, like the surveillance, the exits, blah blah blah. Now, basically, what I learned sitting on my fat ass doing nothing,
mm,
that skill set is useful to me because wherever I go now,
mm,
this is what I got to do. I'm looking at okay. So
mm,
I'm saying, okay, so I'm saying four people who are just blah, blah, blah.
mm,
So I already know who's on the payroll.
mm. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm gonna say something to you, man, is you know, I said some of us, man, I told guys on stream before, we're the 1%. We're one to less. We're the high thinkers. The scam, the biggest scam is to have you think, yo, man, the 1% are the guys that are millionaires and so on. If they're so valuable, how come they're dying of the most basic things? How come they going broke? Like, Bezos, you know what I mean? How come if they're so influential, so powerful, how come they're dying of basic stuff? Yo, the true 1% is the guys that think a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And your brain
Mhm.
waves affect other people. But I'm going to tell you, son, is that we both know, and I've seen it. I've seen in my own state of Jersey where they paid actors from Connecticut to pretend like they're protesting here in Jersey. Don't vote for that. I don't disagree that how much money would it cost Google to hire a few black market actors to just walk around this neighborhood, that neighborhood, wear this, don't even say or do anything. We just need you to look a certain way. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be hard for them to hire crisis actors. What is it? An actor usually gets paid daily. They'll pay an actor, you might get paid 250 that day, 500 that day. What is that to Google? What is $500 to have a
Yeah,
couple people just walk beside you and give you this look? And you're like, yo,
exactly.
man. And then it's triggering. Cause me, I was bullied when I was little. So I like what you said, we have what I call that prey sense. I still got that sense where I be looking around because when I was little, before I got big enough, to become the bully, I was being chased and hunted down. So I still got that instinct of, yo, look where I'm at. I need to know where I'm at. I need to look. I need to pinpoint and be able to look at who's here, what's that, anybody look at me weird, whatever. I still got that sense in me. It's kind of like you see how the antelopes, they be in the wild, they just be he drinking, but then he looking. He just stopped drinking. He keep looking. You know what I mean? I'm still like that. Keep the head on the swivel, whatever. But to me, man, everything's intertwined, and I think they know that if they can break you mentally, because I tell people, guys like us, the biggest weakness we have, it's not the body, it's the mind. If they can get guys like us off our game mentally, just you looking at your phone and yo, man, how come it keeps typing? And then you start buying into it and you start losing your mind a little when they got a little algorithm connected to your Gmail account and all that, and it's messing with your Android phone. You know what I mean? They'll win. If they can get you off your mental A game, they win, man.
And
You
there's one
know?
thing, like I've said it on MD Stream, and I've put it in the Discord, is that there's an article that came out on Forbes. So it's not some like stupid paper. It's Forbes.
Oh,
Between 2012 and 2018, the FBI paid out 548 millions to
oh,
informants.
oh.
In 6 years, 548 million.
No.
So
Mm.
imagine the numbers of informants there are. Well,
No. Oh no, I mean, yo, we're listening. We're being
Yeah.
heard by some right now.
There's,
My
I'm
thing.
telling you, there's million, like in the article it says,
Mm,
like
mm,
postmen. There's
mm.
millionaire postmen out there. You think they're just getting paid their
Oh
40,
no,
50K?
no,
Millionaire,
no,
bro.
no. They got millionaire forms. I mean, the thing is this, man. We're heard and listened by. Yo, we don't know the occupation. Everybody has a different occupation. They listen. Some people listening to this stream are military, soldiers, cops. You don't know.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
you don't
saying?
know.
It's like I said, it's a known unknown. I know what I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it comes with the game, man. This is
Yeah.
we've seen it. I mean, like I tell people, guys like us might be ahead of our time. Like me and you, it might be 2030, you know, and some dude is doing a video and we're like, yo, that dude talking exactly like we spoke. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, like for a T. They're believing, but he's succeeding. He's getting far more support because the men have arrived at the point where, yo, they can't buy into it. You know, they're flying and all that. They're doing money and all this stuff, but it's coming, man. And I've seen some stuff with the AI technology and all that stuff. But the thing is, man, men are literally, like I said, the biggest protest is happening. We're having a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken between the men in America and the government. It's like, okay, we're not gonna have children. We're gonna dry you out of seeds. And the government's like, no, it don't matter. We'll never give in. You know, we're gonna make it easier. We're gonna make it easier for foreigners to come in. And what about that, American man? Well, those foreigners, they come in, they get some money, and they get the fuck out because they see you targeting their children. Like they don't get the narrative that there's a lot of men back in the 90s and 80s, well, you in Canada, where they would come in and they would simulate. They'd have children and all that, but they're coming here and they're getting sick. They're like, what? A pride parade, a drag parade. This is and remember, men that come from other countries are far more religious. They're like, this is the devil's
Mhm.
land. They're like, I can't stay here too long. I'd rather be poor and stuff like that. I'm just gonna make my money, keep my head down. A lot of foreign men that come here now, they're not assimilating because the disgust, you know, they're looking at it and they're like, wow, this is America. We got drags, we got companies admitting they're targeting your children. Oh man, this is sick. This
And
is
you know
making
what?
me want to vomit. I'm out.
What you're saying is bang
Mm,
on because when I was in, I call it my period. When I was in my period, I was like, what's happening to me? But now looking back, I'm like, listen, is the reason I think the way I am is why it's happening. And I don't regret that. I'm like, listen, I am the way I am, number one. And number two, all I gotta do is sit back
mm,
and watch the balance resets itself. It's things are gonna be it's gonna take some
mm,
time for everybody to catch on. But me,
mm,
the only way I'm truly affected is
mm.
I can't go I can't go to the Chinese house that I used to go back in 2012. I
It,
can't go
it,
have
uh,
fun over there.
uh,
That's literally the only way I'm
uh,
affected by this.
uh, uh,
And like you said, that's coming back. So all I gotta do is I just gotta be patient, sit back,
uh,
and they know what I'm like. They see what I'm doing. Is that it doesn't matter at the end. I'm
uh,
chilling.
uh,
It
uh,
doesn't matter.
oh man, Blue H wanted the fortune without the cookie, you know.
Yeah. The only thing is like I got $200 in my bank account back in 2012. I could get a good old massage. Now, if I do, it's
Oh
they're
yeah,
probably gonna they're probably
uh,
gonna
yeah, yeah.
send me to the precinct if I
It's
do.
with the law and order, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's coming to me. Canada might be the one the Canada's aggressive with their slut walking and all that. So I think Canada, one of these one country, progressive country, is gonna legalize prostitution. It's
No,
it's
but me, I'm
it's
gonna get my money up and I'm just gonna go to Vegas all full time.
oh,
I'm,
oh
I'm
nah,
chilling.
you blowing bread. You might as go to Because to me, after they spoke about that, man, I want to go to that red light district in what
But
they call that in the Netherlands. I want to go there.
the thing is, they're talking about destroying it for good.
Oh, that
Like I
nah.
read some article, they're talking about the locals are not happy with the area, blah blah
Oh,
blah. I'm like, listen,
oh,
I know Vegas is always going to be there no matter what,
oh,
but
yeah,
it's good. It's expensive though. So I'm like, listen, I gotta
yeah.
get my money up. Like I'm like, there's a couple of things that I'm working on. I hope it's gonna work out.
Uh,
And me, I know the path that I'm on is that. Listen, I'm a self-aware simp, so that's my lane.
uh,
So is I'm like guys are gonna be most quote unquote red pill guys are gonna be like they're not gonna go like they're gonna be, oh my god, you're going on campsites, oh my god, you're a simp. But
uh,
me, I'm fully aware of my strength and my weaknesses.
oh,
My weaknesses, aka my coping areas, as I would call it, is that listen, me, I'm the way I am. I'm old enough. I know I'm not gonna be attached to relationships, blah blah blah. But I may give a few coins to a cam girl, but at
uh,
the end of the day, I'm winning in my own way. Like
uh,
I'm aware of everything. I've
uh,
listened to enough speakers
uh,
that I can choose what I do.
uh.
That's okay with my beliefs.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean, one thing, I'm glad you brought it back, you circled back on it is, yo, man, when Conan 19 happened, Conan 19, a lot of people don't get what happened. It was about adapting. Just like when they had the anthrax scare and they forced everyone to get an email. Everybody got an email account when anthrax happened. So you can't check your mail. Today you get your mail anyway, but they scared everyone into getting an email. So everyone got email, created a whole new server industry. What Conan 19 did is it normalized dependency on socializing absolutely online, everything online, making it so normal. And the thing is, I did a video way back where I said who spends more money, the offline simp or the online simp. The thing is, the online simp, you paying a cam girl $100 a month. You know what I'm saying? You get to socialize with her, whatever it is. But the offline simp is paying 200 per date just to eat. Then he's paying $100 for the Uber drives, like transportation. So who's spending more money? And it's normalized for the man to be, yo, this cam girl stuff, yo, man, it's under your control, man. It's because another thing that's happening, I'm about to run out of time, is that they're normalizing it because, yo, the population's decreasing, and with this AI and automation stuff, they're creating an artificial growth. Because, like, let me ask you something. How is YouTube growing? How is Facebook gonna grow? Now let's exclude them expanding globally. How are they gonna grow? In fact, they've even said they're trying to grow globally because, dude, the population is shrinking. So they have to create automation. A lot of people think, yo, McDonald's did automation because, yo, they need more technology. No, man, less people are being born. You know, less people are willing to take that job. They're paying people to work at McDonald's like $16.99. It should have been that because they were making money anyway. But a lot of people are walking away from it, so they bring in all these machines and technology to simulate a reality that we still got a lot of people here. Oh, we
that's
don't,
true.
man.
And one point I was talking to Zubak about it is that there's um there's an appearance that there's a lot of people. That's because they had, especially during the pandemic here in Canada, the
Mm,
number of Spanish speaker that they let in,
mm.
dude, I would estimate it's in the high six figures to
Oh, that.
cover everything that's going on. But basically, the immigration number have gone way up. That's the reason why people are under the assumption that the birth rate has not flattened out in the white nation specifically,
Mm,
because and recently, like I read an article right now in the States, there's minimum 10,000 people per day crossing the border that creepy old man as we can on purpose to
Mm.
let them in.
I
So
mean,
it's
you're correct. The thing is, man, the birth rate is declining. That's why I say a lot of these companies, and I'm keeping track of the AIs. A lot of people don't get there's so many bots. One thing they're doing with this AI technology, they're gonna have all these smart bots that can simulate that there's a lot of users, that there's a lot of
ooh,
intelligent people. So when you disagree with something, they're letting the bots off the leash. Like they're gonna have certain algorithms set up. These bots are too conservative, these bots are too progressive, these bots are the black pill bots and all that. They're gonna agree with them. We're gonna ban these bots too, and they're gonna come back and make an account. It's to simulate and create an artificial sense that there's a lot of people online. More people are going offline than ever before. More people are living their lives, cutting it off, but they have to maintain the simulation that there's a lot of people. And one thing they talk about with AI, they talk, oh, it's making people, I'm using it to write novels and shit to help me out with that. But the truth is, it's gonna be used to create the real Matrix ain't us. You know what I mean? That ain't us being plugged in. No, the real Matrix is us looking at the internet and all that and seeing a lot of people. And in reality, they're just bots. A lot of bots. There are bots pumping up music streams. There are bots running fake YouTube accounts. There are so many bots, you don't even know who's not a bot anymore. You know what
you
I
know
mean?
what? I gotta like I was dude, yo, me like when I've got the opportunity to learn still is that it's I'm amazed and today I've learned, so it's like thank you, but I know you're right because when I'm being a simp and I'm giving coins to some of my cat model, there's a bot that says, "Oh my God, my moniker is Blue H King. Oh my God, Blue H King, thank you very much. This will help me." Like I would have if, but it says under the comment
Mm,
like the name of the model bot. But if
mm,
the
mm,
word bot would have been there, I would have believed it was her because
mm,
the bot writes the comment in the same broken English that some of these Colombian girls speak. So I
yeah.
know you're right because
Uh,
the
uh,
bot thanks me when I get
yeah.
when I get
Wow. Yeah. I mean, cause a lot of us are thinking, cause like I said, man, this is why I tell you, the black pill will help you if you invest in logic absolute, man. You gotta predict the future becomes clear because they've been training us all these years. Yo, man, there's gonna be more iRobots outside. Dude, the real bots is online, bro. They're running everything, man. The real iRobot revolution is right on your phone, right on Facebook. You know what I mean? These some people contact you, you don't even know how. You know what I mean? Then some people are getting like I'm on Facebook, I'm shadow banned on there. I got 4,000 so-called friends or whatever. I can't even average 10 likes. That's how much they shadow ban me. That's why I'm working on something else. But the thing is, we're in the bots age, man. There are more with ChatGPT. There are so much intelligent bots. Like I was writing a novel, so I'm writing a novel based on Britain. And I told the bot, yo, man, change it to 1920s Britain dialect, what I just wrote. And my script went from, hey, sir, you need to destroy. It went to, hey, good sir, we're in a dilemma. And I'm like, holy, yeah, man, this shit is trained all on the internet. The thing we gotta understand, like I said, man, Boondock said the greatest thing is a known unknown, man. There are nothing but bots all over. We don't even know how many true users are on YouTube. You don't know nothing no more, man. And it ain't the old days where you could tell. No, man. These bots are being programmed and trained to simulate certain people. Like me and you might be getting trolls. You know how we've been trained to expect somebody to troll you. That might
yeah,
be a
yeah.
bot, man. That might be a bot that's just been coded troll bot. You know what I'm saying? Whatever Blue H posts, you need to go there and disagree on a crazy level. You know what I'm saying? We don't know.
it's funny because me, like I haven't produced any content, but like the mistake that I made, like, and me, I'm fully aware of when I make a mistake is I ran my mouth too much on the Rouge forum. Like I
Mm,
ran my mouth. Like I've got 1,287 comments on there.
mm,
So, and the thing is, every time I write a comment on YouTube,
mm,
sometimes it gets auto deleted
mm,
or it's very, very limited viewership.
mm,
So me, I know just like you are, like shadow ban is that once they listen to you, they said, "Yo, it's too much. It's too much awareness for those who never took the oath." Is that yo this dude right here? We can't let him off the leash. Is that we gotta restrict his reach? It's he's gonna reach some of the masses. It's
mm,
too thoughtful. It's too cutting edge,
mm,
and it's for the people in the media that we've trained
mm,
that must have this reach. Is that no? But me, like I don't consider myself at your level, but even me, just the fact that I can't really break down concepts verbally like you do, but I've got the ultimate the discernment, right? Is that
mm,
listen, is even before you said it and before I listen to your content, I'm like, dude, like it's men that created this machine.
mm,
So why are you guys focused on women this, women that, blah blah blah? And the thing is, even when I was being a fool, when I was like I was doing my day game, my approaching like on the street, blah blah blah, I was being a fool. I was like, I'm a fool, but at least I'm aware that this whole machine is ran by man. Like it's not the little it's not the approach that I'm it's not the woman that I'm about to approach that decided the way it is. She's like water. She's adapting to
mm.
the shape that society models for her.
I mean, well, women, I be saying on streams, dude, women are a reflection of man's rule. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? When the Vikings came in, I remember listening to the Manosphere, and you hear these fools, man, these crazy ass dudes saying, "Yo, when the Vikings came, why didn't his wife help him fight?" Dog, that's a woman. What man would want a woman to help him fight? That's a liability. That's weakness. You know what I mean? The only time they use in a gunfight, yeah, if your woman could aim and shoot, long as she could do that, you good. But other than that, why would I want her help physically fighting? You know what I'm saying? When she gets knocked out, that's a liability. Then I'm off my game. Like, yo, you just knocked out my girl. And I go to punch one dude, and behind me, a dude shanked me. You know what I mean? It's a lot of these guys. That's why I said in the manosphere, that's why I get heat. I get, like they say on wrestling, I get heat is that yo, hold the truth hostage don't want to go with the game. He don't want to go with this narrative that we're trying to create this artificial, what I'm saying, battle of the sexes, and we're trying to reap the benefits and make some money. But a lot of these dudes been exposed and they're losing money. The worst thing that ever happened was that passport exploded. That passport was a nuke to the manosphere because everybody thought the manosphere would be here forever. Nah, manosphere is dying, man. A lot of men are, like I said, they're waking up and they're taking this black pill, or as I said, the Casper pill. Men are realizing, they're ghosting it. Men are evolving to where it don't matter no more. And that's the
That
scary things. You go to bars. I went at a bar, man. I'm at the bar, I used to bounce. I bounce once in a while. And you know what I mean? You at the bar and you the bouncer and the women are coming up to you more because the dudes are coming to just drink with their homie and leave. Cause some of them been so well trained by they seen me too. It's affected a lot of men. It created what I call the grown up high school experience. Like, I don't know if you remember high school, like when you went to the prom, certain people were so scared to dance, they ain't doing nothing. They just stayed and watched. And that's happening to a lot of grown men. I've seen them come in the bar, they drink amongst each other, and another thing is a lot of them are so compromised where they'll come to talk to you more than they'll try to talk to the women. I'll be looking like, yo, dog, I'm security, bro. You don't need to talk to me. Go talk to them women, man. And then so many of them are compromised where You see dudes trying to get the women by twerking on them. Yo, man, the shit I've seen, the West is just a cesspool of effeminate, closeted men. The closet runs deep, man. It's the shit I've seen, the insanity. You know what I mean? A grown man that you think will be a thug and a killer, my man is twerking on a girl. I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
this world has changed, man.
Dude,
You know,
it's funny that you're talking about the closet because, like, not the last stream of MD, the last stream that I was on, I
uh,
believe it was the second last. There was a member that came on, like Falafel, like his name was, and he
uh,
said, "Yo, it's over, man. It might be better to play for the other team." And I said,
uh,
"What?
uh, uh,
If
uh,
Hold
uh.
the Truth was here, he'd be screaming, 'The closet is real.'" And the thing is, Zubak also checked him. He said, I believe it was Zubak, but like a couple of people on street said, "Wait a minute, what did you just say?"
Oh,
Ah, no, like we can't let you slide on that. Is that
oh,
what?
that,
It's
no, that,
like
you know,
we're breaking down all these solutions, blah blah
oh,
blah, but
oh.
it's not the play for the other team. What?
Well, I mean, it's like I said on the stream, man, and it's never happened in the West where the straight man is so compromised when it comes to the access to women. So a lot of the men in the closet or gay men in general, they see the straight man can't get nothing. So he's vulnerable. And if he's so desperate, they got to try. Like I've been saying this since I've been on MD stream. Over 3 years, I've been telling people they got to incorporate the open prison policy. Yo, you not gay. You just can't get bitches, man. There's none available to you. They don't want you. So you just doing this until this happens. But another thing I've noticed when I tell you the closet just it's running rapid. It's insane. I was watching a YouTube video. You know, the guy's straight, but they have to show a clip that's closeted. They got to show a clip of a man kissing or something. You watching a review about a technology, then out of nowhere they just show a scene that you could tell is in the closet. Then you got Jake Paul, and let me tell you, this was the scene. This how you know the closet is strong. It's all over. Is that Jake Paul on Instagram he was I don't know if you know KSI. He was teasing
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah.
He was teasing him and punching and boxing a dildo. Somebody I was scrolling through his page
Oh,
because the fight was gonna happen, and this guy's main fan base, minor boys and young kids, young boys, and he's gonna show himself boxing a dildo. They didn't block it or nothing. The closet is all over, man. The
oh my
West has decided that if you're a man and you're straight, that's the problem. And you got they can't they're showing bromance, they can't show anything. You can't even watch a channel where you're like, all right, dude is straight. All right, we gonna stay straight. Nope, they're gonna show some clip in the closet. They're gonna do something. They're gonna say some they have to mention it. What is it? I was watching TNT where they gotta mention Westbrook's abs and talk about it in a very closeted faction. Yo, man, it's all over, man. The goal is to make straight men in the West fluid, make them be able to think and think they're still straight. I mean, remember that old saying they kept saying, "Well, if you're comfortable in your masculinity, you're gonna go here, you're gonna do this," or they made it a challenge. Well, if you straight, you're gonna go to that pride parade. What? What in the? How is this an option? You know what I'm saying? Yo, man,
God.
it's all over, bro. But man, I'ma holler at you, man. It's been an honor and a
Oh
pleasure,
man,
man.
I've learned, yo, it's that thing that you said about the title, number one, and why, but most importantly, why NIL, why
Mm,
they made it legal is that that's why I gotta drop, man. I gotta
mm,
keep up with my knowledge, and at least me, when I'm dropping your knowledge, I'm giving you props, even though I don't create content. I'm like, listen, I got this from Warren Farrell, I got this from Hold the Truth, I got this from Zubak. So it's like, man, but
mm,
in my yo, it's like, man, I'm like some of my issues are getting in place is that, dude, it's
uh,
the competition's gonna have. I pray for the competition. Yo, it's like you guys are watching ESPN. Yo, I'm chilling with Hold the Truth. Is that, yo, you can't compete, man.
uh,
Come
uh,
on, man. You what you go do? You're listening to CNN. I'm kicking it with Hold the Truth. You're listening to CNN.
Hey
What?
man, well, I mean, hey, we
Come
Al
on.
Jazeera, man. Only the countries outside of the West can actually give you real news.
Like, come on, man. Once I get, my little business that I want to start, is that, come on, man. It's
Oh,
you're not
yeah,
gonna be able to compete, my friend. You've been getting JAB, you've been watching CNN, you've
uh,
been come
uh,
on, man. It's like, come on.
no, we building, man. To me, and I'm gonna say something before I close the stream is that a lot of people don't get it. We're heading towards the server age, man. A lot of these companies want you on a server. They want you. The biggest landscape right now, they tried to scam people with NFTs and all that crap. Nah, man. The biggest real estate right now is the servers. They want guys like us because the 2010s was all about everybody made their own website. The 2020s is gonna be, Blue H got his own social site. You know what I'm saying? Hold the Truth, whoever, they got their own. They don't, this is where we're heading because now even Facebook, a lot of them is focused on the servers, man. You know what I mean? And to me, the biggest danger they fear is that, Blue H, guys like Blue H, Hold the Truth hostage, ain't having children. Then and to me, this is what I always say, man. I've come to realize. Even if we got 9 people watching the stream or so-called, we're men, man. All it takes is one man. Man's success was never defined by having many. It was all about one dude with enough influence, enough knowledge, and next thing you know, you Blue H watching something, you like, did this guy really say this on TV? This what me and Old the Truth was talking about. Did he? You know what I mean? He shouted us out by mentioning something we talked about. The average man will say, "Oh, he's stealing our talking points." No, man. We see what's happening. He can't say his source. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. But to me, things is changing, man. You know what I'm saying? I think by the time 2030 hits, man, it's about to be a whole new world, man. It's about to be, people don't get it, man. We're already near the future, especially with these bots. What's going on right now, these bots, like think about it. You got a Gen Z kid on TikTok thinking he's talking to a real person. Thinking this, and remember, Blue H, remember this, Me and you, we've been chopping it up for over 2 years. We never met. So
That's
now
true.
there's AI that can literally create a fake real voice of a person. So imagine when they now will have you talking to a bot. You know what I'm saying? Talking to a bot thinking that's a real person. And, you know what I'm saying? Talking to them, even calling them on Discord, video chatting with a bot.
And you know why I know you're right, because I remember reading an article like on a mainstream site,
Uh,
and there was a collage of 100 faces, and
mm,
none of the faces were real, all AI
mm,
generated.
yep.
So I already know that what you're saying, if they can do that with images,
Uh,
if they can make like on the hub, like there's already fake videos of celebrities getting it on, but it's fake.
oh man, I'll to interrupt. You brought up son is that a lot of these porn sites about to be shut down because I keep up with the AI thing. It's generating videos now to text. I
Oh,
think the age, a lot of men are about to have a porn overload. Like, people think porn addiction is bad now. Imagine when you can generate porn. And a lot of these porn sites will be feeding the AI so it can generate porn. Like, imagine all the weird shit or whatever you want. A lot of men are about to disappear. They're about to end up in a coma, mental coma. I don't know if you remember, did you ever watch Batman Beyond?
Yeah, like one of the
Remember?
bad Batmans, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Batman Beyond. Remember that dude who made them play a video game and their brains were just melted? You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what? I don't remember, but I might rewatch it just
Yeah,
to.
dude. If you watch that thing, yo, that episode, this guy would make these kids play this virtual reality game, and they would not be able, they'd be so addicted to it they couldn't leave. Like they were shaking, having withdrawal issues. We're heading to that. A lot of people thought that the addiction's gonna be, even me. I was, back then I kept saying 6G's coming, it's gonna be too fast. And I'm correct, there will be some addiction. No, the real addiction is when everyone has a private AI that can generate whatever the fuck you want, even if it's 40 seconds. I mean, if you're a man, I remember growing up where we didn't, you didn't have certain access to porn channels, so you had the Spice Channel and stuff like that. You know what I mean? All you needed was one clear nipple and you get the job
Yeah,
done. You know what I'm
dude, I used to watch WWPPVs like in the blue screen, and
Yeah, the
it
blue
was
screen. Oh, the blue screen. You remember?
yo when the blue screen stood still and you saw corn, dude, it was heaven.
That was it, bro. I saw the blue screen. I saw a full body. You giving me flashbacks, and but yeah, that's what's happened. Just imagine when someone can literally generate a 30-second, 1 minute porno, and the AI woman will do anything. This is why I was talking to somebody. OnlyFans is about to die, man.
Ooh.
OnlyFans is about to end because when men can generate porn, generate a real looking woman doing some porno or corn, whatever, man, fuck it, doing generate a porno video. It's done. Like, where are the women from the cam sites? Where are the women from OnlyFans gonna get their money? We're heading to the age where digital pleasure, you no longer need a human behind the screen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Once you can generate porn, what can an OnlyFans model do? Like, yo, I don't know if you remember, there was an OnlyFans model who said she lost her mind because the demand was too high. What the men wanted, it got just too crazy. You know what I'm saying? It just kept upping and upping. Because dude, we're men. A man's need. You know what I'm saying? A man's creativity and imagination. You give us what I'm saying, an inch, we'll turn that inch to a mile. You know what I'm saying? Because now you just charged up our creativity. Oh shit, man. Yo, she'll give a blowjob while, what I'm saying, to that. Then all right, man, maybe she willing to do it with a bat. Oh man, she willing to swallow a bat? Maybe she could swallow a waffle bat. Shit will just keep expanding. Before, we used to be limited by what the organic woman could do. Now, I've been telling people we're heading towards an asexual society, man. The future of our species is, and I've been saying this for over 2 years. People kept thinking I'm crazy. The biggest limit we have is 9 months. How are we going to conquer space when we need a woman to give birth for 9 months? You know what I'm saying? It's a limitation. It's a weakness, man. That's why we haven't conquered space. So first we got to desensitize men, get men hooked on OnlyFans, women from a distance. Then we'll get them hooked to literally generating AI women. And they don't give a fuck. As long as they get their rocks off, they good. Then they get desensitized to real women. And the women that are real, they've already become desensitized to being wives and household things. All they know is how to be a sex object. And those women didn't even know we were using them to train the men to be desensitized to the real women. You know, yo,
Mm.
shit is about to get real, man. Shit's
Dude,
about
I
to get.
gotta give you props because the last stream, like Young Wavy was basically going on the same tangent,
Mm,
and people roasted him saying, "Ah, you're crazy," blah blah blah. But the way you're breaking it down with first with what you said about AI, and then because I already know, like when it comes to corn,
mm,
the fantasy always goes. It always must it always must grow because in the beginning when I was watching Corn, like
Mm,
a Jana Jameson type of chick was enough. But now,
mm,
like in real life, like a Jana Jameson would be like a prime Jana Jameson would be amazing.
mm,
But in Corn life, I can only go off on a Carol. I cannot go off on a Jenna Jameson. I can only go off on a super overweight Carolina. So I
mm.
already know that the tendency to go the 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 benchmark always changes. It always goes up and up and up with man. It never stays the same.
No,
So that's why I know you're right. That's why.
I mean, other things, what you might be doing is, you know what I'm saying, it might be a challenge. You might get, the thing is this, man, you get numb or bored. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this, man, if, you know, myself, if I look back and say, yo, the old me back in the 2000s, if you were watching corn, porn, whatever, you'd have a certain set of DVDs and you go back to them, you know, back and forth.
Mm,
Nowadays with the internet, you like, yo, I beat off to that yesterday. That I can't do that same
deleted
video.
links, deleted.
Yeah, you're like that same video ain't enough no more. I need a new
Yeah.
one. I need a new one because yo, what's gonna happen is, man, it's gonna keep amplifying. You went from two lesbians to three. You know, from three to five. You know, you went an orgy. You know, it just keeps up in. Or yo, you like, you know what? I beat off the chicks that were in shape. I need ones that ain't. You know, the man's hunger, you know, because to me they kind of limit us. They say, "Yo, man, a man is." You know, they keep trying to do this narrative. Oh, when you're 35, your sex drive goes down. That's a lie, man. They've done a lot of lies to justify men getting with older women. You know, one study I remember. I think I asked MD. I was talking on a stream, and I was like, "Yo, how come?" I was wondering, can you inherit your father's sex drive? You know what I'm saying? Can you inherit the sex drive of the men in your family? Like, you know what I'm saying? They never did that study. You know what I mean? I looked it up online and I don't see it. So let's say you, Blue H, for example, your pops or your great grandfather, you know what I mean, was out there, had 30, 40, 50 kids or whatever. Does that pass down the line? You know, does your sex drive, can that be inherited? You know what I'm saying? Because I think the whole narrative, oh, you're 30. No, man, I'm 30, and most of the women around me, they overweight. They built like some frogs. You know what I mean? Blue H, I don't think you saw it because you weren't here, but yeah, let me show you the modern woman, man. You know what I'm saying? They muck built, man. There's a lot of dudes. Of course, your sex drive gonna be down. She built like a muck. You know what I mean? So they're not adding anything contributing to that factor. And the whole goal, so I keep telling people, yo, look at the soil, not don't look at the roots, look at the soil. A lot of the narratives they're putting online is to create an illusion, man. Oh, the women aren't getting married. No, the men aren't wifing up women, man. Dude, I heard, I'm gonna tell you, I was at the bar and a guy mentioned marriage, and yo, the look of disgust the other men gave him. They looked like their lives were just threatened. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, this shit, man. These men ain't going back, man. It's done. It's
Mhm.
done, bro. And the dude with a long time chick, he cheating on her. Well, I don't believe in cheating. He's sleeping with other girls on her. But my brother, man, it's been an honor and a pleasure.
One more thing before you leave. I don't know if you saw the game. It's called like this is Mr. X that put me on it called Unrecorded.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah,
Oh my god, dude.
yeah,
That's why I know what you're saying is real because when I saw that game,
yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, I want to drill motherfuckers when I saw that
Yeah.
game.
Oh, yeah, that game. I mean, I know the Unreal. Yeah. I mean, gaming, Unreal, a lot of people don't get Unreal just broke next gen. There's gonna be no more next gen. The only thing they're trying to fix in video games right now and is the face. Right now they just can't get the face of a person. Like you can see their arms and legs, but the face still looks computer generated, you know, it looks fake. But
Mhm.
once they fix that, yo, man, I'm telling you, man, the games, the buildings, and all that's already real. But to me, the future is coming, man. The future's already here. I give it by 2025 to 2026, man. And I think 6G should hit. I think the problem we're having right now is that 6G. We need that. 5G wasn't that fast. It wasn't big of enough of a leap. But when 6G comes out and it's super fast, where the AI, because I was talking to somebody, yo, we're heading to the age, like you see this stream me and you are on right now.
Mm.
I think 2 years from now or a few months from now, when Google, because Google's building AI into all their tools, and I've seen AI change what somebody said on pre-recorded video, and you sound just the same. They just could literally change the word. I think pretty soon, and I would tell guys now, if you're watching these streams, you better be downloading them. Because what YouTube's gonna be doing is they'll just edit your stream. Why kick hold the truth out when he go to another place when we could just keep him and just tell him to comply with the AI will scan your stuff, and anything you say that is hate speech and all that, we're not gonna strike you. We're just gonna have the AI change your words. So I go from
Mm.
saying, yo, man, man, men ain't getting married because of the law to, well, men ain't getting married because they're not ready. Yo,
Oh
say,
my God.
same tone, Blue H. I saw it, man. Some dude I follow, he just showed that they got AI that will do a live translation. Like it's talking Spanish for you live while you're talking. Yo, it's people don't get it, man. Censorship, you think it's censored now. It's about to be insane where you can't even, like, where me and Blue H streaming and we talking, what you're hearing is completely different. You know what I'm saying? We're people better have said, you didn't enjoy you thought people didn't enjoy their freedom before, man. Once this AI gets interlaced, I even think even our phones, like me and you were talking about, pretty soon you won't even know. You won't. We're heading backwards where it's like, yo, Blue H, man, you want to talk, and you're gonna be like, all right, word, yo, I'm gonna meet you in Canada. You know, I'm
Dude,
gonna meet you by the border so we can just
dude,
talk. Yeah, yeah.
the
What's
thing is, the thing is, what you're saying about the AI, like I know it's real. The thing is, since I'm not as well versed in the AI, is I know you're right, but my mind, even someone like me that's been consuming content, being a truther, my mind isn't fully open to all the possibilities. The same way when I'm talking about the quote unquote agents,
mm,
most people are not aware of it because in 6 years
mm,
they spent 500 million.
mm,
So the same way I'm not fully, my mind is like my mind isn't ready to be open. My mind is ready to be open, but just like the 6G that you're saying was too quick, what you're throwing at me is too quick for me to fully comprehend now. The
mm,
same way when I'm talking to people about the the informants around
mm,
you. So it's, dude, I'm me. The thing is, the future excites me because the direction that it's going,
mm.
I know that just by being aware, it's going to be to our advantage.
Oh
Just by
yeah.
being aware, as long as we don't commit any crimes, we
Oh,
don't go against the law, we
oh,
can just sit back
oh,
and mentally we're going to be ready. I'm just waiting for what you're saying is going to become legal, then my life's going to go right
oh
back where
man.
it was.
Hey, bro, I hear you, man. To me, if that was legal, man, a lot of, because it's gonna be because they've trained. I said on many streams, the biggest lie. This is why I keep telling guys, yo, don't look at the surface. Don't look at the roots. What was they were advertising to women for over 20 years. They were saying, yo, the men just see you as sex objects. The men just see you as sex objects. And guess who's been sexifying them all this time? The media, telling them now you being sexually, you taking off your bra, you showing your nipples, you doing all this stuff is you being independent, you taking charge. They've turned women to nothing but sex objects. This is why prostitution will have to be legalized. You know what I'm saying? What job will a woman have when all she knows is how to look sexy? Like there are chicks, man, that's literally all they know. And the biggest problem with the internet is a lot of these chicks. I've been to a chick's house where that house looked like a tornado did a power bomb in that fuck. You know what I'm saying? But she looks at her phone, she could filter it out. She just needs to take photos that look sexy. You know what I'm saying? You could be sexy in a dirty ass house. You know what I mean? So what's happened is, yo, they've over sexualized the women. And if you look at the past few years, slut walking, everything that used to be demoralizing and just over sexualizing the women, they've deemed it a act of honor, standing up for women. Now the women are just literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how them women in what they call it, Netherlands, they behind the glass.
Yeah.
That's what the women are on Instagram, man. It's the glass. They just advertise, buy me, look at my breasts. You know, contact me through email to book me. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, I'm gonna book you. What do? You don't do nothing, you know, besides shake your ass. Oh, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I can book you. You know, I need the right amount of bread, but yeah, I can book you for son. You know what I'm saying? That yo, it's over. The majority of women, the millennial women, they've all been over sexualized, and the men have been so desensitized, you know, you know what I mean, and so overexposed by sex that they don't even know it's not something they want anymore. You know what I mean? So to me, it's pretty much over. And the women don't know. Like I seen a chick where you talk to her, you link up with her, and these women think blue balling a man is a positive thing. Where they like, yo, they flirting with you back and forth, and then they just roll off. Then they come back the next day to do it again. You know how they be saying, yo, you got a simp orbiting her? No, man. A lot of times these women be orbiting a guy. Just keep coming back to you to you know what I'm saying, strike the flirtation again. They just need a hit of the raw real world validation. So that she comes back to you with a bra again, barely off. You know what I'm saying? She wants you to touch her and it just keeps coming back. A lot of the women been trained, man. They've been trained to think this is a game you play with a man. But you know, a man eventually loses interest or a man sees it as a problem that you're disrespecting them because you know respect means a lot. You know, once you put a woman on that line of yo, she disrespected me, I can't fuck with that.
Mm.
It's over, man. But you know, but brother, man, I'ma holler at
Man,
you
it's been a pleasure. Yeah.
always, man. And to me, like you what you said, man, a lot of this stuff we talking about, people don't get it, man. It's just fresh, man. It's we don't. Me and Blue H ain't got no books, man. We just talking, reading out the mind. And just to go back to what you said with them agents, man, they won't need them. It's gonna get cheaper when your phone, you asleep. And you know, I've been keeping track of this AI stuff. You're gonna be asleep, and the AI is gonna be talking in low frequency on your phone, sending you these things, and you dreaming, and you like, what the fuck's going on? And you don't even know that your phone is emitting it's chanting. It has the AI chant these keywords back and forth while you're sleeping. And remember, me and you, like I'm not in the military, but we know the military knows certain codes or certain frequencies to fuck with you. So pretty soon we gonna be walking around with our phone and Google's deemed you a problem. You know what I mean? They want to shadow ban you in real life. So while you're sleeping, you keep getting these little frequencies and you wake up, your head might be hurting, or you might be sweating, or you might be getting like, yo, man, this shit, man, like you said, Born Identity. I remember when that came out. To me, that was the first spy film I saw where he didn't look clean. Because every movie before Born Identity, it was a James Bond spy thriller where dude had a suit or something like that. Nah, Born Identity, when it was advertised, it looked like a real thing. It looked like the news was covering that shit, but
Me, for some reason, I just felt compelled to watch. Like it's not like you want to watch a movie. It's yo. And at the time, I was just back when it was still VHS. I
mm,
was all I was renting was wrestling pay-per-views at the time. All I was watching was wrestling, a little bit of Dragon Ball Z.
mm,
I was reading the books as well, and I was playing a little bit of hockey on the side. That's it. But when I
mm,
saw the movie Tension with De Niro,
mm,
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer, when
mm,
that came out, I had to watch it. And basically, that scene when Neil's talking about, listen, I don't know what's going on. We got heat. You got to
oh,
assume that, yo, they know everything we're doing. You got to drop
oh, you talking about Heat, man? That line
heat.
where he said, "Yo, 30 seconds or
Yeah,
less." I was like, ooh,
yo, you gotta be willing to you gotta be willing to drop everything that you have
uh,
within 30 seconds or less before you start the heat around the corner.
yeah, man. This is
That
that
line.
ghost. That's that ghosting, man. That's what's coming, man. That's gonna
Mm,
be the average man, dog.
mm.
And it's
Heat and Born. I
mm,
like something told me like, and me, I do believe in the theory that
uh,
um like your consciousness might be elevated. So
uh,
basically, it might be like a little bit like time travel. It might be your own consciousness that's elevated from
mm,
different realms
uh,
talking back to you
uh,
in in the past, we could say to kind of give you guidance. So
uh,
me, and I just felt compelled. I had to watch that movie,
uh,
and like between it came out and now I watched it minimum five, what, six, seven
uh,
times, and that's the thing. It's relevant to my life now. Every time I go out,
mm,
I do a quick scan. I'm like, okay, who's not supposed to be who's not supposed to be at the position where they are? And then it's
mm,
one, two, three, and then it's like, okay, so okay, no, I'm not buying coffee right now. I'm gonna buy coffee later, blah blah blah. But
mm,
the thing is, one of the adjustment I had to do in the beginning, I was kind of crying about it, but now I'm like, listen, it's first of all, it's 100% my fault. I didn't do anything wrong,
mm,
but um, I ran my mouth too much. Like there's too much information about pharmaceutical, about
mm.
about a
Yeah.
$7 billion business that I ran my mouth on.
I remember when you came on, you used to
Yeah,
talk about that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So now I'm like, listen, first of all, I knew, like, basically for you to get deleted by them, it's
yeah.
a three-step process. That I've known that since
Uh,
2007. So when I realized what was going on, it was step number one. So I said,
mm,
okay. So
mm,
I'm like, okay, so I'm at step number one. So, and me, I don't give it I respect the zombies, but I only love Carolinas. I don't love the zombies. So
uh,
I'm
uh,
out of this game. So me, I'm at step number one, but I'm not going to step number two and then step number three. So there's no danger for me to be quote unquote disappeared. So I
uh,
can just live my like it's an inconvenience,
uh,
but I can I'm gonna be around as long as I want.
uh,
So it's number one. And number two, that's the biggest thing. The only change in my life is right now, like let's say after the stream right now, I'd be feeling good. And I don't know if you heard, like I dropped a gem on MD stream. I said, for me, tricking is church. I said,
uh. Yo, that's a shirt right there. That's a
so,
shirt.
like in real, like if the conversation that we're having, if we were having that conversation
Uh,
back in 2013,
uh,
after the stream, I'd be taking a shower, putting my dress shoes on, dress fit on,
uh,
dress shirt on, and I'd be going to the
uh,
Chinese house having
uh,
fun.
I remember you
That's
said that. I remember you said, yeah, man, I
that's
put
the
this.
only, because if I do that now,
Oh,
technically it's illegal, right? So it would be a huge risk. So it would
oh,
be
yeah,
a
yeah. Oh, no.
stupid risk.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that's literally that's the only
yeah, yeah.
that's the only impediment in my life. So I'm like, listen, I and I had to remind myself to be grateful. Listen, I was like, back when Conan 19 was going on, I
Mm,
had enough knowledge to avoid all that BS and not get it. So I got to be careful. Like, I got to be grateful for that, right?
oh, yeah.
So there's no risk about blah blah blah. And I don't know if you're aware, I don't know if you've kept track, but like the way that people are disappearing from that, it's
Oh,
there's
oh,
something going on.
oh, man,
There's
Blue H, man, not to interrupt you. Yeah, we spoke about that. Like, I told
dude,
people, man, hear me out. I told people this, man. There's different, when they said, there's different, what is it? You know what I mean? Various. There's varies. I'll just use that word. There's varies. So what's saying that the Conan 19 in northern Canada, they know there's a lot of people with peanut allergies in northern Canada, so that one has peanut DNA in it. And the one in southern Canada has more of a, dairy DNA in it. So you know what I mean? We don't know there's strains, man. There's strains of Conan 19, different strains for different types of people, man. You know what I'm saying? And to me, the movie that influenced me the most, and Will Smith fucked it up for me, man. Enemy of the State. Enemy of the State. When I watched that, I was like, holy shit, this shit is real. This ain't no
dude,
movie, man.
I, I, I
This
was
shit
just
is
on
real.
Disney Plus. I wanted to watch it.
That shit is real. But the thing is, man, they got different strains. Just like weed, like they've taught us. I mean, think about it. You got ancestry.com where they tell you to spit. A lot of people thought, oh, I'm just giving my DNA to find out that I'm related to a farmer in Brazil. Nah, man, dude, they got your DNA. They were getting literally DNA samples to figure out, okay, how many types of people are allergic to these strains. They were building a
A
blueprint,
database,
or I forget the word. I don't remember the word,
a
but they'll
database, a
yeah,
database.
database. They're building data on the people's genetics to figure out how to affect. Because like I told people, Conan 19, and I said this on a stream. To me, the future is blurred. For the first time in my life, I can't plan for the future. I can only plan for Conan 19 and its sequel, because you're like, yo, Blue H, you could be doing great business. Then out of nowhere, yup, there's a new strain of Conan 19 called Dark Storm. You know what I'm saying? It just says Dark Storm. It's 5 times stronger than ever before. We gotta shut down all the buildings, everything. We gotta get y'all back. So we never know. That could happen at any time, man. Any time. And that's what keeps you on your feet, man. That's what keeps my mind racing, where I'm like, I don't know. We never know. There's no one. That's why I hear all these people telling me, it's time to buy real estate. It's time to make these investments. Okay. Are these Conan 19 proof? You're telling me to invest in real estate. Is this Conan 19 proof? You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That's how you ask and make your investments. Is it Conan 19 proof? You want me to open this? You want me to buy this house? You want me to liquidate this and that? Because, I plan to do a stream where people need to realize the law of living now is the 50-50 rule. 50-50 means 50% of your money you don't spend. You got to learn to live off 50% of your income. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
As in,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? You gotta learn to live off 50%, because you know what I mean? The way I've learned, like I went to Texas, I'm gonna tell you, I think I was talking to you when I was there. When I was in Texas, I was renting a room in a house. I was paying $500 or whatever, and it was a nice suburban neighborhood where people left their doors open. I thought, I thought I'd never experienced that, but I went there. They told me lock the door. I locked it and I came back. They didn't lock it. And it was Texas. Nice little super neighborhood. The future is 50-50 or 75-25. You have to save a massive sum and you got to change your life. You can't be seeking to live in a house unless you're making money off that house. You can't be seeking to live in an apartment by yourself. You just need a room. Get you. That's one thing the Japanese got on us. They're renting little ass rooms because yo, look at the banks that shut down. You can't be attached and think anything stable will remain. So the future of how people live is minimalism. Where yo, man, I talked to you, Blue H. You're like, yeah, man, I live in a nice apartment or condo in Canada, and it turns out you just renting a room in a condo and then you're renting storage space for when you have too much stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be the
Mm.
future. The future is gonna be yo. I got big storage because one thing I ask a lot of men is yo, if you're not getting married, you're not gonna have children in the West, then why are you buying this big house? Why are you trying to buy this big extra room apartment for? You're not having kids. You don't have any reason to invest in a stationary home or staying anymore.
That's a good concept, man. And I know the Japanese are already on that. Like they've got cafe living and blah blah blah. That
Yeah.
people living in cafes, like
Mm.
it's
Yeah. I mean, we don't gotta go that low, but yo, you could rent a room in a nice house because they got shared living. Because my thing is, if you're not gonna make money off a house, the days of you buying a house to live in your neighborhood, those days are done. Once the companies look at what happened with Bud Light, you know what I'm saying? The CEOs say, "Oh, and they use that dumb scam where they said, yeah, we employ over 30,000 people." Well, if that was true, then you should have never done that fucking ad, you know. But they don't care. They made their money. You can't trust nothing more in the West. The only place you buy a home or live is outside of the West now. So while you're in the West, you got to minimize your foot traffic. You know what I'm saying? Your traffic when it comes to how you're living. So what you do now is yo, you get yourself a room in a nice big room. You rent that room, and then you to substitute having more space, rent storage space. Rent a storage space if you're like, yo, I collect guitars or whatever. Get yourself a storage facility. You know what I'm saying? You know, at least if damage happens in a storage facility, you could sue them and get that money back. The age of us buying homes and houses in the West for what? Yo, 520 banks just shut down because you know propaganda and agenda are number one now. These millionaire CEOs are willing to destroy the market just to say I support trannies. Nobody, I never heard of someone seeing a tranny drink a beer and say, "What the fuck are you doing? You're not supposed to drink beer." You know what I'm saying? So they're willing to destroy whatever, man. It don't matter no more, man. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? So the way I look at it, you gotta a lot of men need to adapt, man. The adaption is, yo, if you're not gonna have kids in a family in the West, why the hell you trying to have such a big home? Why you trying to have such a big apartment? Especially if it ain't gonna be making you money. I understand if you buy a condo to rent it out, make some money. But for you to say, yo, I just bought this big house for what? You're not having kids. For what? To have sex parties, you could rent an Airbnb for that. So what is the point? You know what I'm saying? A lot of men don't get it, man. You're gonna have to. I remember a stream. I don't know whose stream it was, but I said, "Yo, I had a challenge for men. If you want to know how it's like to feel the pain of alimony and child support, try to live off 50% of what you get paid. Just do that for a month. You'll understand that man's pain. But we're heading to a future where, yeah, man, you're gonna have to learn to live off of either 75% of what you make or 50%. It all depends on how bad you think it's gonna get. Because right now you can't trust nothing. These companies are willing to destroy themselves just to virtue signal, gaslight. It's become literally, it's like I told people, we're in the age of comfortable in chaos society. It's all normal. Why would a beer company do this? Why would Disney say I'm coming after your children? There are no more rules and regulations anymore. They just do whatever the fuck they want, and people are going to work for these companies thinking, they don't even got your best interests. So if they
And
don't
for
got your
sure,
best interests, why would they care about the company the way it's being run?
and basically for sure, like you work for Bud Light, like you're gonna lose your job soon. Basically,
Yeah.
it's
Or you losing your job. You know what I mean? For another big company's making money, but they might not be hiring people because they're Conan 19 too. Because Conan 19 got them worried, like, okay, we selling more beer because Bud Light is getting removed, but we don't know when the next Conan 19. I remember when Conan 19 hit, you know what I'm saying? I was working for a bar and I spoke to some bar owners and they were like, yeah, man, we just had beer. We still ordered all those shipments. We just couldn't serve them. So we had thousands of beers just get rotten, go bad.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? So to me, a lot of people need to understand, man, we're in a completely new age. And since a man can't have children in the West no more, so you got to start living that way. You know what I'm saying? Everything you did, you got to look at your life as a man and say, everything I do is to set up when I have a child. The big home, you know what I mean? The big apartment, everything's set up for her to move in. Now that's not an option. Why the fuck am I still living like that? You know what I mean? Well, yeah, but brother, man, I'm gonna holler at you, man. It's time to
very
go.
informative, man. Thank you, man.
All
Thank
right,
you.
brother. Any last words, man, for these people?
Oh, it's so what you're saying about AI. That's an eye opener. Number one,
Mm,
and number two is to go back to what we were mentioning about Crowder. Is like I delved a little bit into it, but I was not aware that he was one of these men that were saying, "Listen, you got to get a wife, you got to contribute to society." And
mm.
look at him now, man. Look at him now. So it's like, hey,
Oh man, hey man, you know what I mean? I want to thank the brother Blue H. I want to thank Black Pill Metalhead, homie Neo Wolf. But yeah, man, I mean people don't get it, man. These things is about to change, man. We're never going back, at all, because AI has been added to the mix. And from what I've seen, I've been messing with the tech for over 4 months now. From what I've seen, yeah, man, there's no going back. There's no going back at all. You know what I'm saying? And I think dudes is gonna start dying watching porn. It's gonna be, yo, man, he just kept generating more and more and more until, yo, he you know what I'm saying? He's done. Because, yo, we're not going backwards. We're going at a pace where, and like the homie Blue H said, and I'm telling you, guys like us is gonna be normal. But
yeah,
you want to know what's really scary though, is that people are gonna be comfortable knowing that a bot and all that stuff is manipulating their life because people have proven that they're willing. The majority are willing to just go with the program anyway.
yeah,
So,
because as long as the government gives them cheese, they're gonna
huh?
go along with it, man.
Well, no, it ain't. No, it ain't even that, bro. It's as long as they can give validation. Like a lot of
Yeah,
people don't get it. Instagram showed you the future. We're heading towards universal income because if you're an influencer now, you get more access. Like you, for example, you said you run a YouTube with you run an Instagram or something. You
yeah,
get
I
a
had an
certain
Instagram.
you get a certain amount of followers. Now all of a sudden you're getting offered discounts, you're getting offered affiliates just for your influence. You're getting free stuff.
Mm,
So you know what I mean? People are living to become influencers and get that validation. It ain't about how much money you make no more. It's about how many people can you influence. The number one goal now for people is to become an influencer, a YouTuber, whatever it is. It's all about the influence and the validation. So it's pretty much done, man. But brother, man, I'ma holler at you, Blue H, man.
take
It's been
care.
an honor and a pleasure, and bro. And hey, there'll be more of these to come, man.
Yeah,
Because
because we got to keep track of the future and say, I I told you so.
Oh,
I
hey,
told you
hey,
so.
man. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, yo, man. 4 or 5 years from now, me and you gonna be like, what? You gonna be watching some channels, and you gonna be like, wow, we literally said this shit was gonna happen 5 years ago, and we watching them live it in real time. It's
Mm.
just crazy.
And I swear to God, the first time I'm gonna go trick, and I get the receipt, dude, I'm gonna post my
Uh,
picture online.
not only
I'm gonna
that,
post
dog.
my picture with the receipt.
Yeah, but yo, not only that, man. That receipt, you might get cash back on your credit card. You know what I mean? You swipe her and you get it, and then you get cash back. You know, but Nelly's tip drill is about to become real.
Exactly.
All right,
Swing.
sweet. All right, brother. Peace, man.
I take
They
care.
said the truth won't survive beside the lies.